The stakes have never been higher, and I've never been so high as we are right now here in Toronto. You can see the beautiful CN Tower behind me as the sun peeks through the clouds on another amazing day here at the 2023 Champions Chess Tour Final. We have day 2 of the semifinals coming up. It's chilly downstairs, Chilly Chess with Levy and Canty on our YouTube channel, and it's chilly up here. So if you don't mind, let's get downstairs and let's get to it, because day 2 of the semifinals starts right now.
You've heard the sayings, the road less traveled, rubber meets the road, I'm on the road to nowhere. That need to get up and go, to just shut up and drive to parts unknown. It's in our DNA. But this road has an end, and the beginning, well, let's throw that in reverse.
It's over. We have a winner, Magnus Carlsen.
What has this kid got in store? He might.
One move checkmate.
There's been curves, hills, corners, and even a breakdown or two.
The game is over.
That's a wrap.
We see a reaction. Magnus is
Magnus mouse slipped.
Oh my gosh. Look at Jordan's face.
Some have pulled over, but some
What is he doing?
slammed that foot to the floor and just kept going.
Any second, Hikaru Nakamura is the winner. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave, the Frenchman. He wins the AI Cup.
After 6 stops along the way, it's time for the greatest proving ground in online chess to drop that final pin in the GPS. Destination, Toronto, Canada. 8 players from all 4 corners of the globe descend on the Queen City with one goal: to prove who the one true king of online chess really is.
I think this is the strongest final there's ever been.
I know that it will not be easy.
It's nice to play in top tournament.
Magnus will want revenge.
It's my last tournament of the year. I'm a bit desperate to end it well.
It's having the opportunity to play against the best players in the world. It's always a challenge, and I enjoy it.
It's going to be a very close fight. It's going to be very exciting.
Live from Toronto, Canada, this is the 2023 Champions Chess Tour Finals, and it starts now.
Indeed, it does start right now. Shout out to Wood Harris. Shout out to our awesome hype video. It's the CCT Finals. You know the drill. We're getting set for day 2 of the semifinals here in Toronto. So much action about to go down on the board. We are downstairs now, no longer on the roof, here with Canty and Levy inside the playing hall where all the action has been taking place all week. And guys, boy, a lot happened yesterday. Yep. I'm going to skip past the first question, which is, was it hard to steal Ray Liotta's suit from Goodfellas?
Oh, listen, I appreciate it.
But it looks good. It looks better on you.
I appreciate it.
Clean.
Shout out Joe Bananas.
Shout out to Joe Bananas.
JB.
But you're looking good. Are you feeling good? And what was give me your biggest takeaway from day 1 of the semis?
Biggest takeaway was we got everything we could have asked for in the match between Fabiano and Magnus, and damn, Nodirbek is for real.
Yeah.
That was the takeaway.
That
So
was-
I love it.
we'll see if he can get to the finals.
Yeah, your thoughts.
Oh, Abdusattorov, honestly, I mean, really for me, Abdusattorov is swinging. It's more like,
Yeah.
you know, that guy that you know, you're running the race, right? And you know the guy's behind you, but he like really behind you. Like, is he really catching up?
Is he actually faster than me now? Maybe
Whoa.
he's.
You know what I mean?
What's going on? No,
Abdusattorov's that guy.
And I love that you said that we got everything we wanted, because we didn't know how we were going to get another epic Fabiano versus Magnus match. We kind of assume that it is usually going to be epic between those guys, but you know, Magnus was a moment away from losing, right? One game away, and he comes storming back in Armageddon. And then, of course, as you already said, Nodirbek showing that he is here to stay at the top. Well, we just gave you our takeaways. If somehow you missed it, we're going to give you the highlight reel, show you what went down right now.
I think that Magnus is about to get checkmated.
And Magnus, he slows down, but he's got 6 seconds to decide now. The rook can go on to the c file and win the queen.
gives up his queen, Magnus Carlsen. Surely Fabiano's going to take it. Wow, he just blundered the pawn with check. He should have pushed the other one, the g-pawn. Wrong choice there, and Magnus is alive. Look at those white pawns, paralyzing the black queen.
Fabi doesn't know where to go, but now it's winning for Magnus. He brings his rook all the way down.
Oh,
Rook it?
He chooses the wrong square. He trapped his own queen.
And it's handshakes. Magnus Carlsen does the unbelievable. He wins down a queen. Look at that big move. That is big chess by Nodirbek Abdusattorov, a rook sacrifice.
Impressive stuff there, Abdusattorov. Game over if he sacrifices his queen right now. Abdusattorov.
He does it. It's on the board. Abdusattorov finds the finishing touch.
This is simply game over. Wesley so resigns.
Abdusattorov, the comeback kid, strikes again.
Magnus drops his knight back. A big blunder according to the evaluation bar. Can Black just continue the journey with his knight?
Fabiano Caruana really bringing his A game today. Magnus Carlsen is about to go down in game 3.
Wow, we see resignation. That one is over. Fabiano in control from start to finish.
Pure determination from Nodirbek. It's just grit. His hard work is paying off.
One move away from winning. That pawn is about to get to H2.
There's 2 of them. Black has 2 of the pawns though, and Wesley resigns.
Nodirbek Abdusattorov also gets the back-to-back victory and takes the lead in his match.
The only way to keep Black's knight alive is to repeat and draw, and handshake. Abdusattorov takes it.
It's handshakes. Abdusattorov wins set 1 of the semi-finals against Wesley. So
Black's knight will trap this white king. Magnus has spotted it all.
All Magnus Carlsen needs is a draw, and he's about to force the draw. This is unbelievable recognition.
Fabiano just frustrated. He got so close. He tried what he had to, but in the end, handshake. Magnus wins.
Wowzers, wowzers. It was amazing. The Uzbek Dragon spitting hot fire as he takes down Wesley So. And he didn't even need Armageddon like Magnus did. Magnus, of course, as you saw there, comes storming back to win an Armageddon, and that's where we sit. If that's where we stay, we would have a Magnus Carlsen versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov final. Who knows if that's what we're in store for?
Yeah.
But again, real quick thoughts on the big play we just saw there.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's important to point out Fabiano was dominant in the first 3 games.
Yeah.
He almost won 3-0, right? But we're talking about Nodirbek. That's really the star. He came out guns blazing against last year's global chess champion, right? And that was Wesley So. He took him down after losing the first game. He stormed back twice. He won in convincing fashion, had absolutely no problems putting the match away, did not need an Armageddon yesterday. 19 years of age, the only other player currently sitting here that has a World Chess Championship, and that is in rapid chess. And doesn't get much better than winning at around 95.5% accuracy versus the second most accurate chess player in the tour, which is Wesley So, only behind Magnus.
Yeah, weirdly enough, it actually seems like, people forget all the time. And even I, like you say it every day, but then you forget that he's a world rapid champion, bro. Like if you said if Magnus was world rapid champion, oh, you expect that. Let's say, oh, you expect that.
5-time?
5-time, right? But Nodirbek is like, oh man, I'm a world rapid champion. I'm right behind you guys.
Yep.
I'm about to bring the heat and show you I am a world champion just like you, Magnus.
You always know that at some point the next generation is going to start breaking into this group and start winning these events, right? We all kind of want it, right? You have Magnus and Fabi and Hikaru and Wesley. They've been dominating for years. Yeah. But then when it starts to happen, it makes you a little uncomfortable. You go, wait a second, are we ready for this?
I mean, like, Nodirbek's born in 2004.
Yeah. I think I was graduating high school in 2004. But all right, let's show everybody the fun fact here, which is that Nodirbek is the youngest World Rapid champion. He won it as the second youngest behind Howell, second youngest World Rapid champion in history, right there. And again, he's a boss, right? There we see the ranking of world champions in any format. And Howell, man, I didn't realize she was so young when she won, by the way. Sorry, I'm just like staring at that stat.
Yeah, and I mean, she won she won the world championship overall.
Yeah, shout out to Howell, a great friend at chess.com. She's done commentary with us before, so I apologize. I fumbled a little bit looking at that because I was like, she was 16?
Yes. Nodirbek is the second youngest player in history to win a world championship. She won the overall women's world championship, but he won the world rapid at 17 years of age, and I think he won it in like a tiebreak versus Jan Nepomniachtchi, who's like, that's no slouch, man. That's a top 5 rapid and blitz player and classical player in the world, 2-time challenger for the World Chess Championship. Not at the time, but now we know. So, I mean, Nodirbek, he's got the nerves and he's got the skills to back it up.
100%.
Well, we're going to move through talking about his opponent now. Yeah. Wesley So, the guy who dominated. We've been calling him Flexi Serrano, all the things you talk about. 100%. But Canty, despite what was the dominant storyline through the round-robin portion, it could all be slipping away from Wesley if he doesn't hold on tight right now.
Yeah, in fact, it was the nerves. It was something we haven't seen from Wesley all, 6, 7 matches he played here until he played Nodirbek. In fact, when he played Nodirbek there, it got a little shaky. You could tell even Nodirbek said himself, he could just smell the blood in the water as he stares at his opponent, which is very uncomfortable. Imagine I'm just, what's up, Danny? Your move, bro.
Yo.
Your move.
Yo.
You know what I mean?
Don't get your makeup on my shirt.
I did that last time too, in fact. But staring at you that close, right? It's uncomfortable, right? So
I hate that,
he does
man.
a lot of
I hate that. You're just playing somebody, and they're just like this, and then they're just, oh yeah. How'd you like that move, bozo?
Yeah,
yeah, that doesn't feel too good, right?
Yeah, dog.
He just stares at you, and you can't stare back because it's your move.
It is a little different playing OTB when that stuff's going down, right? I mean, you feel like if So was shaky, which is what Nodirbek said, he felt like So was a little shaky.
Yep.
Maybe something has to do with the psychology, you think, a little bit there?
100%.
Probably a little bit. I mean, he doesn't stare at people because he thinks they're handsome. I mean, maybe he does. I don't know. Maybe he's like, damn, Wesley's got some nice stuff going on the face. He's looking at him because he's like, I'm going to bury you into the ground with my moves, not these fists, not yet.
Right.
And that's how he took the lead on day one. Like I said yesterday, this is Wesley's worst situation in Toronto. 2 years in a row, he won last year, and he destroyed the round robin phase, and today he's looking at potential elimination, 3rd and 4th place. So.
Who said chess was not a contact sport, right? Full of emotion and intimidation, seriously, and it is something that you can feel when you're here and you can see it as the players look at each other. But all right, we also had a lot of fun with Wesley. Maybe he's feeling intense right now, but he was feeling pretty relaxed after the round robin stage, and he and I got up to some topics a little bit off the board. All right, first game we're going to play is rapid fire.
All right.
Basketball.
Kobe.
Kobe, all right. Baseball.
Shoot. Well, the ones who play at the St. Louis Cardinals, they have some young players. I think was Mike Matheny a player?
Mike Matheny?
Yeah, I like him. Yeah.
Okay.
I meet him all.
What about soccer?
Lionel Messi, because he's very consistent.
Okay.
Also, since back in college days, he was already number one, and he's still until recently number one.
Football.
Mahomes, I watch him. I watch also his commercials.
Okay. Tennis.
Djokovic.
All right. I love it. Golf.
I guess everyone says Tiger Woods. But there's this very pretty girl, Paige Spiranac.
All right, I like it. All right. What about poker?
Gosh. I only know Jennifer Shahade. yeah, I only know her and Grichuk. So.
You hear that, Jen Shahade? You're the GOAT. You're the GOAT of poker. All right. Chess.
Danny Rensch.
Okay, come on. You're the best. I appreciate it. I'm going to say Wesley So then.
You said favorite, right?
The favorite? Who's the GOAT? Who's the GOAT?
GOAT?
Yeah.
Hard to choose. I'd say Fischer for now. But I suppose the right answer is Carlsen, but I'll say Fischer because he's American.
Okay. Chess boxing?
I'll pick my boy Kanti.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, he hasn't done it yet, but I think he might be one of the greatest ever when he's done.
Probably, yeah, he's pretty good.
Your favorite movie?
Well, say Lord of the Rings first comes to mind.
Okay.
Classic. I can watch it over and over again. But I like the newest Batman.
Okay.
3 hours long, the latest one. So
I like it.
Yeah, I think it's the best Batman movie ever.
Okay. Favorite book?
I like his history, like World War II books, World War I. I have tons of those. Also, books about Napoleon. Like, I'm a big fan of Napoleon, although the new movie was horrific.
Was it not good? Haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, man, I don't know Ridley Scott personally. Like, the actors were good. They did their best. No, like Joaquin Phoenix, I think, did a good job.
Yeah.
But the story was not accurate at all.
Okay. Yeah. You would know.
Yeah, so I pretty much read everything about Napoleon.
Favorite TV show?
Is The Crown a TV show?
The Crown? Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah,
Okay.
we're gonna go watch it right after this tournament, the latest season. I love it.
That's great. Favorite author?
I'd say Sam Shankland if he writes more books. Okay. Well, that's the first thing that comes to mind. Like, I really want to read Levi Rosman's book, so I'll get there one day.
Well, on Levi, I'll ask you, who's your favorite chess creator?
Well, Hikaru. I love his Twitch streams. Although since his Twitch websites, I've been following him less. Yeah. But when he was in Twitch, like, I enjoyed watching his Title Tuesday stream, especially. Like,
Favorite chess game of all time?
Okay, my game against Sergei Karyakin in 2017, Norway, was an amazing game. My win against Dingler in 2015 in Bilbao in the King's Indian was also pretty epic. Like, that was the last time he literally played the King's Indian with black. But I think...
You broke him. You broke him and his King's Indian relationship.
I broke his King's Indian, yeah, for sure. Like, he never played the King's Indian again after that, so... You guys should really check out that game. That was my most beautiful game.
One of my favorite games of all time, Wesley So over Garry Kasparov. It was a blitz game, but I covered it recently in my Everything You Need to Know About Chess series.
Thank you.
That was a game.
You did?
Yeah.
Thank you.
That was a game right there. All right.
Yeah, I wish I could play like that again.
Well, what about Wesley So, Magnus Carlsen, 2023 Champions Chess Tour? Not bad today.
Knight G5, yeah.
That was pretty good.
I made him jump.
You did. That was good. That was good.
I hope I can play it again. Knight G5.
Blitz or classical?
Classical.
Online or OTV?
Over the board.
E4 or D4?
E4.
Fischer or Kasparov?
Yeah, that's a hard question, but I go with Fischer at the moment.
Closed or open positions?
Open. Open positions.
Searching for Bobby Fischer, the movie, or The Queen's Gambit on Netflix?
Yeah, it's a tough question, but I go with The Queen's Gambit.
Okay. Wesley is hilarious. By the way, we had to edit that down because we talked for a while. He gave a lot of answers.
But we need that. We need these guys.
it.
We need these guys to open up, to tell us about their interests, because we need all the fans watching at home to care about them, not just their chess moves. Like, Wesley's a great interview. So thank you, Wesley.
Thank you, Wesley. That was awesome. It was great. There's more coming your way. If you follow our YouTube channels, you can get into it. But we have got to get into the next match, boys. We've got Carlsen 3-2 over Caruana because of the Armageddon tiebreaker. He's getting set today for probably a very, very motivated Fabiano. So let's move over to that one. If you're Magnus, I almost called you Wesley because I'm thinking about Wesley. If you're Magnus, Levy, you acknowledge that you didn't necessarily have your best chess yesterday. You also acknowledged at this point you kind of have an issue with starting slow.
Yeah.
So how do you fix it if you're Magnus's coach for a second?
I mean, if I knew, I would probably be up there playing as opposed to commentating. The first 3 games did not go his way. The last 2 did. Very much a tale of 2 matches within one match itself. We will see. I think Magnus is capable of adapting to whatever happens in the first game or 2 of today's match. So remember, the second set is a best of 4. If Fabiano clutches it out and wins that set, then they play a slightly shorter set, which breaks that tie. So we might have a bunch of chess today as we talk about the highest, ELO of all time, right? It's really hard to bet against Magnus.
Well, you mentioned Fabi clutching it out, Levy, and let's remind everybody that these 2 guys we're watching are 2 of the 3, obviously with Kasparov, highest rated players in history. So sometimes I think we take it for granted, but they may go down as always being 2 of the top 3 together, right? I mean, these guys have had incredible careers. Their rivalry is insane. And Canty, your thoughts? I'm just going to ask, do you think Fabi clutches it out?
Yeah, if Fabi does what he did yesterday and just stay in the groove here, hey, Magnus, he knows what he needs to do. Of course, Magnus is like, hey, if I'm playing at my best, if I'm feeling good, I'm going to play good. I'm one of the best to ever do it, right? But if Fabi can do what he did yesterday and just repeat and stay consistent and stay in his own lane there, he might have a chance, actually, really, as he did yesterday.
I thought Fabi was going to crumble when he blew that first game, but he didn't.
Yeah.
He almost won the match.
Right.
Yeah. I think he's the guy we always say is the most stoic, the most present. You think that that's something that's really going to pay off for him today?
Well, look, my picks were Carlsen and So, right? Because I just thought they were the favorites in their matchups. But I can't change that pick because now that I know the results of the first day of the semifinal. But I will say, it almost felt like Fabiano lost couple of mini matches within that match.
Yeah.
Right? Because he was up 2-1. That 4th rapid game with white, Magnus just showed up just vintage, imbalance, creating a complicated position, and he won. And the Armageddon was very tense, but it came down to a couple of critical decisions. So you lose a couple of... Now you got to wipe the slate clean, and you have to show up today. We'll see if Fabiano can put on a good fight.
Right.
And I'm just hoping for as much chess as possible, so...
Well, we're all hoping for as much chess as possible. We want long days here in Toronto because that means we're having a lot of fun. And all right,
more ad breaks,
or more ad breaks. We want more ad breaks. We want more subscribers. We do appreciate everyone, and we want more time with Kaya. We're going to throw over to her right now. Let her take it away and talk about catching up with Magnus Carlsen.
Hey, Danny, I'm standing here in the hotel lobby bar where the venue for the CCT Finals is. And I have to say, you guys are looking surprisingly fresh and feisty this morning because I hear you guys were spotted at a bar here in Toronto last night, having some drinks, playing some bug house with the chess bros. And I also hear Magnus Carlsen was there to hang out with you guys and to have some fun. And speaking of fun, that was one of the top goals for Magnus Carlsen this year. I met up with him in January and I asked him, what are your goals for the 2023 CCT season?
If you could list your 3 goals that you hope to achieve in 2023.
Magnus Carlsen is looking ahead to yet another year with exciting chess. But first, let's go back to 2022.
I would say on the board it was mostly pretty good. Overall, I think it was one of my better years.
He definitely seemed focused at the board, as the 32-year-old finished the year by winning back the Rapid and Blitz World Championship titles.
Was relief a part of what you felt there heading into a year where you will give away your classical title?
The timing is perfect. Like if there was one time that I really wanted those titles, it would be now. But yeah, it just gave me joy, and like still when I think about it, it makes me smile. It was a really great moment.
And joy is exactly what the world's best chess player wants more of in 2023.
Just wanna, to play and have fun. And I feel like that's true more than in a long time, especially now that I have these Rapid and Blitz World titles now. I can just relax and have fun. I think I look at it, at least sometimes, a little more philosophically than before. That, if I have a bad event, I have a bad event. Then I'll hit back in the next one. Number 1 is win a game with 1b3.
Okay.
And second is to have fun. And third one is to win a game from -10 position. That's for the tour.
And here they are, Magnus Carlsen, top 3 goals for the 2023 CCT season. And yesterday, he was able to check one of those goals off because he was able to come back from a -10 position against Fabiano Caruana in the first game. So let's see today, Danny, if he's able to also tick off those 2 other boxes. Back to you guys.
I love it. I'd say the second one is also checked off because we did have fun last night. I think Magnus is having fun. And we actually were joking about that video that when is he going to have a chance to win a game -10? We literally talked about that when the tournament started.
It wasn't even -10. There was an M.
It was mate.
There was I always say it was like a BMW model of a car. Yeah. It was like M10 or something. I mean, it was crazy. It was check. Obviously, finding a checkmate in 11, we all know Stockfish says that evaluation. That just means you win the queen, then you win the game. But
yeah, it's crazy.
I can't. But credit to Fabi for winning the next 2 games. You said it. Like
seriously,
I would have been pissed.
Yeah,
so.
absolutely, 100%.
Will he play 1b3? That's the question if he really wants to round out that list. I don't know if he is, but we're gonna round out our show open here by reminding everybody of what the format is. We've been doing it all week. You're having a blast. Let's remind you of what's ahead as we get closer to crowning the 2023 Champions Chess Tour champion.
The semi-finals are set. Our top 2 finishers from the survival bracket, Fabiano Caruana and Nodirbek Abdusattorov, have advanced. Our survivors now join Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen in a single elimination bracket. As the number 1 seed, Wesley has chosen his first opponent, Nodirbek, and we move one step closer to determining who will be crowned our champion of champions.
The match is rolling on. The updated most recent odds as of today. Magnus now an 87% favorite. That's, I mean, it makes sense, right? He won the first match. He was at 71 and kind of cut that in half, and now it's 13% only for Fabiano Caruana in regards to his chances. Who knows what those odds makers are really up to behind the scenes, fiddling with math. I don't necessarily believe in math. But no, I'm kidding. I think those odds.
Science.
We're not gonna get into
I'm not gonna. I'm not so into science or math. No, I'm kidding. But I think the odds check out. We'll see what happens, obviously, today.
Something interesting about that, Magnus was the pre-tournament favorite, obviously, at 50%. I believe yesterday he was still in the 50s. Maybe he broke 60, and now he's at 73, according to the math, which we saw. That means that they're taking the odds that he will play Nodirbek in a final. Right. Yeah. That's a little. If I'm Nodirbek, I'm beating Wesley. I'm going right back to the prep,
exactly.
and I'm pissed about that.
I'm
fighting the statistician that shows like how.
You think this Nodirbek guy looks for bulletin board material?
Oh, 100%. I think Wesley is the one right now on the back for maybe watching the broadcast, and he's like, oh yeah, you think I'm all wholesome and soft and like cute and cuddly? Okay, yeah. Well, wait till we get out here today, right?
Wesley is out there being wholesome and soft and cuddly. We hear him laughing. You can hear his laugh anywhere because because it's amazing and it's genuine. And all right. Speaking of amazing, that's our crew in Oslo. They're pretty good at what they do. David, Robert, and Tanya. I don't really have any better cue to throw to you. I'll just ask how you doing this afternoon.
We're doing great, Danny. Love the build-up. Also, big shout-out to Levy's suit. Great color there. Loved it. And we're really excited about, of course, the chess that's coming up. We will keep checking in with all the action with the gang in Toronto. But we have set 2 of the semifinals that are about to begin. What are we expecting from the players today, Robert?
Well, for some players, it might be their last match. For Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana in particular, they have to bounce back right now. They have 1 set to win, and if they do take the second set of the match, we go to set 3, and they'll have to do it all over again.
It's Magnus versus Fabi and Wesley against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. The Magnus-Fabi match, 5 decisive games, a thrilling match. Magnus looks like he's just rolled out of the bed, shows up to the game, is down a queen, wins the first game, is down 2 games, wins the set. How do you beat someone like that? How do you get over the psychological battle?
I think nobody knows. That's the answer. How do you beat Magnus Carlsen? Because you're always fighting the unexpected, no matter how strong he plays, no matter how he starts the game, no matter whether he plays Mimi openings, he's always eventually going to bring his best when the critical moments do happen, when the clock ticks down. So Fabi is up against it, but if he can start like he did yesterday, he's definitely got a chance.
And these two will be playing the other semi-final match. And it's always good to see Wesley in a happy mood. He's been having quite the field day on Twitter, enjoying himself. Looks extremely relaxed, but it's time to get his game mode on. He's playing catch-up to Nodirbek's set 1 win. Let's listen in.
That's switching chairs.
Okay. I get it. I have my technique now. Like, I can slide it.
It's good for Nodirbek. He usually played musical chairs as a kid. He's probably got a little bit more recent experience.
Does Wesley get to pick Magnus's chair as well? Oh.
Wow, maybe the players are superstitious choosing their lucky chairs here.
I feel dizzy just watching those chairs go round and round. And wait, Fabi, now he's moving as well?
How dizzy are you guys getting? I'm struggling to keep up with these musical chairs here.
They think they are ready. It's just
all right.
To make sure that we.
The players in Toronto are ready with their chairs, and it's time to get into the chess for Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He took set 1. This is set 2. Wesley has to win to take it to set 3. For Nodirbek, he's the guy who knocked out Hikaru Nakamura in the survival stage. Takes set 1 against Wesley So. Is Wesley feeling the pressure? Because Wesley had this incredible run in the round robin, but we've seen him get a bit shaky at the end.
Yeah, Wesley earlier in the event, he did have that 1 match against Maxime where he won on demand in game 2, but he hasn't had his back against the proverbial wall very much. And being in must-win territory for Wesley So can be a bit uncomfortable, and the games, they're off.
And we are off. Wesley So, what will be his opening approach in this one? A set that he has to win on demand. He does the usual, takes his glasses off, and it's 1b3. Cowboys everywhere are rejoicing. Magnus Carlsen said one of his 2023 aims is to win a game with 1b3. Can Wesley pull it off for him?
Wow, Wesley So loving the moment, loving Toronto, and surprising us. This I would never, ever have predicted. He has played 1b3 as recently as the World Cup, over the board in classical, in rapid. He has, years and years ago, produced a course, I believe, for chess base on this opening, before he'd ever even played it over the board. But this is really rare to see at the top level. White gives up any ambitions in the centre and starts playing on the flanks. Look at this last move. He's fianchetted a bishop, brought White's light squared bishop out, and now White's knight sits on the edge of the board. And Nodirbek replies in kind.
And this is one of those openings where I say, do not try this at home, because both players just put their knights on the rim. Wesley just moved his light square bishop for a second time before developing his kingside knight or castling. It's going to be a situation where you're like, what in the world? My coach taught me to develop all my pieces. Castle, don't block some pawn pushes so my other bishop can get out. This is wacky chess, and maybe it's what Wesley needs.
Do not try this at home unless you're Wesley So. But that said, Wesley is the one who's got his head in hands already. Plays a very unconventional opening approach right here. It's the kind of opening that you want to play in this format when your opponent has little time. It's rapid play. You want to get them out of opening preparation. But so far, Nodirbek has played quickly, and this is the first move that he slows down on. What is going on in his mind? Is he trying to counter the knight jumps that are coming from white next?
Yeah, Nodirbek, he's trying to just gain his bearings in this position. Of course, he wouldn't have expected 1b3 when the move came, when the time came. He will have faced it before throughout his career, though, and now he's just going back into those memory banks, that mind palace. He's recalling what his opening theory said. Maybe he's trying to get Wesley out of his preparation. Either way, this opening, Wesley here is going to look like a genius, or it will backfire. And yeah, we love to see it, though, either way, this approach.
In set one, it was Nodirbek who played the better chess in critical moments. And in this matchup, there were several critical moments as well between the two highest-rated players in the world fighting for a spot in the finals. Fabi has to win this set. It starts with the King's Pawn opening. And are we going to see another Archangels by Fabi that worked so well? The moment of truth is now.
Wow, and Magnus Carlsen repeating his strategy yesterday, which somewhat backfired. Yesterday, 1 win, 1 draw, 1 win, 1 loss with the white pieces for Magnus Carlsen, but both games he was suffering. It's Fabi, though, who switches things up. It doesn't put the bishop on c5, puts black bishop just on e7, so no dark Archangel today. Going back to more classical waters, Robert.
And we saw Magnus look to the side because he probably was anticipating that Fabi might go back down his chessable course. He may have spent a lot of time outside of playing in the pub, watching some chess videos, seeing what Fabiano had in store for him. But this is some classical chess opening lines. And Magnus playing a quiet variation from the white side, pawn to a3. He's not challenging black's advanced pawn on the queen side over here. So this might be a longer battle. Who do you think that suits more?
Normally, I would say Magnus Carlsen, but then again, Fabiano is still well within his opening preparation. And unfortunately, in this opening, the Spanish in general, there's not much new under the sun for Fabiano. He will have studied it all before, and you can see by his quick response, he's ready, he's prepared. He, with black, was the first to launch a surprise, and Magnus now the first to think.
And for set one, Magnus showed up straight out of bed. But it's clear that was quite a wake-up call for him. Everything that happened yesterday, he was so close to losing set one. And today, looking sharp, playing a sharp opening as well. Despite Fabi losing set one, it just feels that Fabi just needs to do exactly what he did on day one, because he could have pretty much wrapped up the match in 3 games.
Yeah, Fabi, he just needs to be maybe a bit luckier, a bit sharper when the clocks are really ticking down low. That's the only thing that stopped him in game 1 yesterday, but he did everything right. You talked about Magnus looking sleepy yesterday, looking a bit sharper today. Is that just because of the hair quality? Slicked back hair today for Magnus. Fabiano, meanwhile, always looks sharp. Bishop out to g5, still a new position, still a well-known position. Sorry, Robert.
Well, yesterday we talked about air quality, hair quality, and today we really do need to talk about chair quality because we saw the arbiter, Judith. She was fixing the players' chairs, making sure that they were sitting in their proper seat. And right now we see that Fabiano, he thrusts his pawn forward to c5. We are seeing some trades. So by pushing the c-pawn 2 squares, the square next to it, that d5 square, is one that is accessible to white's pieces. So Magnus, he's playing for these pluses. He has the control of that key central square, and for that knight on the rim for Fabiano, I do expect it to jump back. There it goes. I feel like we're still in the framework of these two players' preparation, and for Fabiano, he is making his responses very quickly.
Yeah, both players well-versed here. Just a mark of respect to each other as well. Both playing pretty much their best repertoire, not messing around with any kind of surprise openings. No 1b3 in this one. It's all about playing classical chess, minimal risk. Just play your best. And right now, Magnus again thinking, surprised by this last move, which looks very natural, looks very normal. I think Magnus he'll take a pause here, 1 minute or so, decide upon a plan, which pawns to push, potentially on the queen side, and then he'll go for it. But looking very balanced in these early stages.
We see Lo-Fi Girl there in the background. Some chill music. So far, a chill start to this game. And Magnus, he's very concentrated because while he may be up a set, he, of course, has the inside track to the finals. We saw the predictions beforehand. 73% chance to win it all, 87% chance to win this match. He's not taking Fabiano lightly. Fabiano did outplay Magnus a day ago in those first 3 games where Fabi did score 2 points in those 3 games. And it could have been even more had he not blundered away a winning advantage in the first one. But Magnus, he looks ready for what's about to come today. And for Fabiano, he may be shaken a little bit after yesterday's result, but he's clearly not broken.
I think what's about to come on the board today in this position is Fabi going ahead with the queenside pawns moving forward. That A pawn will march up the board where the square the knight has just vacated. We can expect the B pawn to move forward. Meanwhile, Magnus eyeing a central break, trying to get D4 in. But you always have to watch out. Fabi's bishop on F6 will open up if there is a break in the center. I'm once again liking this position for black out of the opening. Who would you say has won the opening battle so far?
Ooh, early days. Despite the fact we are out of the opening, normally signalled by when both sides have finished castling and development here. Pretty much most of the pieces have been developed. I'll still say that the players are aware of the middle game plans. They know roughly what they should be doing, which pawns to push, which pieces to put on which squares. So I'm going to try and hold off on answering that one for now, Tanya. I think it's the next 5 or 6 moves will dictate who has won the real battle. I don't think Fabi has anything to complain about, so I'm inclined to say black, especially after this last move. Black's dark square bishop will just drop back to g7, a nice hiding spot, the fianchetto square after all. But yeah, still maybe too early to tell.
And we get some King's Indian-like tendencies if that bishop is able to slide back and the f-pawn goes forward for black, because the side that controls the pawn breaks is often the side with the advantage. You hear me say this all the time. That's a key pawn break available to black. And for white, you can strike on the queen side. Maybe you push your pawn to b4. Maybe you push a pawn to a4. You have some choices here if you're Magnus Carlsen. I like that Fabi is playing quickly. Yesterday, that served him very well. When he had a lead on the clock, he also was able to dictate some of the course of action over the board. And for Magnus, he's trying to determine which pawn to push. How do I deal with this? He does play b4, and it remains level, but I like the chances that both sides have here. They're playing on opposite flanks.
Yeah, maybe I'm just too biased because I like these positions with black. I play them with black, and it just feels that you managed to get the space on the queen side. You can think about expanding on the king side. There's a5 breaks. There's potential f5 coming in next. You have to watch out with the d5 knight jumps, though. It's going to be an interesting fight. It's one of those positions that starts really slow and strategic, but once you get a break in, once the pawns start disappearing from the board, the position suddenly explodes.
Yeah, and it is likely to explode eventually, just judging by the way they were both playing yesterday as well. Often there would be slower starts, a bit of build-up, a manoeuvring phase for 10 or so moves in the middle of the game, and then suddenly it's just chaos. Clocks are down, tactics galore, left, right and centre, and right now this does feel like the calm before the storm in this game. And meanwhile, we might be able to switch to the other game shortly, because that one is much wilder, a very different type of game happening in the other semi-final right now. And here we go, Wesley So against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And wow, white's pawn landing on d5. He might have started with a flank opening, 1b3, very quiet pawn push, but Wesley has now gone to that central strategy and pushed everything forward in the middle of the board. To my eyes, just at first glance, superficially, it looks like he's achieved a lot here, Wesley So.
And look at the clock. Wesley is up nearly 5 minutes on the clock against one of the quicker players. Nodirbek is the one who's often pressuring his opponent on time. And this last move, d5, it's causing Nodirbek to pause here because the bishop on b2, he started as the b3 cowboy, and that bishop on b2, it's on the longest diagonal. If black sticks a knight in front of that bishop's diagonal, knight e5, the white queen jumps out to d4. And it's not even threatening a checkmate, it's just black's pieces are a bit loose in this position, and if you have to part with your dark square bishop, if you are Nodirbek, you're not going to be happy. There's such long-term pressure on this diagonal. I certainly prefer Wesley's chances.
Yeah, I'd agree with everything that you just said, Robert. And that last move, d5, black really doesn't have those many squares with the knight. The one place you don't want to go right now is the edge of the board, because you're just going to fall off the ledge. Well, I was talking about knight a5 because it just ends up getting trapped there with the move b4, David, while knight, the other knight move that you were pointing out, I think that's just not a happy move. Knight a7 has no future. Meanwhile, you can't drop your knight back to e7 either, because black-white just captures the knight on f6, and that would just destroy your kingside pawn structure, which means that your move, Robert, might just be the only one, and it feels as if black's pieces are getting in the way. That bishop on f4, the knight on e5, if the knight was to jump to the center of the board, just looks a bit unstable, but it's probably the only move that Nodirbek has.
And he's played it. The knight has just landed, and I love Robert's move, queen into the centre, always lining up on the diagonal with queen and bishop. This battery can be really promising long-term, and it causes some immediate difficulties. There's actually 2 moves that I'm quite attracted to here for white. Firstly, parking the queen in the centre, also even bringing this knight to the edge of the board to develop it with gain of time, with gain of tempo, forcing this bishop to move away. But ultimately, Wesley, he's achieved everything he can hope for in this opening. If he's feeling ambitious, he'll probably play this queen move. I'm looking at pawn to d6 as well, just clogging up Black's development. That looks a bit tempting to Wesley, so spoilt for choice. I think he's achieved everything he can hope for, especially today where he needs to strike back against Abdusattorov.
Somewhat amusing because White hasn't completed his own development, but that d6 idea that you're mentioning, it's a good one to just shut down that bishop before it even thinks about getting into play. So Wesley, he's a bit spoiled for choice at the moment. I think if I were him, I would try to maximize my time advantage because this position isn't going to get any simpler in the near future. If there's an imbalance of a dark square bishop for White compared to a knight for Black, that's a long-term initiative for Wesley, and I think he can use that to his advantage.
And that is almost a 5-minute advantage on the clock for Wesley So, and a good position out of the opening, putting pressure on Black's pieces. Now, set one had a very different narrative. When Nodirbek managed to get good positions out of the opening, we saw him convert technical endgames. We saw him play well, aggressively, sacrifice pieces and wrap it up when it was required. But this is the first time that we see Wesley get an initiative out of the opening. And this reminds me of a term that Magnus Carlsen coined, anti-young player chess. And 1b3, do you think that's what Wesley's achieved with this?
Yeah, because they prepare so deeply these days, thanks to the accessible engines, the players, they can study all of their opponent's games. B3 is not something you study in depth unless you're playing against Hikaru Nakamura, who plays it all the time online. And I do think that the top players, they come more ready for it because of all this online experience they get against these top players who do choose to go the B3 cowboy route. But in this position, I think they're both in novel territory. And I have to say that Wesley, he did the best he could, and he has a nice chance here.
Yeah, it feels like both players freestyling, and this hand-to-hand combat, it tends to favour the more experienced player or the player who's more comfortable in the type of position that is achieved. And yeah, he needs to stay clear of those long kind of technical endgames. Wesley So today, Abdusattorov was just too strong yesterday. You have to learn from your mistakes, try something new, and that's what he's been doing. So I love the approach with White. Bit strange to see Wesley tank for so long right now, almost 3 minutes of thought in this position where, yes, he's got 2 or 3 tempting moves that we mentioned. He brings his queen into d4, Robert's first instinct, very powerful move, gaining time against Black's bishop. But yeah, 2-3 minutes, he could have played this instantly. It was so natural, almost automatic. And Abdusattorov now needs to think. Hopefully he's been thinking in Wesley's time. He needs to react very quickly.
And in that third game yesterday, Wesley he was holding on for dear life in an end game, but with just a few seconds on his clock, it's where he went wrong. I think Wesley, he was so dominant the first 6 matches in the round-robin stage. He maybe was a little bit complacent, lost to Fabiano in a match that really didn't matter, but then he's facing off against a really hungry Nodirbek Abdusattorov, somebody who's determined in every single game he plays, whether it's in the park or on the grand stage of the Champions Chess Tour Finals. He wants it. He's always going to dig deep. So for Wesley, now he really has to dig deep, and he's doing a great job. I really like his position, control the dark squares.
And I think it's the kind of position that we need to dig deep into because Black doesn't have so many options on the board. We see with that last move, Wesley hits the bishop on f4. The knight on e5 is hanging because there's no way to stay connected to that. The only 2 moves that come to my mind, David, would be that you either capture the knight on e3 or fall back with that knight on e5 to g6, defending the bishop on f4. I'm not a big fan of retreating with the knight because I feel I'm opening up the diagonal of the bishop and the queen. I'm already eyeing moves like that white knight jumping to g4, putting pressure on that black knight. Take it, please take it. Let me give you a checkmate in one. Not going to happen, but these kind of things would at least terrify me. So bishop takes knight would be my move of choice here. What would be your approach?
Oof. I didn't even notice knight g4. I must admit, Tanya, I thought White would just develop, but your knight g4 would scare the living daylights out of me. And yes, maybe Black can cling on by dropping the bishop back, putting the knight on the edge of the board, but this is ugly. Really, really scary stuff, just purely due to the diagonal. So I agree. Bishop takes e3, none of that business. You take off and then ideally try to support your knight in the center next move. The problem is, after queen takes bishop, with this diagonal opening, can you support the knight? Do you have to move it anyway? It's a double attack, a double hit on your piece here in the center. The question is, after pawn to d6, can Wesley get greedy and capture a pawn? If the answer is no, but due to pressure on the e-file, then I think this is what Abdusattorov should be going for. I think this would provide at least some compensation for the pawn.
Definite compensation. It's just one of those moments where I always remind viewers that we and you have the evaluation bar off to the side. The players don't. So Nodirbek would know that he has some compensation. He just doesn't know how much. Is it justified? And even if not taking that knight on e5, like let's say black does take the knight on e3 and the queen takes back and you played pawn to d6. If white plays a simple move like knight to f3, just continues the development, it's a long-term advantage thanks to that dark square bishop for white. Black doesn't have a counterpart. So for Wesley, after we're seeing these trades, I would not take that knight e5, but Nodirbek doesn't even give him the chance.
Wow, dropping back, fearing that pawn sacrifice, but this knight is not well placed. Later, it will come under fire from Harry, the h-pawn over here. And also, it does give white the opportunity at some moment to even sacrifice a pawn, throw a pawn away to block in this bishop. So again, for Wesley, multiple tempting moves. Watch out for the white king even castling queenside if Wesley's feeling super ambitious in this game, because he has so much space here. He has the better bishop, the better pieces, and wow, this one is shaping up, this warming up really nicely.
And just how difficult that decision to give up the dark squared bishop for Nodirbek, you can see it on the clock. He took 3 minutes between two moves to decide. It was one of the lesser evils. He is feeling the pressure. White's pawns have given so much space. The two bishops super active, especially the one on b2. And Wesley is unstoppable today. He's just going all out. He doesn't think about development just yet. The h-pawn moving forward, h5 is a threat on the board. And the one thing I immediately notice is that if black was to slide the rook to the center of the board, David, something that is such a natural move, that bishop on b2 is quite the monster and comes to the rescue, because you just take away the knight on f6, a key defender of that rook. So rook e8 is not an easy move or the one that you want to make here. And we will deep dive into this, but we're getting some insights coming in from Toronto with Levy. Levy, Wesley, incredibly ambitious in today's opening.
Yeah, thank you, Tanya. And also, I noticed that we're matching, so that's very cool. And I mean, we're looking at the game here in Toronto, and we're blown away by what we're seeing. It couldn't have gone any better. I have a question I kind of want to ask the entire panel over there in Oslo. How much of this is Wesley's preparation and knowledge of the position, and also how much of it is Nodirbek's utter shock at getting hit with 1b3? Pretty non-traditional opening. And he might have just gotten himself into trouble, right? He just could be reeling from the very first move of the game.
Yeah, Levy, it feels like a bit of both, at least to me. It feels like the shock, the surprise, and kind of that steely determination to still play principled moves, to still try to be as kind of ambitious as possible. It's kind of come back to haunt Nodirbek. And how would you recommend to the viewers out there reacting to a surprise like this one? Follow Nodirbek's approach, fight fire with fire, or just try to survive in the early stages? Because clearly what's happened has backfired.
Never an easy choice, right? Because when somebody hits you with a surprise, you don't know how deep their preparation goes. And for Wesley, he's shown that he can achieve a good position. So I think for Nodirbek, he's doing the right thing for classical chess standards, using your time. But as we look right now, he's 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Wesley's nearly 9. It doesn't seem like it's good territory for Nodirbek.
So what's the next move? The position's good, the time advantage is strong, but black has 3 pieces pointing at white's g4 square. So I really want to play f4 here, and I wish I could teleport my pawn on g2 to g5 and my h-pawn to h6 all in one go. But I also kind of just want to play slow with like pawn to f3 and maybe long castles so nothing can go to the g4 square. What kind of stands out to you? We've got 2 grandmasters on the panel, so what stands out to you? How do you actually turn this attack into a full point? You can't just pause the game and say I'm better and get a win that way.
Well, I can do that because I'm sitting in this chair, but in all seriousness, Levy, you make a great point that white has several options. I would first play pawn up to h6 just to carve out all of the dark squares in front of the black king. And then maybe later, as you said, instead of pushing up to f4, maybe you can even sit the pawn f3, taking away critical jumps from the black pieces. But h6 right now for Wesley, David, that's what I'm looking at least.
Yeah, I love it. Combine all of those ideas, kind of the direct approach, lengthening the diagonal of the white dark squared bishop, and then take the slow approach, as Levy mentioned, just get developed, get kind of fully organized before launching that attack against the black king. The black king's not going away anytime soon. These long-term advantages are not fading. Wesley, he's made that move. Pawn to h6. Look at all those dark squares. Levy, do you think we'll see a checkmate at the end of this game?
I mean, it really is looking quite bad. h6, g6, now we have the queen and bishop diagonal there for Wesley, and we do see a long castle. I think Nodirbek can't sit and wait. He might have to create counterplay with something like pawn on b7 to b5 at some point. He may have to chuck a pawn, invest a pawn for some counterplay. But this is what I will leave you with and send it back to you guys. Wesley won the first game yesterday. So this is a potential disaster for Nodirbek in game 1, but it's not the end of the world, right? He is going to come right back just like he did yesterday potentially. So he also will come more prepared against 1b3. So that's the food for thought I will leave you with. And if Wesley wins this game, I still think we could go all the way.
Absolutely, and it's not over till it's over when you're playing against the world's very best players. For Nodirbek, he's in early pressure. He did lose game 1 of set 1, went on to strike and take the match, and it looks like this is going to be a tough start for him as well. I'm just looking at those dark squares around the king. That queen lands on g7, that's checkmate, and can't you just get rid of that knight on the center of the board, push that f-pawn 2 steps ahead? f4 would be my first thought in the position. What's wrong with that?
F4 for the score. I think you just win a piece. Nodirbek suddenly head in hands. I think he might have miscalculated. He's relying on a trick to bring the black knight forward to eye up a fork. b3 is loose. If you take this black knight now, whoops, a royal fork and you lose material. But I think he might have underestimated that this pawn can simply be defended. It's not actually that easy to hold this square, but even if you drop back the queen just to protect for one more move, this diagonal is still open. If the black knight moves, this is always going to be checkmate, just to show. And how else to keep the game going? You have to leap into the center, I guess, with the black knight. But now, you just move the queen.
It's actually quite clever. Yeah, it's quite clever from Nodirbek, and that's the thing. He is such a fighter because the queen needs to stay in line with that bishop. Otherwise, no checkmate there. If you move your queen back, oh, I'm hitting your knight e5 with my pawn, your knight e4 with my queen. Now the knight moves away from the e5 square, and the rook on e8 protects the knight over there on e4. The game continues. In fact, black wouldn't even be that much worse. So this is tricky stuff from Nodirbek. Maybe Wesley, I mean, we see the evaluation bar in the live position after f4, knight c5. It still says that white is much better. Maybe it's just like one of these just absolutely brutal moves like king b1. Just like, you're not going to fork me. You take my pawn on b3. I drop my queen back to c3. And now really both knights are under attack. But I have to give Nodirbek credit. He's giving himself a fighting chance. White doesn't have so much shelter in front of his own king.
That's actually an amazing resource. When I first spotted f4, knight c5 first was not even on my radar, and I'm sure for most of us it would be a difficult move to find, threatening a fork. But that's not the main thing. The thing is, it's not easy for white to actually defend that b3 pawn. So to think about just sidestepping with your king, giving it away, for Wesley, if he does the calculation, takes his time right now, and spots this defensive resource of king b1 that you pointed out, this could be a quick game then.
Yeah, this would be almost over. White would win a piece. This black knight would drop. Still some work to be done to wrap it up, to convert the advantage. But I think ultimately this is the key moment. If he finds king to b1 at the end of this 2-3 move sequence, he should win with white. And he plays the first move, f4. Moment of truth, he plays king b1. Wesley so has a decisive advantage. The knight is falling in the next move.
Love this style from Wesley, just playing this ambitious chess from the very start of the game. He's finding the tactics when necessary. So it's not just like Wesley only enjoys these quiet positions. And we see the position on the left-hand side. That is a very quiet position between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. We see that both sides have queen, 2 rooks, 5 pawns, and a minor piece. It's very even on the left side. But on the right side, we're going down that line. Wesley So has a huge advantage.
And this is the Wesley that we saw in the round-robin stage. And then he lost the last match to Fabiano Caruana, and we saw him struggle on day 1. But this kind of precise chess is exactly what happened in the first few days in Toronto, and Wesley is back in form.
Back in form. It feels like the beast has woken again. It's woken up from that slumber of just a couple of days off there, Wesley So. And yes, the black knight is jumping, dancing around, but white is up material. White has an extra bishop now for just 1 pawn. And yes, even if black gets another pawn for it, it's all about the black king. There's always going to be checkmating ideas on g7. And actually, yeah, I don't see too much resistance. Abdusattorov, he really needs a miracle now.
And Levy pointed out that on set 1, it was Wesley who got the first win in, but it was a very different game. The entire game, it felt as if it was advantage Nodirbek, and then in the time scramble, Wesley managed to get some tricks in and win it. But this one, start to finish, Wesley has dominated from the opening stage. He takes Nodirbek by surprise, then plays energetic chess with that h-pawn moving forward, playing on the dark squared weaknesses, and now he's up material. By the way, also on the left side, we see A lot of moves being blitzed out, but I think the evaluation still remains level.
There's very little material remaining on the left-hand side between Fabiano and Magnus. That's advantage Fabiano. Drawing with the black pieces, that's what you're told to do at the highest level. A very solid start for him. But on the right-hand side, Nodirbek, we don't really see him play too solidly very often, but it's not the type of game that he wanted out of the gates against Wesley. You don't want to give him that confidence because Wesley's win in game 1 yesterday, that was from Nodirbek going too far. He had an extra pawn in an endgame, but then he couldn't hold himself back, couldn't show that restraint, ended up losing. Here, it's just Wesley blowing him off the board.
Yeah, when Wesley has nothing to lose, as we saw earlier in the tournament against Magnus Carlsen in that amazing Armageddon, then Wesley just displays some incredible chess. It's as if Wesley turns into Mikhail Tal somehow, just sacrifices pieces, attacks, checkmates, and he's doing the business there. Meanwhile, back to the left-hand side of your screens, Magnus Carlsen against Fabiano Caruana. Level pawns, but things are changing, pawns are dropping. Actually, if anything, I would probably take Fabiano's position if he can stabilize in the next move or two, because White's remaining pawn on that left side of your screens, the B pawn, is weak. Black's bishop is about to unleash itself and become a very strong piece. I think Magnus needs to pull the brake now, and there should still be ways to force the draw, but ultimately it should just be level.
And Fabi had to fall back with the queen to defend that rook on b8, which was hanging, so no time to pick up that knight on f3. He needs to watch out for his clock, though. Fabi is down to about 2.5 minutes. Magnus has a 3-minute advantage almost on the clock. Is it time for Magnus to liquidate the situation further, pick up that e5 pawn, and he'd be happy if Black was to pick up the b4 pawn? Can Fabi actually make something of the pin if Magnus was to go knight into pawn at the center of the board?
I don't actually think there's a way to exploit the pin because White can always defend it, but it does look like, as David would say, hoovering off the pieces is the way to go. So if Magnus can just get them all off, it'll be equal. But on the right-hand side of our screen, the eval bar went down a bit. Nodirbek quickly responded, and it went right back up. So perhaps missed opportunities there for Nodirbek Abdusattorov. I don't think he's mentally resigned because he always gives a fight, and he is opening up a line on the right-hand side in front of the white king, but apparently there was a better move.
Yeah, there was a better move. Not an easy one. I think he played the most human approach, Abdusattorov. He's trying to open up White's king, which doesn't look like it has too much shelter, so still some counter chances against Wesley's king there. But he could have actually brought the black queen forward into e7. Difficult move, eyeing up the a3 pawn. There was a pin on the e-file. Now Wesley has stabilised. The only safe square for the white king is the one in the corner, but luckily it's protected by that beautiful dark-squared bishop, which landed on b2 as early as move 2 and is now dominating the board, dictating the play. Wesley still a piece to the good.
Nodirbek Abdusattorov, as always, just never giving up. And I think there were a lot of takeaways from day one, and one of them was that you just continue to fight it out till the end. And he has sacrificed his rook for that bishop that you were pointing out, which controls key squares on the queen side. And now Black can think about stepping up with that rook to b2 to create some chances, to at least create a chaos on the board. A huge threat. Queen takes pawn, as well as the knight in the center of the board under fire.
And Wesley's move here is pretty easy. He has one move that defends the knight and defends the pawn. Queen diagonal to the right-hand side. Queen e3 protects both. The black king is also about to get checkmated. So it's not just the white king in danger. The black king actually may be even more trouble. So great recognition by Wesley. Also great time managed by him. He's been leading on the clock from start to the finish, and now Nodirbek just down to a minute left, and his chances are going out the window.
And I want to draw your attention to the left side of the board, because that central pawn was grabbed by Magnus Carlsen, and we were talking about whether you take advantage of the pin or not. Fabi, instead of hoovering all the pawns off the board, steps up with the rook to the central file, attacks that knight. White has moved the rook as well. Are we expecting all the trades on that e5 square? Pick up that b4 pawn, draw, agreed?
Yeah, Fabiano Caruana has the chance to draw pretty much on the spot if he trades off the white knight in the center of the board over there. If he takes it, it's a draw, guaranteed. He's looking for more. He's trying to look for options to keep the game alive, but ultimately there was nothing else. He takes. The rook's off the board as well. Black will take the pawn and dead draw. We see a handshake. Carlsen against Caruana. It is a draw.
First game between the two top players in the world, world number 1 and world number 2, ends in a draw. 3 more rapid games to go. Meanwhile, Wesley putting the finishing touches in his game. Has Nodirbek managed to muddy the waters from a practical standpoint?
Yes and no. I'm going to say yes, he's muddied it. It looks a bit of a mess right now. Wesley chose Messi as his favourite footballer. This position is the definition of Messi, but I do think he's going to win it. I think he's just got too much control. He's got an extra rook. Nodirbek trying his best to set up these sneaky traps, attacking White's rook on d1 now, threatening to maybe bring the black rook to b3, but look at this. Wesley so energetic. Knight to c6, counter-attacking against the black rook. Watch out for the black king. Checkmate on the back rank incoming. And I think this will be the clincher.
There's checkmate on the back rank. There's a checkmate if that queen lands on g7. Everything is a problem for Nodirbek. He's also down an entire rook, right? It's not like he has material compensation.
And I think that's the point. Even if he doesn't deliver the check and the queens get traded off, that's an end to the game as well. Where there's one check that black gets in, do not step up with that king to a2. That would be a mate on Wesley. So he blocks it with the queen. No time to pick up the rook on d1 because black's queen is hanging on f6. And that is it. It's handshakes. Wesley gets the job done in game 1 on his route to try to level the match score and take it to set 3.
We heard that interview with Wesley and Danny. Wesley talking about his best game ever against Sergei Karyakin, which was a beautiful one. You should all look that up. But this game right here, that was also a sight to behold. He just crushed Nodirbek, never gave him a chance.
Absolutely, and I think that was the more impressive thing than the actual win itself, that how it was Wesley dominating from start to finish. The Magnus Fabi game, which ended in a draw, was peaceful throughout, and I think for that, Fabi should be relieved with the black pieces, once again neutralizing out of the king's pawn opening, keeping everything under control. But Wesley was the MVP of this round.
Yeah. This was Wesley so at his best, back to another level, and I want to show some highlights from that game, from that classy victory against Abdusattorov in the first game of today.
We will get to that segment and throughout the Champions Chess Tour. The players right now are in Toronto playing over the board, but throughout the season, they have been setting up their Opera browsers and been playing some spectacular online chess. It is the world's first ever chess-themed browser with some really cool features, including a built-in VPN. You've got the Messenger on the side, and the best part, my favorite part, Robert, there's a chess.com integrated on the sidebar. You click it, and you can start playing chess immediately.
I mean, it's bad news for a lot of people out there who need to stop playing so much chess. I know some of you are playing chess into the wee hours. You know who you are. Maybe take a break every now and then, but that's really cool. Just one click away, you get to go and play your friends or anyone on the internet.
The Opera browser, you've got to check it out. And David's going to show you how it's done while analyzing a key position as well, David.
That's right, Tanya. Robert alluded to those chess addicts out there. I am one of them. And I'm going to show you not just how I play, but also how I analyze these games. So this is my start screen. Nothing special going on until you see the Opera browser. I'm going to open it up. This is my homepage. You see the cool background here, chess.com integrated indeed. I'm going to go to the shortcut. This is my favorite feature. You can go there, minimize it when your boss comes round at work, if you're secretly playing some chess games. And this is how I analyze. So right now you have all the options here, of course. I'm going to go into the Champions Chess Tour Finals. And here we do see us on the screen, our broadcast. But not just that, I'm going to go into the games where Wesley So did defeat Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And this game we see, if I can maximize, which I will try to do here, we do see the game we had earlier. Wesley So did win, and it was just this one moment I wanted to highlight, the classy moment where he clinched it all the way back in the early stages of the middle game with this beautiful bishop along the diagonal. Here we have the computer moves, the accuracy, incredible, 94% and 94.7 in a complicated position. But it was here, pawn to h4, one to remember at home, push those rook's pawns, especially when your opponent has a sitting duck, a sitting target here, like the black king, and just a few moves down the line, the h-pawn was the one, the wrecking ball. It wrecked the black king's structure. There were all sorts of checkmates, and later this diagonal became the essential one. Wesley wrapped up the win of a piece just a few turns down the line, pawn to f4, and he went on to clinch the game.
Opera is amazing, and the speed with which Wesley So got the job done in Game 1 is also amazing. And before we start Game 2, we got a couple of minutes, the perfect time to get your Opera browser on go.chess.com/opera. Best ever chess team browser in the world. And Wesley So's got a smile on his face after that fantastic Game 1. From start to finish, flawless play. And meanwhile, Nodirbek Abdusattorov will be fighting it back. We will be back in just a few.
Nodirbek Abdusattorov is a phenomenon. The teenage prodigy from Uzbekistan had his first big breakthrough in 2021 when he won the World Rapid Championship. Since then, he has smashed through the 2700 barrier and even led his country to their first ever gold medals at an Olympiad. It is Abdusattorov's endgame skills that truly set him apart from his peers. He has a very mature approach to the endgame, as evidenced by this win against Magnus Carlsen in the 2021 World Rapid Championship. In this position, Abdusattorov had white. He is ahead in this race, white's pawn only being 1 square away from promotion, and after a careless move by Magnus, playing the pawn to b4, he didn't get tempted. He wasn't greedy. He did not capture this pawn, instead delivering a very accurate check. This immediately provoked a mistake from Carlsen. The endgame is winning for white anyway, but Carlsen advanced his king to the corner, and this cross-check, forcing the queen exchange, won the game for Abdusattorov. After the queens disappeared, white is about to make a new queen, and he went on to win the game.
A new opening for your wall is here. Capture new major pieces on unique metal posters from Displate. Now with the official collection from chess.com. Mount them in seconds with a tool-free magnet kit and swap them whenever you like. Make your move. Get an exclusive discount on all metal posters. Shop now with the code CHESS at Displate.com.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
Who doesn't love the Mittens plushie? And it is on our merch store. Some great gifts that you can pick up for the holiday season. Head to chesscom.shop. It's bigger, it's better, and it's cuter than ever. And speaking of plushies, it is time to get to some plush chess as Wesley So gets the early lead in his match against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and he gets it done, ticking off one of Magnus Carlsen's goals for 23. Win a chess game with 1b3. And speaking of Magnus, Kaya got up with the world number 1.
Game 1 is a draw. And is that a good result for you, Magnus, when, Fabi will have to win this match?
I think it's all right. I wasn't thrilled about the way... I wasn't thrilled about the way that I handled it. I think my play was a little bit too soft. I was thinking after all these exchanges that I might have some good knight versus bad bishop scenario at some point, but it's not. I think it's not remotely realistic. So I think that was a bit of a misjudgment. Like generally, white doesn't have much in general, but the way that I played out just made it really easy for him. But at least it's nice to have one game that's not,
All right, Magnus, today we have been talking about your goals today because yesterday you checked off your goal of winning a game from -10 position. So first of all, resourcefulness, I guess, was like the topic for you yesterday. What is the topic for you today?
Well, clearly in the first game, a bit of solidity, but I'm sure the match will take off eventually.
And 2 more goals here. Have fun. I have to ask you, have you checked that off in the CCT season this season?
Oh yeah, I mean, I've definitely had lots of fun in different tournaments and finals as well. It's been a little bit stressful at times, but it's still had some fun moments.
All right, so we're gonna get that checked off. But the third one, to win a game with 1b3. I know you can't reveal your openings, but do you have an ambition to make that happen before the CCT 2023 is finished?
I haven't won a game with b3
this season.
No. Okay, then I might have to try.
And funny that we are talking about that, because I don't know if you checked out Wesley So's game. He played with 1b3, and I think he just won that game.
Yeah, I mean, what's not to like? Like, it's not a terrible move.
Well, not to reveal any of your opening tactics, but what is it about for you rest of today?
I don't know really. I mean, so far that's a bit of a tentative start, but we'll see what he wants in the second game.
Well, go have some fun, Magnus. Thank you for stopping. We will get that checked off. Magnus Carlsen confirms he has had a lot of fun in the CCT season this season. So back to you guys.
And we've had so much fun as well. Kaya there giving some opening ideas. Maybe 1b3 needs to check that off his list. He doesn't have that much time. But there is also World Rapid and Blitz coming up later.
Yeah, Magnus has time to check that off his list. He's having a lot of fun. That's a good thing. And I was just thinking, he said his play was a little bit too soft. That was the first draw between them. Yesterday, I don't know who was Paul Dano and who was Daniel Day-Lewis, but there was definitely blood. Today, we have a quieter start in their match. But Wesley, on the other hand, he got the job done against Nodirbek in game 1.
How much would you love to see Fabiano throw 1b3 at Magnus right now?
Oh.
Just to be a bit of a troll, just to get in Magnus's mind. It feels like all the players are having fun out there in Toronto. Fabi needs to get in on the action.
Yeah, he does. And we did have a lot of action with 5 decisive games, including the Armageddon between these two in set 1. A slow, solid start between the world number 1 and world number 2, but it was anything but solid on our other matchup. Wesley So going all out today.
I think that Nodirbek would have preferred to be solid, but Wesley gave him no chance at all. Wesley was in a punishing mood. He delivered a knockout very quickly. That was barely even a game. I don't think Nodirbek even felt like he got his feet beneath him. So we'll see what Nodirbek brings in game 2. He actually has come back from a deficit 3 different times in the Champions Chess Tour finals here. So he's proven already that he can do it.
Yeah, including against Hikaru in the survival stage as well, losing game 1, striking back, and then knocking Hikaru Nakamura out. On day 1, on set 1 of this very semi-finals, Nodirbek Abdusattorov lost the first game and then strikes straight back. What does he need to take away from those 2 games is exactly what he's thinking about. He starts with the white pieces. What will be critical in the opening in this one?
Well, firstly, he needs a better opening than the previous game. Luckily, starting with white, he'll dictate the nature of the play, the pawn structure, and maybe he'll be able to land the first surprise. I think that would be key for Nodirbek. But then just do what he's been doing throughout the tournament. As Robert mentioned, he's come back so many times. His play is decisive by nature, and he's got to take inspiration from these semi-finals in general. We've had 11 games, including yesterday's Armageddon, 9 decisive results, only 2 draws. It feels like something's in the air out there.
And he can take inspiration even from the first game. He got into big trouble against Wesley So, but finding that resource with knight d7, knight c5, Nodirbek is sharp.
It shows that he's not going to go down without a fight, but he's playing Wesley So, and you look at Wesley, he's ready for game 2.
And we are ready for game 2 as well. And in just a few seconds, we will have the first moves. Nodirbek Abdusattorov playing catch-up. He starts with the white pieces. Will it be the king's pawn opening? It is the queen's pawn opening. Wesley there adjusting the pieces. Jadup. And what is he going to start with? Knight to f6?
Ooh, he lingered on his knight for a second, but nope, it's symmetry. Copycat chess, d4, d5, and the queen's gambit offered by Abdusattorov, rejected swiftly by Wesley. So going for the Slav defense, one of the most solid openings in chess. And what variation of this Slav will we see? How ambitious will Nodirbek be here? All the knights are out now. And decision time. Does black just set up more pawns on solid squares? Does he capture white's pawn? Here we go. Semi-Slav. And the triangle variation, where black just puts pawns in the center.
It's interesting because Wesley, in classical chess as well, has often chosen to play Queen's Gambit accepted positions where he takes that pawn on c4, but he doesn't want to give Nodirbek the center. When you steal that pawn, it is a gambit. White would control some key central squares, namely the e4 square. So Wesley, he's adopting a much more solid approach. He says that my pawn triangle, it's going to keep control of the center for now. I can develop my dark square bishop, castle my king. I think that Wesley's taken the right approach thus far.
And very instructive how Wesley waits for white to first develop the bishop and then captures that central c-pawn, forcing Nodirbek to waste one move by having to play the bishop twice and immediately strikes with b5. This is still within theory territory. That bishop, the light squared bishop that Wesley has, will come out to b7. And often these positions are again about getting those central breaks in for black. If Wesley is able to get the c5 going, but right now under control, what do you make of this choice by Wesley to dissolve the center?
Yeah, interesting choice. It means that he's deep in opening preparation. Otherwise, Wesley wouldn't be playing like this, giving white extra central pawns. Lovely shot there, I've got to say, with both Fabiano and Magnus. Super curious, super interested in the opening developments before they get ready for their own games. These top players, they love chess. They want to learn all the time. And, OK, they go off ready to start their match. But in the meantime, it is Nodirbek the first to slow down.
Nodirbek's thinking here because he has a big choice. Does he push his pawn in the center? E4, they say, is best by test, and he can test Wesley right here to see if Wesley understands the dynamics of the pawns pushing. But I think that right now Nodirbek should be happy with the outcome, even though he's the one thinking.
It will be a fight in the center with Nodirbek expanding with e4 and Wesley trying to break with c5. And meanwhile, this fight continues with Fabiano starting with the white pieces. And once again, we see him employ the king's pawn opening. And this time, no Sicilian. But Magnus Carlsen, his opening of choice for the Armageddon. A more solid approach. Thankfully, we will not see a Berlin.
The Sicil was killed yesterday. Fabiano Caruana beat Magnus Carlsen. The white side of that Rosselin was Sicilian. So now we get an Italian game. And it's a quieter start. There could have been a fried liver for those of you who learned chess as kids, where everyone's playing the fried liver, going straight for that f7 pawn. Not here, not against Magnus Carlsen. There's a ton of theory there. And at the highest level, that theory often allows black to equalize.
Yeah, just looks like normal things happening on the board. And shout out to Air Things for showing us the air quality out there in Toronto. Looks like perfect conditions for the players. We see the chairs, we see the kind of esports arena we've built for them, and no complaints about the conditions. Great, great temperature. Magnus loves it warm out there. 25 degrees in Toronto. I'm jealous sitting here in Norway where it's freezing outside. But in the meantime, early days, it is the Italian opening, and Fabiano very ambitiously brings his bishop out. So he's feeling good. He's feeling ambitious in this game, as evidenced. This last move, it is risky. White's bishop could be misplaced if it gets kicked about, but it is provocative at the same time, asking black to push pawns forward.
And that's the kind of chess you need to play right now. And that last move by Magnus, it just signals that he wants to keep everything under control in this position, wants to keep it as solid, and basically ask Fabi to show his cards, to try to create something. Magnus not getting provoked to push the g-pawn forward just yet. We see Fabi trying to get more space on the queen side, that a-pawn can further march down the board to a5. A technique that got him good results in set one.
It did indeed, and right now I think that Magnus has a bit of a passive position, but he's okay with that. If he keeps drawing the games, the good news for Fabiano in particular, that a 2-2 tie, there are no ties with Armageddon on the line. So for Fabiano, if he just draws the next 3 games, he still have a chance in Armageddon. But Magnus says, I don't want to risk losing. I don't want to play anything overly ambitious. Why should I? I won set 1. I have the inside track to the finals.
Yeah, historically, Magnus has such a monster score in Armageddon chess. Norway chess, the event earlier this year, he won 7 in a row there, only losing 1 eventually. This tournament, he's only lost one Armageddon, Magnus, to Wesley So. And yeah, I think Fabiano, it's nice to have that safety net, but he needs to strike earlier. And these pawn pushes, it does show he's being ambitious. Magnus, unsure how to react. This is always frustrating when the opponent pushes their rook's pawn on either flank so far up the board. Do you block it? Do you let it continue advancing? We've seen that backfire on multiple occasions. That white pawn could well become a queen later on. It's so close to promotion. Later in the endgame, a real ace card up his sleeve. And Magnus pausing for thought. Does he want to waste time? Even looking at the queen side, maybe he focuses on the other flank right now.
And if he does that, then he's provoking or inviting Fabi to push that a-pawn even further down the board. If it's white to play, I think a6 becomes a reality in the position. You really want to break down on the queen side. For Magnus, the choice is, does he continue with development or waste that one tempo, pushing his own a-pawn, stopping the advance on the left side of the board? I would be tempted to pause and go a6 here.
Yeah, it's Magnus's style as well, not to allow pawns too far, kind of too deep into his throat, into his position here. And it's actually Magnus's style to push his own rook's pawns up the board as far as possible, as early as possible. So Fabi taking a leaf out of Magnus's book. And OK, he doesn't block its advance, so white might well be able to establish a really strong pawn on a6 in the next few moves. First, a question. Light bishop trade or no light bishop trade? Fabiano has to decide what to do with this tension right now.
I think he more or less has to trade the light square bishops, but does he want to actually take that black bishop on e6? And we see him just grab it now. Double pawns, they're often criticized, not seen as particularly good in the end game. But at this stage, double pawns means open files. That rook next to the black king, it's on a semi-open line. There could be an attack in the future. And now the a6 pawn, it doesn't feel as strong, because if you push it up there for Fabi, you can't really capitalize on the light square weaknesses without your light square bishop.
Yeah, therefore, Fabiano just completes development. He gets castle with the white king super safe now. And Magnus needs to decide upon a plan. White's plan is simple. White's going to expand on the queen side. Pawn to c3, pawn to b4, throw pawns forward. Maybe kind of eventually aim to open the center, but just really tense right now. And wow, en passant isn't forced, Magnus. Did you not realize? Did you not get the memo? He puts a pawn on b5. We say wow because it's such a kind of intuitive move. I think we're so the idea is so ingrained deep within us that we can never allow en passant at any cost, that we sometimes forget these types of moves exist. And yeah, he's basically saying, I'm bypassing your pawn. If you don't capture me en passant right now, white's a pawn might stick out like a sore thumb.
But if Fabi was to en passant, that only helps Magnus to develop his pieces without moving it even once. And that's that rook on a8 that will be very happy after the a-pawns move on to the b file. I would be surprised if Fabi actually decides to go a takes b6, the en passant that you're talking about. Natural moves like put that c2 pawn to c3. And I've got a big threat on the board. Would be something that I would consider here, David. I want to go queen b3 next, but just as I say it, Fabi takes a drastic decision. He decides to go for the trade on b6. Does this surprise you at all, Robert?
I am surprised because I think that this allows black to continue his plan. He's just trying to trade off pieces. That pawn on e6, it's hard to target it. It's maybe the one weakness in black's position. And Fabi, he's continuing to develop like nothing has happened at all. But I don't know where he is going to strike, because if you push d4 in the center, that eventually will allow a series of trades. Black will no longer have double pawns. So I don't think that Magnus is the least bit unhappy. And we first have to trade rook, something like that. But the point still stands that it will allow black to undouble the pawns. And that means that there's no issue whatsoever. I think Magnus, just like Fabi in game one, is super happy in game two.
Yeah, Magnus described his play as a bit soft. It feels like White's play has been a bit soft here as well, not able to achieve anything much. And like you said, Robert, if you trade off rooks and then go d4, this is kind of the only kind of logical way to make progress right now, or at least the most direct path. But yeah, just a series of trades. Why should black ever be worse here? I don't see it. Black can always block the center, push a bunch of different pawns, depending on his taste right now, and looks very, very level to me.
Yeah, well, Magnus Carlsen can afford to be solid. Fabi cannot. This is one of his two whites, and he has to find a way to break through, and he has to do it soon. This game looks like Magnus should be happy out of the opening outcome. No big weaknesses. Rooks getting traded off on the A file. While on our other board, to me, it looks like the kind of opening that you want when you are in a must-win situation. Well, not in this particular game, but over the match. Nodirbek has to score somewhere. We see an asymmetrical pawn structure. There is an offer of a knight on e4, but more importantly, the fight for the c5 c5 square. If white is able to control that, white does end up with an advantage out of the opening.
And black can go wrong here in a number of ways. For example, a tempting move. Rook C is a great move from Wesley. So you don't want to push your pawns too soon. That was a lesson I was about to try to teach everybody, because if he had pushed his B pawn too early, that gives white, just hands it over the light squares, and that would be light square domination. It'd be hard for black to fight off for those squares. So I think that this is a great start for Wesley. Is he going to strike with c5? It's a question that will remain unanswered until Wesley actually plays that move, because that's the key idea.
Yeah, just building up, Wesley keeping the tension. And body language, it doesn't look like Wesley's too thrilled with this position, but at least he has no weaknesses. And if he does get that kind of c5 break, we will show this on the board shortly, but if it's all about that square, all about that pawn break. And Abdusattorov, no obvious moves to clamp down yet. He still needs a bit of a helping hand, I would say, here in order to fully achieve exactly what he wants right now. White's goals to shut down that c5 break, not quite attainable right now. So really tense position, really balanced. But Nodirbek, I wouldn't say that this is exactly what he would have been hoping for. He would have maybe wanted something a bit more dynamic rather than playing for these small, kind of strategic, preventing pawn break type of ideas.
But it's never easy to achieve that when you're playing against a player like Wesley.
No. Tough to beat.
Tough to beat. And in this one, tough to crack as well, the position that we have in front of us. Once again, it is a fight for who gets control of that c5 square. I'm looking at natural moves here for white. You know, you're playing on the white side. You want to get your rooks into the game. You want to get them onto the central file. The good news for Nodirbek right now is that because of the pressure on the pawn next to the c pawn, the b pawn, the b5 pawn, c5 isn't exactly easy to achieve for black.
And black did have a free move. I think he can get away with c5 simply because the rook on c8 stares down the path towards the black queen on c2. So c5 is a huge idea, and you see that Nodirbek first trades, and he's trading some more. So he is doing everything he can to prevent the c5 push, because now if there's a knight trade again in the center, as the knight covers c5, you can't play c5 because the bishop is loose. The queen b6 for black, that's often the way to solve your problems, is you defend your bishop, you reinforce the c5 square, but white is just in time to push with b4 now and truly clamp down on the queen side. So Nodirbek's doing everything right here. He keeps posing this question, can you get c5 in? Will you be able to make it work? And for the moment, it doesn't seem that easy to accomplish for Wesley.
Yeah, the big question is, does Wesley have options? Does he have to trade off a set of knights? It looks like the white knight is heading into this square. And just to show what not to do, kind of the nightmare scenario for black is to just kind of ignore this, to allow the white knight to park itself on c5, to have to trade off and to be left with a horrible, horrible bishop. This is why we're talking about this pawn break so much, because suddenly you could find yourself with a dead piece stuck behind its own pawn here on c6, and white would have the bishop pair, white would have a bind on the dark squares. This would be one-sided traffic, and actually I think long-term white simply winning. So you have to act very quickly, Wesley, so before a white knight lands on the square, or before white is able to clamp down with a move like b4.
The more you're breaking this down, the more we're looking at this position. It just feels like this is advantage Nodirbek unless there's something immediate. And I think Wesley realizes exactly all these points and he's going all out for it. He makes the move c5. One thing is easy to spot, that if white was to take the b5 pawn, black captures on d4. Really good. But my question, what happens if white was going to take the knight on f6? I want to deflect your bishop from e7 and capture the c5 pawn.
But Wesley's relying on a very nice tactic, the queen d5 at the end, lining up his bishop and queen to the g2 square. So you have to stop checkmate. White is forced to do that, otherwise you lose. And then queen takes c5, and there's no way black is really in any danger at this. And in fact, rook takes c5 if you push f3. I was thinking e4 perhaps instead, but just to force the matter. And after the queens are traded, b5 is defended, a5 may not be, but b2 is loose. So too many pawns are hanging for both sides to give anyone an advantage.
Yeah, really beautiful tactics. And he played 1b3 in the first game. Suddenly, his long piercing bishop in this game as well, on the long diagonal, is the key piece. Look at this g2 pawn. It's vulnerable. Knight takes c5 was going to be the other move I wanted to suggest originally. But again, queen to d5 type of ideas here, threatening checkmate. And this is just really awkward to answer. How does white kind of block this checkmate threat? The answer is, if you push your pawn to e4, you might just collapse on the c-file. This would be disaster town. And if you push f3, suddenly look at these white bishops lined up, skewered on the d-file. So Nodirbek correctly did avoid this. He went for the other option, as Tania mentioned, but already. Wesley So throwing the tactics out there, hidden kind of gems there from Wesley, the tactics, and bishop takes. I'm assuming he's going to appear on the board. Is he really contemplating taking with the pawn?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that would be ugly for the black king, but maybe not objectively bad. Maybe the black king will shuffle out the way. The black rook would land on the g-file later.
Wow.
Wesley So he's paused for a reason, and when the top players stop, when there's natural moves, it means they're thinking about something a bit crazy, a bit spicy, but he does go back with the bishop and take.
Do you think if he drew the first game instead of having won, he might have really consider G takes F6? There's no need to risk it, but the engines, they approve of it, and Wesley was legitimately thinking there, so you know that he kind of wanted to play it.
Yeah. With bishop takes knight, given the mat situation, such a good human approach here. And for me, it's also so impressive, just this excellent understanding that the top players have, the grandmasters have, of these critical moments. We were looking, just to stop, we were looking at queen d5 instead another way, another tactics to actually equalize the position. Yes, white can take the bishop, thank you very much, give me your bishop on d3, and I think then black will be attacking the c5 pawn. But just understanding these critical moments, that you need to break out now, or you pass over the advantage. Wesley sensed it. He sensed that moment and energetically played c5.
Yeah, that's the thing. We talk about players' styles. We say certain players are really hyper-aggressive. They're very direct. They always kind of have this itch to do something. We say other players are solid. They like to curl up. But ultimately, if you give a good player a position where there's only one way to keep the balance, or they need to act energetically kind of in that specific moment, more often than not, they play the position rather than anything else. They go for it. They find the best moves. So that was the case. Wesley had to break out with c5. Otherwise, he would have been suffering long term. He found it. Yes, he had to rely on tactics. Yes, he had to calculate a bit, but he pushed himself to do it, and I think black is totally fine here.
To your point, Wesley So is one of the most accurate players in chess history. He may not always win games because he doesn't take risks in moments where some people make a speculative decision to go for an attack, but he is incredibly precise, and he will punish you. And right now, Nodirbek, he's the one who's deep in thought right now. Can I continue this game? But perhaps if he does continue, if he doesn't take this bishop, get to a position with opposite colored bishops where it should be equal, maybe he's the one who can get in trouble. His pawns are split after all. There's pressure all the way down towards the white king. So for Nodirbek, who's down 2.5 minutes on the clock, I think he might just have to settle for that half point by just getting into the opposite colored bishop position.
But he needs to be precise to even get that half a point at the moment. And we see the clock situation as well. Wesley ahead on the clock. So for Nodirbek, the next few moves are quite critical. Now he can either take the bishop on b2, but there is a check on the board that he can throw in as well, all the way on h7. Does that change the position in any way, the dynamics of the position?
Potentially, it does force the black king into the corner, and I guess the question is now, do you take this bishop, or do you just move your rook out the way? I'm not sure you should delay too much longer. If you move the rook, for example, then the bishop just gets out of dodge, just moves away, and no good discovered attacks against the black queen. Actually, this pawn is being rounded up. Watch out for black's queen coming over and striking against the king side. Wow, he plays the same idea, just a different order, but I think, again, if this bishop check isn't scary, as we just showed, it's just a one-move threat, black just dodges, then Wesley has the time. Just grab a pawn, be greedy.
And David, just complete that line, because I think that's the key point, this threat on g2, that after, if you do grab the pawn, bishop check on h7, only move for the king to h8, bishop c1 would hit the queen and the bishop on a3, but it's got to be queen...
G5?
G5, F4?
And queen takes C5. Yeah, no, everything is defended. But I think I understand, just to finish this line, the queen trade is more or less forced, and black has just stolen 2 pawns. But I think I understand what Nodirbek missed. He's not going to play bishop C1 in this exact sequence that we're going down. He's going to try bishop to h7 check, and then bishop to b4. But after bishop b4, queen g5, f4, there's no more queen takes c5. The bishop defends the c5 pawn. Now your queen's under attack. But queen takes g2 check is the problem. That the queen trade is forced, bishop takes g2, and now all the bishops are hanging for both sides. The white's bishops and black's bishops are under attack, and your rook's under attack on f1. So if you take this bishop in front of the king, black simply takes this bishop on b4. And how many pawns are you going to be up? 3? No, 2 in the end, but it's just going to be a winning advantage for black.
Yeah, just simple calculation here. And I think this is well within Wesley So's wheelhouse. He does take the pawn. He's gone up material, and Nodirbek has no good way to justify his sacrifice. It's not just any old pawn as well. Those 2 connected black pass pawns on the queen side are simply going to roll down the board, unless you have something now.
Wow. Wesley, with speed and accuracy, goes pawn hunting. It looks like he's calculated this line to the end. Nodirbek in big trouble. And we've got our crew joining us from Toronto. Danny, Nodirbek's got to be feeling the heat right now. Things have gone very wrong for him.
Yeah, we were all debating about whether we would see a repeat of the day before when Wesley So won the first game, but Nodirbek came storming back when he had his first chance at the white pieces. But it doesn't look like that's what we're going to see. And instead, if Wesley wins this game, are we already planning on a very long day of chess? If we want to remind the fans, he would need to win this set. Then they would move to a 2-game mini match. And then we would get Armageddon if they're still tied after that. So for fans who wanted a lot of chess today, we might be looking at that.
If Wesley So gets a 2-point lead in this match, especially when you're playing against a guy like Wesley, I think you can give up pretty much all practical hopes of making a comeback in a match. You'd have to win 2 games on demand.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that all practical hope would be the case, and he is young, right? And what is the saying? Too young to know better, right? I think that Nodirbek plays 1 game at a time, and I wouldn't bet against him winning 2. But yes, I mean, you only need 2.5 points to win the set of 4. So at this point, we're looking at 2 passed pawns on the queen side. I'm listening I can tell when Robert's voice is getting nervous. It gets a little bit higher pitched. I don't know if you've noticed that, Tanya and David, that Robert, when he gets nervous, that happens to him. And I can tell he's getting nervous right now.
Sorry, what am I getting nervous about, Danny? I just had one question for you on a serious note. If you're Nodirbek and you lose this game, you're down 2-0, really you're likely to lose this second set. Do you almost make a quick draw to conserve your energy for the reset? Or do you continue fighting it out? Because we know Nodirbek, he never wants to make a quick draw. What would you advise him if you were his coach?
And I knew you weren't getting nervous. I just wanted to hear your voice. So sorry for the call out. You took the bait though. Now we're having a conversation because I miss you. I don't know that Nodirbek would ever think like that, Robert. I think he's going to play 1 game at a time, and I think that's what you should do, right? Because it's still chess, no matter what. At the end of the day, I think Magnus Carlsen has led this generation with that mindset where we've seen him push for wins when he only needed a draw, right? Or you don't complete epic comebacks by not winning 1 game at a time, right? So I don't think that'll be the case. I think he'll be focused on the next game and deal with what comes, if I had to guess.
Yeah, and Danny, at the start of the show, you mentioned that Wesley's been in a good mood. We saw his interview as well earlier, and despite the loss in set 1, it looks like his spirits are high. He's enjoying himself in Toronto. Have you been feeling that as well, that despite what happened in set 1, Wesley's feeling good?
I think the spirits have been high for everybody. I almost feel bad because the conversation that happened out in the lounge after Nodirbek lost the first game was all of us debating on what his nickname should be. I said, this is really serious work because you're going to be dominating chess for a very long time. What is your nickname? We got to figure this out. And that was literally what we all engaged in. I'll keep it hidden as far as where we're landing on that so the fans can await with bated breath. But no, I mean, honestly, everyone's having a good time. Players are hanging out. I think it actually helps their mindset to really feel relaxed and casual. Yeah, we'll see how Nodirbek's feeling if he loses this game. He might not engage with us on the content that we're doing for Uncovered. For those who haven't checked out Fabiano and Christian Chirilla's podcast and the things he's doing here, it's actually pretty cool stuff. So shout out to Christian's YouTube channel. Sorry, I don't even know what it is off the top of my head. The C-Squared podcast. Go check it out.
And Danny, I want to pitch in my idea for the nickname. It should be No Dear Comeback, and because I think he will come back later. But on a serious note, what about the other matchup between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana, which is much more cagey? What do you make of that? Has it altered your predictions in any way?
No, I mean, I guess my overall match prediction was that we will have a Magnus Carlsen playing in the final. I think he's the favorite. Although I did talk to Fabi, I was like, man, get us Armageddon today. Let's go. So rooting for him to get us all the chess he can. This position actually looks pretty tame, although we did just see Fabi play F4. That's new since the last time I looked. And the first thing that jumps out to me is that Magnus is also down significantly on the clock. So, okay. Maybe this is the start of Fabi pressing, and you have to get aggressive against Magnus, right? Wesley sacked a piece against Magnus. That's how you beat him, right? You got to swing at the king and don't miss. So I think putting pressure on Magnus with White. Look at this. I'm liking it.
Danny,
we see the advantage growing here, and Magnus down on time.
Danny, you get a Wood-Harris video, and suddenly you're just going to be quoting the wire the whole time. But, you just said that he has to come after Magnus. And what would you make of Fabi's play yesterday? And not just what would you make, did you speak to him? I know he lost set 1, but how was he feeling considering he beat Magnus 2 games in a row?
Yeah, I mean, I think we can say this now. There was day 2 of this event. Fabi was actually feeling pretty under the weather. And if you remember, that was a day that he did not play well. He started out 2-0 and then went 0-2 on day 2 of the round robin. Didn't want to talk about that, especially if Fabi didn't recover. But he said he's feeling much better now. He was sipping some tea and he seemed in good spirits. And I think that from an athlete's mindset, right, you're always focusing on a narrative that can get you to perform at your best. And I think Fabi knows he lost, but he lost to Magnus Carlsen, who is known for doing things like that. But objectively, did Fabiano play just as good a chess, if not better chess than Magnus in a lot of the positions, right? I mean, it was topsy-turvy. Fabi kind of beat himself, too. So yeah, I think he did play well, and look at this now. I mean, he just, actually, as I'm talking about the mindset, I don't think it's going to matter. I mean, I think he's just about to blow Magnus off the board. Is knight f5 coming? How do you stop this?
Danny, Fabi's about to blow Magnus off the board, and it looks like Wesley is about to blow Nodirbek off the board. Crazy, crazy action going on. We're going to deep dive into this and check in with you really soon. But guys, take this away. Over the last couple of moves, beep has hit the fan. Sorry.
Yeah, a lot has gone down just in the last few moments. Magnus Carlsen has lost control. I don't want to say blunder because it's been a series of small inaccuracies from Magnus Carlsen, but he's allowed White's rook to penetrate, to infiltrate to the 7th rank. On the left board on your screens right now, look at that white rook. It's got the black king in its sights. It's got the black queen in its sights. The bishop is pinned. Knight f5, as Danny mentioned, is just lights out. It's unstoppable, pretty much. Meanwhile, on the other board, Wesley So's given up his queen. What has he got in return for it? He's got a rook, bishop, and 2 pawns, and it's the power of those 2 pawns. But I'm going to say that actually the Wesley So board is far from decided for now, because a queen is a queen, White's queen is active. And there we see the evaluation bar rising up slightly. Abdusattorov not dead yet, but Magnus, I think he's busted.
Still some life for Nodirbek on the right-hand screen, although Wesley is in the driver's seat. But I think Magnus is busted because he had to break the pin towards his queen. And now that allows the white queen to slide into the e6 square, and those light squares in front of the black king are super vulnerable. That rook is active. I think that you can bring your knight to the rim if you're Fabiano on the left-hand side of our screen, bring your knight up to h5, then bring your queen into e6. And all 3 white pieces are attacking, and black, I don't think, is going to be able to fend it off.
Yeah, we talk about it all the time. Queen and knight combo, the most devastating attacking duo out there. But he has a rook as well. And queen, knight, rook. Black's king is bare, not going to survive. I've never seen Magnus get knocked out this kind of smoothly. Fabiano hasn't even done anything too special. He pushed a pawn to f4 at the right moment, broke open lines, and Magnus has collapsed pretty much. He just needs to put the finishing touches on. But 6 minutes for Fabi, 1 for Magnus.
Just a few minutes ago, just a few moments ago, just a few moves ago, it looked like everything was fine for Magnus Carlsen, and then suddenly the position just explodes. Fabi's winning. David, I'd love to see what happened. Where did Magnus go wrong? And it looks like the moves are coming in really quickly. Magnus with about a minute on the clock, so perhaps you'd show us later what really happened there, because I don't know what this turnaround's about. How did he get here?
It just seems easy now. I mean, that queen just slid in. The bishop's under attack. If the bishop slides back to defend the king, then the knight just hops in. So all 3 of White's pieces are going to go for the black king. I don't know how it could possibly survive.
Yeah, you need a miracle now. There's just 0 counterplay against White's king, however. White's king in the Caruana game has a beautiful hiding spot, a beautiful safe haven on h2. And normally in these positions, you will not be able to defend passively. Here, there's no active defense either. Look at Magnus's pieces. How sad is this? The black bishop, black queen, black rook, all on their back rank. 2 of them on their starting squares. And White's knight is going to join the party. This one looks almost over. There's already some really nice checkmating patterns in the air.
It's looking so strong. Once that knight lands on h5 or f5, the only thing that I think you need to watch out from White could be that not allowing Black's rook to that check on c1, and perhaps Black's queen jumping into an attack from the g file. Those resource resources available to black in these positions.
They are, and that's why I'm advocating on the left-hand side of our screens, everyone, that Fabiano's knight goes to the right-hand side of the board. Instead of hopping into f5, you go into h5, so you can deliver a vicious check on the f6 square and get the black king in a mating net. I actually think knight f5, which is maybe the more natural move. If you're playing on seconds, you go towards the center. But I think that's wrong because it doesn't afford the knight a check on the next turn. And I just want to point out that Wesley So, I mean, he's doing everything correctly. He has those bishop, rook, and 2 pawns, and for now, Nodirbek is stopping them, but I think as soon as he gets his rook behind the a-pawn, he can just throw that pawn forward, close his eyes, and get a new queen.
Yeah, and that bishop in c3, it is such a strong piece controlling that a1 square. Once that a-pawn starts moving forward, there's nothing that's going to stop it, and I think we're going to see that happen. Wesley does it at the cost of a pawn, but this pawn's going to turn into a queen.
Yeah, and he's trying to fight Abdusattorov. He's going to try and blockade black's passed pawn on that right board with his own queen, but queens are the worst blockaders in chess. Knights are the best blockaders, queens are the worst. Queens are simply just too powerful, too valuable. You're essentially wasting the best piece with white for just a black pawn, and eventually the queen will get booted out of a2 anyway. So Wesley, he's just made it look simple. I've got to say, Wesley at his best makes chess look easy.
If white was to put that queen on a2, you simply slide the other rook to the b file and get it down to the second rank, kicking that queen out of that defensive square. Rook b8, rook b2, and it's happening.
It's unstoppable. And also, Nodirbek is down to his final 15 seconds. Rook b2, pawn a2, it's just game over. It's so simple, as you said. I mean, Wesley makes it look simple, but Nodirbek helped him out by playing very ambitious in a moment where he should have signed the peace treaty.
And I'm really, I think it's very and this one ends Wesley So resigns and Nodirbek strikes. Sorry, I'm going to take that back. Wesley strikes again with the black pieces, and that is a 2-0 win for Wesley So. He's striking back in the match, and looks like he's about to take set 2. 2 games for Nodirbek. He has to win both to take it to Armageddon. And this one, it looks like Fabi's ready to strike back, a very critical moment. And I was just about to say before that game ended that Fabi, he makes the wrong knight jump, that he slowed down, another queen comes to g5, and this was the idea that we were advocating for.
Wow, and suddenly black is alive. There's some counterplay. White is still doing well, but big threat in the position. Black wants to drop a queen into f4 with a check. He retreats his knight, Fabiano. He's setting a trap of his own. This knight is poisoned, untouchable. If black plays queen takes knight right now, white's queen slides back to the f5 square with check, and black gets checkmated next turn. Rook takes bishop will come with a deadly blow. Wow, this is really crazy. This is what Fabiano's relying on, but it's not the best. Maybe black can hold on.
He opened up 2 things at the same time. The f5 square for his queen, as you were saying, with check. Also, the rook now covers that f4 square. So the bishop jumps out for Magnus Carlsen. He's still in this game. If that bishop can wrap around, because there are no checks against the black king, unless you want to trade queens, which I don't think you do, that black bishop is about to wrap around and go harass the white king.
Ooh, 12 seconds for Magnus, though. Fabiano, it's as if he's trying to be too clever. He's trying to find some really sophisticated way to knock out his opponent when he could have just done it brute force. One knight jump the other direction, and probably it would have been checkmate within 3 or 4 moves. But now Magnus is alive.
Yeah. And he took a good 3-minute think for that one, and it just felt as if Fabi's going to find the right way forward. And the big difference was that the knight from h5 could have arrived on a check on that f6 square, which probably would have wrapped up the game by now. But again, now Fabi with the advantage, but he has to find it all over again. Magnus has got a brutal idea of bringing the bishop onto an attack. A check on f4 would actually be game over for Fabi.
Oof, yeah. I think he has to act quickly here, Fabiano. The white knight is just on a bit of an odd square. It's done a little dance around the board. He should have just been using his inner vision and trying to plant it on the f6 square, its ideal post. And now it does drop back, but allows the black queen to offer a queen trade. And I said no defenders around the black king. Suddenly, black's queen is doing a great job of holding the squares.
He's going to trade. He's going to liquidate right now, because after the queen trade, he can take that central pawn with his knight with check while protecting his rook. So it may not be easy to convert that advantage, especially with the white king being a bit vulnerable, and that b2 pawn, when there are pawns on both sides of the board, bishops usually are better than knights. But Fabi, he can steal a pawn here. I'm looking at his face, though. He doesn't look that happy with his decision.
And I wonder if it's because he missed the bishop move, because his retreating knight to h4, he played it really quickly. And if you just think about it, in the last 3 moves, that white knight from g3 has just landed on f3. Instead of delivering checkmate, it's become a defensive piece. Now Fabi's best chance is to go into an endgame with an extra pawn, but he'll have to show some good technique. when in fact he could be checkmating Magnus right now.
Yeah, that's the thing. He knows. He would have had an inner feeling. He had 3 attacking pieces. He knows he could have got close to checkmate. Now, an endgame against the world's best ever endgame player. Yes, you might have an extra pawn, but it's not a stable extra pawn. Black's rook is so active, Black's bishop is active. White's b2 pawn over there on the queen side might well drop off in the near future. And rook and bishop do kind of a great job against rook and knight in general. So, I think it's momentum Black right now. And look at the clock times. From 6 extra minutes, it's now almost level.
I was about to say that before, Magnus was playing bullet while Fabi was playing blitz. Now we're about to be in a time scramble. Fabi, he needs to be careful here. He should take that queen, take the pawn e5, and try to work that endgame magic because he's really spending so much time at this stage. He's about to hit 30 seconds.
And he needs to make a decision fast. And when queens are off the board, your decisions can be more intuitive. But if he decides to keep the queens on the board, he'll have to rely a bit more on calculation. And he doesn't have time for that. He finally takes a decision he should have taken in seconds, grabs that pawn on e5. All right, Fabi, blitz out the move now.
Yeah, there's a big threat. Black's bishop is actually trying to slide back to d6. The white king, white knight are on the same dark square diagonal, so he has to stop it. He does. Brilliant move there from Fabiano Caruana, but again, he's looking a bit slow with his decisions when it's pretty much forced moves. And Magnus creating counterplay. White's b2 pawn is weak. It's going to drop off. It might become a race.
And I see the eval bar give White a big advantage, but I think from a practical perspective, it's not clear to the players. It's going to be a race between Fabi's E center pawn and Magnus's B pawn down the board. He doesn't grab it immediately, comes back with the bishop, threatening a big check on f4, which would have picked up the knight.
And now he's going to grab the pawn. So his bishop was in the rook's line of sight. So, gives a check first. But now the white king can just step, I think, forward at any moment here. He's going into the center. So as long as Fabi doesn't walk into any kind of bishop f2 check, which would win the rook, he does have these 2 pawns in the center. So move your rook out the way, start throwing your pawns forward.
Now it's level material. White has 2 connected pass pawns in the center, but they take a while to mobilize. One of them's running up the board now, but Black's B pawn looks like the quickest of all. And, OK, the white rook stops it advancing for now, but the bishop drops back. This one is anyone's game. Yes, the evaluation bar says winning for White, but Magnus, he's saved a far worse position. This feels like the best he's had in a while.
But it is even material if we just count the pawns. But White has 2 unopposed passed pawns in the center. And look at the eval bar. It's sky high. How do you actually stop these pawns? He brings the king out of the pin. The knight now is free to move. And he pushed e5. And now both of the pawns, they're rumbling down the board. One of them is going to become a queen.
For a chance in this match, Fabi has to finish this job. He is so close to a game win, which will put him in a great situation to make a comeback in set 2. And he blunders with the most natural-looking check on h4.
Wow, now Black can give a couple of checks from behind, and the white e-pawn was actually dropping. Wow, Magnus even gives a check with a pawn stronger, perhaps. He gives another check, and White's pawns are collapsing. Fabiano, has he blown the win?
Oh, my gosh. Fabi with the knight moves. It's just all gone wrong, and now Magnus grabs the pawn on e5. White's king can take it, but Black's rook takes the knight. Instead, he's threatening to queen. Magnus comes back with the bishop, defending the d8 square.
And for Fabiano, he needs to be careful not to lose this game at this stage. If somehow he drops that d pawn, that would be a disaster. And Magnus, he's pressing for some winning chances of his own. He's pushing his pawns up the board.
This is so reminiscent of their game 1. Fabi with the white pieces up a queen, lost in the end with the black pieces. With this one as well, he was winning throughout, and now it's him who's fighting for a draw.
Yeah, White is fighting for his life, but White does have a threat. White is threatening a rook check on b5 and then to slide the rook across to d5 to block the black rook. Magnus's king dodges. Fabiano living on the edge here. And, OK, Black sacrifices a rook for the pawn. Can White's rook stop the black pawns? This should now be a draw, I think, but...
Barely, because
Magnus is playing for it.
Yeah, Magnus is playing for a win, but White has a check at some moment. So it looks like the black pawns are unstoppable. You push the h pawn off the board, but he gives that check right now. So the black king, it can't go to h2. It's shielded by its own pawn, but the pin along the second rank. And if you go king h1, rook check, and promote, the white king is just in time to scoop up that final black pawn.
It looks like it will be the case, but Magnus makes Fabi sweat. He doesn't go for the direct draw line, as Robert was pointing out, pushes the pawn. But now White's king is in time to pick up the last remaining pawn. And a king versus king. What a fight. Even Fabi can't believe it. Both players with a smile on their face. That was an up and down battle, and Magnus survives against Fabi. The match stays level.
Wow, their heart rates must be sky high right now. Fabiano feeling frustrated, disappointed. For most of the game, he was dictating things. We saw a bit of a raised eyebrow from him there. Magnus, he might not be showing it, but he is relieved.
And there was a smile, but it's like that meme with the guy in the corner and he's smiling on the outside, but it's a mask. Inside, he's crying. Fabiano Caruana had so many chances in yesterday's match and today against Magnus Carlsen. But as Fabiano himself said, unless you put Magnus away, he will fight to the bitter end, and he just salvaged a half point.
And this is the fight to get to the finals. It is the final day of the semifinals. The players need to make it to set 3, and it means that Wesley So has to win his match. Meanwhile, Fabiano Caruana has to strike against Magnus Carlsen to take it to that final set. It's going to be a tough one.
What matches we've seen thus far. Wesley So, he's become Flexley So once again today. He's back, but for Fabiano Caruana, he needs to somehow put Magnus Carlsen away when he's ahead. That's a completely winning position. He wins that against anybody else in the world, but Magnus Carlsen isn't anybody else. He's the #1 player, and he has been for over a decade.
Wesley So with a 2-0 lead in his match against Nodirbek. It looks like that one is most likely headed to the set 3. But David, Fabi was so close to getting that win, and it all came down to finding the right knight move.
Exactly, and I'm going to highlight that one moment, Tanya. It was all about one move. It was a golden opportunity, but Fabiano, he went wrong. It was a coin flip, he flipped, and he landed the knight on the wrong square. It was here he could have knocked Magnus out on the spot. White's rook, supremely strong on f7. White's queen, supremely strong on the e6 square. It's just improving the remaining piece, bringing it to join the attack. He actually leapt towards the center, which 90% of the time is the right idea. A knight on f5 normally does thrive. But here, he needed to go towards the rim. The idea is that this is the quickest route towards the black king. This check is potentially deadly. If, for example, black tries to preemptively dodge the check, then white can renew the threat by moving the queen, putting pressure on this black bishop, pinning black's pieces to their bishop's defense, and knight f6 is pretty much unstoppable next turn. For example, no matter what black does, say makes a move, knight into f6, threatens checkmate, you cannot take this knight because of this kiss of death, and therefore you have to sacrifice the black queen. This would have been winning for Fabiano.
It's so sad because, as Ben Feingold likes to say, a knife on f5. Unfortunately, that choice may have been a dagger to Fabi's chances because Magnus Carlsen was able to survive. It's 1-1. Magnus gets white once again, and Fabi, he's going to be kicking himself.
Get those puzzle Russian. It's all about tactics. And Wesley So was also so sharp getting his tactics in for that win against Nodirbek.
Wesley So, once he got an opportunity, he leapt on it. He was decisive, he was brilliant with his calculation, and he even sacrificed his queen. And it was here that Nodirbek Abdusattorov lost control, maybe reeling from the tactics that had already occurred. He did not find the safe move, the safe idea of first giving a check and then simply capturing this black bishop. If he'd taken the bishop off the board, we would have been left with a position of opposite color bishops, and most likely the game would eventually have fizzled out towards a draw. White should be relatively safe here. Instead, however, he got ambitious Abdusattorov. He played a tricky move, rook a to d1, but Wesley called his bluff. Who cares if the black queen might eventually fall? Black wins too much material in the meantime. Wesley grabbed a pawn, and after this tricky move, bishop to b4, he simply said, give me. He took another bishop, and yes, there was a check. Yes, the black queen fell to the white rook, but if we do a quick count at the very end here, black has too much material. It's about these pawns especially, but the rook and bishop guide them towards their end goal. He eventually got the pawn down to a2 and was about to promote when he won the game.
It's the unfortunate nature of match play, where you feel like you have to play for a win, but chess is an objective game, not a subjective one. We don't play for results. Nodirbek, if it was the start of the event, he probably would have just peacefully made the draw. Unfortunately, he was going for gold, and he's the one who lost.
But we know Nodirbek can't get the gold in. We saw that happen at the Olympiad as well. Well, he's got 2 games to strike back, and now it will be all about his mindset. Is he just thinking about conserving energy going in for that set 3, or does he want to fight this one out till the very end? Nodirbek's got some big questions to answer, and we've got some big surprises for you with 33% off on our very cool displays. You can use the code CHESS for that discount on display.com/chess. Every move matters. Fundamental chess calculation skills. I mean, this stuff is exactly what this round was about. Getting that calculation in, and the players did make every move matter. But there is a big game coming up. Fabi almost got the job done in Game 2 in a winning position. Magnus Carlsen, how do you beat this guy? We will be back soon. Subscribers, stay with us. There is cool content coming just for you.
We are in Toronto for the CCT Finals here with Fabiano Caruana on fire these days, and you had a great run in the CCT 2023 as well. How will you describe your journey through the season, Fabi?
I was really motivated from the beginning, so I played all the events. I think I was one of the few players to play all the qualifying events, and it was a bit up and down for me, some disappointments, but overall, a lot of really close ones. I think they were all close. I don't know if there were any washovers one way or the other. And some disappointing ones because when you lose and it's really close, that also is a bit painful.
Now we are here with the top 8 players in Toronto. What makes you excited about being here now?
Oh, I'm excited for the format. It's going to be really, I think, unusual. I don't think I've played in a format like this. And also, I think it's going to be a very close fight. Yeah, it's going to be very exciting.
What are the fans in for this week?
It's going to be exciting. That's all I can say. There will be a lot of tough fights, and I hope that I'll be able to keep the form that I've been having recently. But I'm a bit nervous. It's going to be really tough and also excited.
Can we get you to describe your playing style?
I don't know if I'm the right person to do that. I think probably someone else would be better. I was sort of known at some point for my calculation, so I've generally been very good at calculating. Like, because I'm sort of a perfectionist in some way, that I always want to calculate to the end. And sometimes after that, I veer away from my initial assumption about the position, which was more correct. So I've noticed that at times that my instinct is actually better than what I achieve after I start to calculate things.
What would it mean to you, Fabi, to win the Champions Chess Tour 2023?
Yeah, actually, that would be amazing. I mean, it would really crown off the year for me. Yeah, for me, this is like a Rapid and Blitz World Championship. I know that we'll have that later this month as well, but this has really all the best players, or nearly all the best players in the world, including Magnus and Hikaru and Maxime and Alireza. And so it's such a high-level event that winning it is such a prestige.
Awesome. Well, we hope you have a great time in Toronto. Best of luck, Fabi.
Thank you.
Fast and Furious chess action continues after the Champions Chess Tour Finals. It will be the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz, where Magnus Carlsen will try and defend his Blitz and Rapid World Championship titles. It starts on 26th December. Mark your calendars. And Robert, you will be calling out the action. It's going to be the Dream Team, you and Peter Lecco on the World Rapid and Blitz. What are you most excited about? It's such a fun tournament.
The action never stops in the chess world. So we go from here to the World Rapid and Blitz. I'll have the call with the legendary Peter Lecco, who himself almost won a world championship title against Vladimir Kramnik. So I'm super excited. Fast-paced, energetic play, and so many worthy contenders. I don't even know who's going to win.
Well, 3 out of the 4 semi-finalists are going to be there. Magnus Carlsen, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Fabiano Caruana, amongst others, the world's very best. So that's one that we're really excited about. And one player, Wesley So, he may not be playing at the World Rapid and Blitz, but what chess he is bringing to the board today as he takes the 2-0 lead. And Kaya caught up with Wesley.
Wesley So has just come out swinging today, up 2-0 now in this match. How are you feeling?
Well, very happy because yesterday he was playing like a total computer, just like perfect chess. Like he didn't give me a chance. So now at least I got some chances. Like I thought the first game was very good. He probably made like 1 or 2 mistakes in the opening, but I was very pleased with how it went. And the second game, he just blundered. Bishop takes a3, which is nice. So it's good to know that Nodirbek can still blunder.
Well, how are you mentally been able to come here and play like you're doing today after losing the match yesterday?
Well, I'm good. You know, I'm fine. I mean, I'm a Christian, so I let God, let His will be done in all things. You know, it's a job. You know, I love playing chess. I'm not the best at it. I had some hopes in the past. But, I love showing up, giving my best, and just putting in some work every day. And, I really appreciate that they have a large prize fund here. So I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the sponsors, which many, especially the Scheinberg family, and also Puma, many others too. But I really enjoy the shoes and the clothes that I got from Puma, so it's much appreciated.
Yeah, looking very cool. Game 3 here. You're only going to need a draw to take it to a third set. So what will be your plan for that game?
Well, to look for a drawish line. But the match isn't over until it's over. If the match continues like the way I'm playing and then the way he's playing, then I think I'll win very easily. But it's not guaranteed. He could suddenly play like a machine again. So I have to be on my full force.
I hear you keep saying that he's playing like a machine, playing perfect. So what everyone is talking about in chess these days. Is that what you are insinuating?
No, I'm not insinuating that. I just
want to check.
Yeah, no, it's not like that. It's just I'm actually praising him because I know how great a player he is. Like, not making any cheating allegations. I'm just saying he's a really, really good player. Like, I'm very confident with the security checks here. Like, there's so much security check here. Like, this is the strictest tournament I've ever played in. They check every single pocket. It's just I've seen how Nodirbek plays when he's in great form. Like the match that he played in the games I played in the Olympiad, also at Tata Steel, were really impressive. So it's nothing like that. He hasn't reached his full potential yet, and he's a great player. But hopefully I'll win today. So
I appreciate you saying that, Wesley. And finally, okay, something more fun. So this board shows Magnus Carlsen's top 3 goals for the CCT this season. One of his goals was to win a game with 1b3. He hasn't been able to so far this season, but you have won a game with 1b3. And actually, I hear that's only the second time in your rapid career that you play 1b3.
When's the first time?
Something with Levon Aronian. Could it be CCT 2021 season?
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, but how cool is that to win a game with 1b3?
Yeah, no, I've been practicing a lot.
Nice.
Yeah, like I know Adiban made the course on Chessable. Well, I actually didn't see it, but I've been analyzing some 1b3. Like I played a lot in Title Tuesdays, especially first 1b3. Also, I played in some Blitz games, Berlin, and then some rapid games in the Ilya Levitov tournament in Amsterdam. So I've been practicing it a lot. I didn't think it would work. I just wanted to, E4 hasn't been working well at all. I don't wanna lose with with white, so I decided to play something else. And also in the second game, I don't usually play the semi-Slav. I just thought I'd play some new opening, and it seems to be working well. If I had a bigger repertoire like Magnus, maybe I could play something different every game, but we'll see.
Fantastic. Well, congrats on your performance so far today, and good luck in Game 3.
Yeah, a lot of games to go.
Yeah, thank you for joining us, Wesley. So he won a game today with 1b3. Amazing.
That was quite an amazing finish after the Cowboy opening. And indeed, we do have a lot of chess to go and potential set 3. Potential Armageddon's coming up as the players are fighting the semi-finals battle on this board. Only one of them will survive to move on to the finals. And for Fabiano Caruana, he was so close to getting that comeback victory in Game 2. And now it's back to the black pieces. How much of this will be about getting out of the opening without any trouble?
Well, that's always step one in any opening, especially when you have black. You just want to survive. You just want to ensure that you reach a healthy position. Step one, you equalize, and then you start to outplay the opponent later. But meanwhile, we'll try to get those moves on our electronic board very shortly. I don't think it's 1b3. I'm just looking from the side angle of the board here on the camera. But, OK, we want those moves as the players, they're really rattling them out now on the board. And here we go. It is, wow, the Berlin of 1d4, as they call it, Robert.
That's a really good way of putting it. And Magnus himself has been known to compare openings to one another if they may have a mirror image. And we see that the knight jumps into e5 in this game. And I thought that knight usually heads to the g5 square, so that when the light square bishop slides out here, you'd be able to capture it. So I think that Magnus is the first person to deviate from the main line, the main continuation here. But is he going for some aggressive intentions with a queenside castle with check? The black king, after all, has moved.
That last developing move by Magnus definitely signals that he wants to put that king on the left side of the board, bring that rook out with a check on that black king on d8. Meanwhile, Fabi still has to finish his own development. The bishop from f8, the knight from b8 needs to come into the game. That white knight on the center of the board would be the taunt for me if I was playing black, and I would start thinking about ways of trying to trade it off with either knight coming on to c6 or to d7 at some point. And Fabi goes into a think. So he's the one taken by surprise here?
Yeah, I feel we need to just forget the moves for now. We just need to talk about the psychology. This is one of the most topical openings in chess. Seemingly everyone pretty much plays this opening these days. And Magnus forces Fabiano to think this early. Brand new move. Whether it's good or not is another question. Advantage Magnus in the mind games.
Advantage Magnus, and it feels like objectively, whatever it might be, it's worked for now. And can Nodirbek make his moves work against Wesley's king-pawn opening? And he starts with e5.
No more b3. I'm disappointed. I wanted to see Wesley continue with that strategy, but here we see the Scotch game. Another rare guest at the top level. A Scotch is basically a trade of pawns in the center this early on, and Nodirbek, bit of hesitation there, but he gave a check with his bishop, dropped it back, giving white a free move, essentially. But that free move is white having a pawn on c3, blocking a nice development square for a knight. So I'm not sure exactly what Wesley so had in mind in the main lines of the Scotch. Nodirbek is trying to choose a less explored territory here.
Smart decision from Nodirbek, because those main lines of the Scotch, if you look through the top players and their history against one another, very often you'll see half-half. They draw all the time in that variation. It's well studied. Bishop b4 check, it looked like a mistake because you allow white to push a pawn. The bishop has to move a second time in a row. But it takes away that square from the knight, as David was saying, and that does not allow Wesley to go forward with his typical development. So Wesley likely will develop his dark square bishop to protect the central square. But black now has a chance to muddy the waters because Wesley's not in familiar territory. He's the one thinking first.
And David, you spoke about psychology in the Magnus-Fabi matchup and the opening approach there and how that would affect Fabi. What about in this one? Now, Nodirbek is trailing 0-2. He's down by 2 points. He has to win this game on demand. He has to win the next game on demand. What is going on in his mind, knowing that his shot against perhaps the hardest player to beat, is this essentially over?
I'm not sure. I think psychology is one of Nodirbek's strong points in general. He just seems unfazed, unbothered, undaunted. I can't even remember the quote right now, but he is the Iceman. Nerves of steel, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And I already feel like he's tricked Wesley in this opening. Wesley chose the Scotch, and Black has 3 or 4 main variations there. Nodirbek says, no, none of that for you. You cannot rely on your homework, your opening preparation. I'm going to play a rare variation. And as far as I know, this knight move is a bit dodgy. I've played the Scotch my entire life as well with white. And this last move has a bit of bad reputation for Wesley So. It feels like Nodirbek has surprised his opponent and might be able to profit. We see the pawn push. It's a pawn sacrifice. A pawn given up with check. This is brilliant from the Uzbek youngster.
Pawn sacrifice, not my favorite movie, but a great idea in this position because he is giving up this pawn on g7 with check, mind you. The king will have to step to the side, but white isn't spending so much time with just one piece. You're supposed to develop in chess. You're supposed to get your king to safety and castle. And when we'll dive into the details, that pawn, I don't think it's really worth it for all the trouble that you are going to face afterwards. Black gets such a rapid initiative with the queen jumping out, the knight developing, and I feel like there's going to be too much pressure against the white king.
So easy to feel that when you're playing against a player like Wesley, you're down 2 games in a match. How do you make a comeback? But it looks like Nodirbek already creating a bit of chaos on the board, exactly what he needs to do with the black pieces. And if Nodirbek is able to get this game win, I know it's really early to talk about any score, but at least he's been able to create a chaotic position right now, asking Wesley questions. If this he gets in the bag, then we've got a proper match on our hands. Anything can happen in game 4.
And what Nodirbek does best is when he's a lead on the clock, he uses that as the 17th piece. Our buddy James Canty loves to say the clock is the 17th piece. And he did it against Hikaru Nakamura. It looked like Hikaru was stabilizing, was finding the way out, but he didn't have enough time, and he had to play some moves quickly when thought was required. So I think that Nodirbek, with a about 2-minute lead coming up on the clock, with a better position, more development already, I love his chances right now in game 3.
Wesley So has to be so careful right now, and he's also been the victim of the death stare. I keep seeing Nodirbek's eyes just kind of stare off. Imagine Superman with his laser vision there, just peering deep into the opponent's soul at this point. And Nodirbek, dream start, and Wesley takes the bait. Is this pawn poisoned or not? Wesley's a pawn up, but yes, the black king has had to move. That's irrelevant. It's all about the white knight now stuck on the edge of the board. The black queen comes out, threatening checkmate on the f2 square. Wesley So is in huge, huge trouble unless he defends accurately, and he's already living life on the edge. The knight makes yet another move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 knight moves in the first 9 turns for white. This is crazy. Look at the black pieces pouring out. This is trouble for white.
This is like an actually good Stafford Gambit. So Eric Rosen, yeah, don't play the Stafford Gambit, but play this. This is a dream come true. Look at all your pieces develop. That knight on f6 is about to come out to g4 with more of an attack. So Wesley plays his bishop out to e2, and now the pawn on e4 can be captured. And once that pawn is gone, it's material equality. That rook on h8, it could slide 1 square over on any turn just to put pressure against the white king side. If you think you're castling there to safety, not so fast. So I think that Nodirbek, he can restore material equality and they can continue his initiative from there.
And look at that focus of Nodirbek. Wesley, he continues to play fast though. The last few moves, knight h5, knight g3, bishop g2, bishop e2, made really quickly. Is Wesley, do you think he knows what he's doing? Or it's that, okay, I'm in trouble out of the opening, at least I need to just play fast to put the psychological pressure on?
Yeah, I think Wesley's just using all of his experience to kind of bluff his way through here just to survive. Wesley is one of the best players in the world when it comes to defense, when it comes to just stabilizing positions, manageable kind of control type positions. So he won't get checkmated, at least not yet, but he is having to give back his extra pawn. I'm just counting the pieces. I mean, it's just so many active pieces for black. I think he's actually done everything wrong on the board, Wesley So, but the fact that he's actually survived quite quickly, he's only 1 minute down, despite being hit in the opening by this surprise, it means that he's got good prospects if he can survive and weather the original storm.
I'm looking at this position and the idea that you mentioned, right? You equalize the material. You pick up that pawn on e4. But with those trades of knight, does that also ease the pressure off Wesley a little bit? Can he go short castle, get his king to safety? Also look at a move like bishop f3 as a defensive resource, the knight from b1 jumping onto d2, developing with tempo. And is this the reason why Nodirbek has slowed down, not immediately capturing on e4, trying to figure out another way to keep more tension on the board?
Yeah, he doesn't have to take this pawn. He can instead be down a pawn, and he does just that. He brings another piece forward. He did not have to just say, let's let my opponent castle. And as you said, Tania, bishop to f3, I think there would have been a second wave, but why not keep the first wave going? There's no rush to capture this pawn. And if white castles now, oh goodness, the knight's coming to g4, and you could take it once, but a second knight replaces the first, and then you can play h3, the only way to stop checkmate. And we saw something just like this yesterday. I don't remember which game it was, David, but taking on f2, queen takes g3 to follow, black is winning material and just winning the game.
Deja vu, Robert. You said that exact sentence basically about another game. You're right. The exact same motif. I'm trying to recall as well which one that was, but either way, it's a decisive attack for black. This is going to be checkmate and or material gain. The black rook is going to join the party as well. This one is over. So do not castle. You're only worsening your king's prospects on the king side right now. But if you don't castle, what else? I'm already kind of seeing this idea being powerful in a bunch of variations. If, for example, you try to bring your knight to the rescue, again, knight g4, collapse on the f2 square. It's already really, really kind of critical for Wesley. So one or two moves, and it could be lights out. He could be knocked out on the spot.
And the only way that you could say, oh, let me take away the g4 square, playing h3, but then bishop takes f2, hits you where it hurts. You take and knight takes e4 now, 2 pawns to the good. I'm getting my sacrifice piece just right back. Your king is going to be checkmated. I don't actually know what Wesley should do here. I see the Eva bar still in the middle, but the players are probably looking at this like white might just already lose a miniature. And Nodirbek made a similar mistake against Hikaru, actually. I remember that first game they played where Nodirbek allowed attack on f2 and he couldn't safely defend it.
I really like this idea by Nodirbek of going knight e5, keeping the tension, a big threat on the board. You said you need to stop that g4 square, take it under control. h3 was a suggestion. Is f3 also on the cards right now to try to make sure that black at least doesn't get in the knight to g4? And I see the eval bar luckily doesn't react, though I hate making this move, simply activating that black bishop and making it a monster.
Yeah, now you can never, ever castle kingside. That square is protected. The black rook could add itself to the party. The black knight can come to put pressure under the white knight that's suddenly self-pinned along this diagonal. I mean, yes, this might survive, but it still looks scary. f3, never play f3, as they say. It just, I think this would be a last resort for Wesley. So if he plays it, he won't be happy about it, and it will cost him a bunch of time in the meantime. And yeah, I don't envy him at all. It's such a tough choice right now.
If he doesn't play it, it might cost him the game. I mean, knight g4, if that knight lands on g4, I'm not finding a way to actually defend the f2 pawn.
I would just resign, I think. f3, yeah, maybe you get away with it. What is the idea, though, after rook to g8, threatening this knight? I think you might be forced to run with the white king, and this is just too big a threat. The knight is attacked due to a pin on the h-file. Only move here, as far as I can see, king d2, run for the hills, hide on c2, but how tough is this, first of all, to just imagine? How tough is it to come up with this creative concept of running with the king, and how happy are you about it? Even if you do see it.
A beautiful line, though, that the king can actually run out of the center towards the queen side. Black's forces are concentrated over on the king side. That's a lovely line here. If Wesley plays this, he certainly deserves to win this second set. It's not going to be easy playing f3, opening up a diagonal for that dark square bishop. It looks too dangerous. And I'm looking at the clock as well. The attack will rage on. And Nodirbek, I said it before, I'll say it again. He punishes people when they're nervous, when they're down on time, and when he has the initiative. So this is the exact type of play that Nodirbek wanted.
And f3 on the board, Wesley, so he's bang in form in Toronto. And will we see that king march? The white king running to d2 to c2 next. He's pretty much obliged to. He's committed to it right now. Black has 4 attacking pieces, maybe a 5th with the black rook joining, but white's king will hide in plain sight.
Yeah, and you could tell Wesley hated making that move. He played f3, and just shakes his head. Once again, head in hands, and it looks like Wesley is in big trouble. And also not just on the position and on the clock as well. He's going to be needing a little bit of chilling out to do right now. So good news for him that we've got a lo-fi collaboration, and I'm sure he's been listening to some of the lo-fi girl music, and you can check out all the cool tunes that you've been listening to at the start of the stream, at the end of the stream, when you decide to play some chess. It's a great playlist, a great tracks to play on your favorite platforms, YouTube, Spotify, and SoundCloud. Robert, do you have a favorite lo-fi girl track?
Ooh, putting me on the spot. Maybe Sandpaper?
Ooh, yeah, I've actually heard that one, and definitely check out the tunes. And talking of Sandpaper, it looks like Nodirbek is quickly removing all of Wesley's defenses here. Rook G8, I love it. Rook takes knight. It's a move that, David, you pointed out, putting more pressure, getting another piece into the attack, Robert.
I'm just thinking of how, Sandpaper, I could listen to that, but this position feels like Sandpaper, honestly, where it's going to be rough. Wesley's going to have to run away. If he plays king to d2 here, it just shows the type of form he's capable of. He's lost his match in the 7th match of the round robin to Fabiano Caruana. He lost the day yesterday to Nodirbek, who he said was playing all the best moves, and that was meant as a compliment. I do actually want to talk about just that very briefly. Historically, when you say someone's playing like a machine, it was meant as a compliment. Now it's taken to mean something else. I know Wesley meant well when he said that about Nodirbek, and
King D2.
How is he playing like this? This is incredible. How does he find these defensive resources?
I think he had to in that position out of necessity. Otherwise, he just had to resign. Black was threatening rook takes knight. So the idea behind this is actually for the white queen to protect her rook in the corner on h1. And now Black's rook cannot take the white knights. Now Black needs to find another way of attack, another route in. But yeah, the creativity behind finding f3 first of all, then king d2, almost superhuman.
But the attack rages on for Nodirbek. There's a king and a queen in line. I want to get rid of the pieces that still remain on the d file. I would play d5, throw that pawn forward, open up another file. I'm still worried about Wesley's king. He'll probably move his king on over to c2, but files, diagonals, lines, they're all going to open up, and the queen side for white is completely undeveloped. The rook, the knight, and the bishop on their starting squares. I just can't imagine a better looking position for Black, and yet the eval bar is completely unimpressed. It's right there in the center.
Nodirbek's player, abrasive like the Sandpaper, as you said, Robert. But David, you said that it is out of necessity that you find these resources. But I just feel 99% of us, it would be still so hard to make this move king d2 on the board. I see your threat, rook takes knight. It would at least take minutes to find it. But Wesley played f3. You only play f3 if you have seen the idea of marching up the board with your king.
Yeah, exactly. And this is when the top players, they're backed into a corner. They find the best moves. If you give them a narrow path to survival or narrow path towards winning a game, 99% of the time, they do find those critical ideas, even if they look counterintuitive. He's sandpapering over the cracks here with this last move, but he's surviving. He's still alive for now.
He is alive and surviving a very difficult opening, and some more critical decisions are coming up for Wesley So. And at this critical moment, we've got Danny joining us from Toronto. Danny, were you having FOMO about this madness that we're seeing on the board and wanted to jump in on the analysis?
Yeah, well, I was listening to you guys break down this game between Wesley So and Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and I wanted to give a little bit of the opening breakdown, or at least give some pause or question as to why Wesley maybe chose the line that he did. David, if you bring up the analysis board, Wesley actually chose a line that is a little dubious to begin with when you start with this knight f5 move instead of bishop to e3. As someone who plays this opening and admits that the Scotch can at times struggle, I'm surprised that Robert hasn't already made fun of me for that. For Wesley to play this line not that often in his career and then to go knight f5, Nodirbek, to his credit, was ready, because the main move here is g6, which then white can transpose with this move bishop to e3, which is actually probably what Wesley was hoping for. And the idea is you can't take the knight on f5 without the bishop on c5 falling, which means that Black will trade on e3, white will recapture with the knight retreating, and in this this position, white actually has a very comfortable position. That's the line that white usually hopes for if we're talking about a line that can give white a draw. And if you back up a couple moves, that line is normally reached with white playing the move bishop to e3 instead of knight to f5. And this is probably what I guess I'm saying now in hindsight, Wesley should have done if he didn't want to give Nodirbek a whole bunch of fighting chances. But after knight f5, shout out to the kid who somehow guessed the opening maybe that Wesley might play. He was ready to play the d6 line, which again isn't the most popular, but actually is the engine's favorite line these days. And this variation we're now seeing play out on the board is actually perfect for black to get exactly what you need in a must-win situation, right? Nodirbek has to win this game, or it's already moving on to the next round of tiebreakers. So anyway, just interesting anecdotes I wanted to give, because rarely is there an opening on the board, I guess, that I have some knowledge or insight about. Self-deprecating international master over here, and just wanted to say that. And again, I'm a little puzzled as to why Wesley chose this line, especially if he wasn't prepared in it, I guess, is my point.
Yeah, I was going to mention, actually, Danny, that I remember you being here in Oslo with us a few months ago, and this scotch came onto the board. So, yeah, we got the expert with us just at the right time. Thank you.
Danny coming in with the updates there, and we really needed that, because this opening, I think for many of us, is such a new, fresh position that we have in front of us. It really breaks down what happened in those first couple of moves. Wesley, meanwhile, has managed to sidestep with the king, so opening up that bishop, vacating a square for his own knight to jump into, but he's delaying development further. He pushes the pawn on b4, hitting that bishop.
It really looks like only Nodirbek is playing like he's been taught to play chess, because white is not developing any of his pieces. Finally, we see the dark square bishop go out, and as soon as he gets that bishop out, you see the eval bar plummet. It's an amazing position for black. We knew that, but there must be something concrete here.
I think it's what you were alluding to earlier, Robert. Just blow open the center, pawn to d5, explode the center. White's king still a target, white still behind in development. But we'll check back in as Abdusattorov tries to build that second wave of the attack.
He's managed to get all his pieces out, but let's not forget that Abdusattorov has sacrificed a pawn. So it is all about getting to white's king, opening up those files. He can't play slow here. Give white a couple of moves, give him time, give Wesley time to take out the knight, develop it to d2, develop it to b3, and white will be up a pawn. So Wesley, momentum is key right now, and he needs to make those decisions fast, forcing Wesley to take difficult decisions with less time on the clock.
But the move seems very straightforward for Nodirbek. Pushing your pawn in the center, your rook typically wins a stare down with the enemy queen, and trying to open up more files and lines towards the white king. The one bit of good news for Wesley is that the rook on d8 is not protected for the moment, but that doesn't matter. Nodirbek, he holds nothing back. He strikes with d5. He might strike and win game 3, and then suddenly this set isn't over.
Now we've got a match on our hands. If Nodirbek Abdusattorov gets the job done in this one, and so far with the black pieces, he's done everything right. We will check in with this as Wesley has a think. Meanwhile, there's a very different dynamic. White, in general, having the bishop pair in an open position, you feel it's better. But to me, the lack of development in white's pieces would compensate for that. I'm just hating that pin on that knight on f6.
Yeah, black needs to break the pin. That's the most urgent factor in this position. Look at Fabiano, his body language right now. It looks urgent in itself. And it looks like he knows this is a critical moment. He needs to get rid of white's dark-squared bishop. You need to kick it away, simply. Black's knight on e6 cannot take it. There's a pin on the e-file. There's a pin on the diagonal. And therefore, move one of the rooks across or use a pawn. Use the black h6 pawn to kick away white's piece. And if we do see a bishop for knight trade, if white's dark-squared bishop has to trade off on f6, Fabi will breathe a sigh of relief. He needs to act quickly, though. I'm looking at the clock. I'm looking at the position. It's definitely momentum white right now.
It is, and I'm with you that you have to get rid of the dark square bishop. And even after that, it's still better for white because the healthier pawn structure that Tania mentions. The opposite colored bishops, when there are no other pieces remaining, often it's going to be a draw, even if one side has an extra pawn. But with rooks and a knight on the board as well, we could see an attack, especially if that black king is drawn out to the f6 square. So advantage Magnus on the clock, advantage Magnus on the board.
It's going to be an endgame grind. Will Magnus his way through this one, even if the bishop pairs are gone, as Robert, you're pointing out, and David, you as well, that white will be able to get that second rook into the attack from the f-file really quickly once Black's king is pulled forward after the trade. So this endgame, it might look level for now. The eval bar says it's level, but it does have more poison than what meets the eye.
It does, certainly. Fabiano did not make the decision we were talking about now on the left board of our screens. He moves the black rook across instead, but this only encourages White's king to park itself on a much safer square, and I'm assuming that Magnus Carlsen on that left board will shuffle the king closer to the corner. White's king will step to b1, and then it's a quick comparison. White's king safer than Black's king. White's pieces more active than Black's pieces. Advantage Magnus Carlsen. And in the meantime, on the left board of our screens, Abdusattorov throws another pawn into the mix. All of Black's pieces at work in that board. White's king, White's pieces, they look like easy targets. It's still Wesley So in big, deep trouble.
And Wesley was able to win Nodirbek's queen. Sacrifice his own queen. Nodirbek took Wesley's queen in an earlier game. Here it looks like something similar could happen. That if on the right-hand side of our screen, Wesley takes this pawn on c5, which he just does, look at Nodirbek. He's not taking that pawn back. He's taking the other pawn in the center. But this isn't an imitation of game two. Unlike that one, Wesley's king is in trouble. So it's a similar piece dynamic, but it's not peaceful because White's king is unsafe.
Yeah, really interesting that queen versus rook and a minor piece. We see a similar thing, and now Nodirbek has made a move which the bar disapproves. It's the most natural-looking move to me. Does this give Wesley the opportunity to capture that a7 pawn, which you can easily forget about?
I think he's relying on a trick here, Abdusattorov, but he's missed a trick of his own. If pawn takes pawn, if White's pawn captures on a7 on that right board, Black's queen can slide the whole way across the board to a4 and deliver a check. Black's queen will check the White king and actually save the day. The a-file is covered. But White can prevent that by first playing rook to d4, White's rook sliding up to the center here and now in this position. The fact that Wesley has paused means he's likely to see this. Ooh. And once the black queen is kicked away from the fourth rank, then pawn takes pawn, White is about to make a new queen. Abdusattorov has lost control.
This is a critical moment. If Wesley So finds rook to d4, blocking out, shutting out that queen on the queen's king side, and he does find it. Wesley So is missing nothing today.
Great find from Wesley and a horrible oversight from Nodirbek. It happens to all of us, but look at how much time Nodirbek has left on his clock. I've talked about how he punishes his opponent by keeping control on the clock. He played too quickly there, and now Wesley has a fighting chance, and maybe not just a chance. He might be better. I actually might prefer the white side if I can take that pawn on a7 the next turn. That's an annoying passed pawn that Black's going to have to deal with, and Black's king itself is not safe.
And Black will have to move up with the king to stop that pawn from promoting to a8. Once the queen moves back, White captures the a7 pawn. Black will have to stop it from promoting to a queen, which will give Wesley time to capture the f3 pawn.
Yeah, Abdusattorov, this is his biggest strength, but maybe also one small weakness in his game. He relies on calculation. He backs everything up concretely. He always wants to play the most active, ambitious moves. He didn't need to, though. He'd already pocketed Wesley's queen. He could have just simply captured that white pawn off the board, the white pawn that now sits on b6, that's about to go closer to promotion. He could have taken it 2 moves ago. We would be arguing about the same position, but with Black in full control. Instead, we're talking about Wesley about to make a new queen, about to promote, just as he did in the previous game. And a material breakdown. White has a rook, White has a bishop, and White's about to have the strongest pawn on the board. Yes, Black has a queen, but that's not the most important factor anymore. Abdusattorov inside, he's going to be kicking himself.
And Black's king will not be safer than White's on the right-hand side of the board. Wesley's king has been running. Now it's hidden. It has some shelter. The Black king will not receive so many pieces in front of it because you've already traded off many. And on the left-hand side of our screen, we just saw a trade where Fabiano, he gives up his bishop for a knight. So it's an advantage for Magnus. Healthier pawn structure on the left-hand side of our screens here, where Black has those 3 pawn islands, isolated pawns in the F and H files, and the light-square bishop that can start poking at him.
I've seen Magnus win countless positions with a small strategic advantage, better pawn structure, better minor piece. Magnus in control. It's what we would call a 2-result game. Really flashy move here. Magnus on the left board, moving his rook up, swinging it across. The rook is untouchable because Black's knight in the center is pinned. Magnus, he's having all the fun. If Fabi defends well, it's going to be a draw, but almost 0 chance of Black winning that one.
And with that rook lift, what Magnus wants to do is try and provoke more weaknesses on the queen side by sliding it all the way across. Fabi preempts it, makes the move b6. Meanwhile, Nodirbek still in the think. It's clear that rook d4 was missed by him.
Yeah, not a doubt. Abdusattorov took a long think there. The black queen has moved away. The only black queen remaining on either board right now. And Wesley is about to establish a monster pawn. Look at that white A-pawn now. The new A-pawn about to promote, about to land a touchdown. Black's king has to move.
But the problem is, no matter where the black king moves on the right-hand side board, that the king is walking into a dark square diagonal, that the bishop on b2. It's been a bad piece all game, but it is going to have its fun, because if you go to g7, we have a full diagonal from that bishop on b2 all the way to a king on g7. But no, he gives a check, and the evaluation bar is going up, up, and away. Why can't white just move the bishop and block that check?
Ooh, maybe the answer is you can move the bishop, even if you sidestep the king. I'm not sure what Abdusattorov is aiming for with this check. Wesley So doesn't have too much time, under 2 minutes, but he has, for the first time in this game, a superior position.
I mean, I'm just thinking about what you said. Abdusattorov, what does he have in mind? If the bishop does move forward, he's threatening to queen on the next move. He's attacking black's queen on the other side of the board. The only trick you can set up is of discovered checks by grabbing that bishop with your own knight and relying on the tactics that when white promotes, and I think we're going to see this play out, knight takes bishop, white promotes the queen, move up with your king, attack the white queen, and you're threatening discovered checks.
Wow, Abdusattorov might have tricked Wesley So. He lured him in with the bait. White has made a new queen, so I said there was only one queen remaining on either board. Suddenly, white has a queen on that right board, but the queen is attacked in the corner on a8 by black's rook, and the threat of this discovery against white's king could be terminal. Wesley's new queen drops back, walking into the firing line here. Something is lining up. Look at that white king. It's about to be checked left, right, and center, but Wesley, is he surviving? Big question.
Wesley on the right-hand side is up a rook at the moment, but that knight can actually deliver a check on f2, and then the queen hits the king, the knight hits the rook on h1. So I'm just trying to keep count of all the pieces on the right-hand side. And quick note on the left-hand side, as Magnus just made his move, Fabiano is defending this perfectly. Every square that Magnus puts pressure on, Fabiano has it covered. The h5 pawn is defended, the e6 knight is defended, so Fabiano is doing everything correctly on the left-hand side, and he still has a minute on his clock.
But Magnus is going to continue to try to squeeze water out of stone there with the bishop versus knight complex, pawns on both sides of the board. He's going to play this on Fabi down to a minute. He needs to keep those defenses up. Can Nodirbek find the big check here? And he decides to go with knight f2, attacking that rook. First question, where are you moving with your king?
You've got to slide to the right or you've got to slide back. And he slides back to c1, a safe square, and white's rook disappears in the corner. I've got to say, all the drama is happening on the board between Wesley So and Abdusattorov. It's one of the craziest games you'll ever see. New pawns promoting halfway through a game, rooks disappearing in the corner. We do a material count. We see suddenly it is almost level. White is up a pawn after all of that mess, but the attack continues against the white king, potentially.
And the black king is really not that safe either, because if you could imagine the c3 pawn on the right-hand side of your screen, if that was thrown off the board, that bishop on b2, it's just lurking back there, and there could be threats. But I think that Nodirbek can just take this knight on g3, the pawn will recapture, and the queen can take that pawn. It's becoming messy, the material will be even, but I like Nodirbek's clock the most. Whoa! No, that was a DGT error. There's no way Wesley would push a pawn instead of recapturing. That sometimes happens. And look, that bishop's alive.
I love that last move by Wesley. He pushes the c-pawn. It doesn't aim at queening or moving forward, but it's all to activate that bishop on b2, which to me is a very scary piece. I don't care what the eval bar says. That bishop on b2, eyeing that black king on g7, I'd be worried in this position.
Yeah, Wesley forgot to play b3 on move 1, fianchettoing his dark squared bishop. But finally, now on move 28, he's activated that beast, that monster, that archer, that sniper from afar. That white dark squared bishop is the most valuable piece right now. But it's all about the checks. It's all about the mutual attacks. And black's king steps forward, hiding out in the open on a light square. And Wesley drops back with his rook. Whose king is weaker? It's so difficult to tell. The players are now down under the 2-minute mark. This one is chaos. It's going in any direction.
What a move from Nodirbek Abdusattorov. King up to g6. I was not at all looking at that. I think he can just steal this pawn on f3, and then he can always block a check on the g-file with his knight. So I believe that Nodirbek can take the pawn f3, get a bit closer to the white king, and what a brave decision by him.
He gives a check instead. Did we see him move That was Magnus Carlsen. I think he's still thinking about it. I was thinking give a check and get the queens off the board. Your king is on g6. If Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he can grab a pawn, he can give a check, he chooses a third option. He doesn't care. His king is up in the open. He's going for the c-pawn. Wesley rightly sidesteps any checks on the c-line, moves away, and Nodirbek goes pawn hunting. No queen trades.
He's a pawn up. Nodirbek here adds black. Both kings are equally weak right now, but black also has 2 passed pawns on that board. Abdusattorov, I think, is a big favourite. The black h-pawn will just start running. Meanwhile, the Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano Caruana board still level, still Magnus trying to probe away for weaknesses, still looking to dominate the black knight with the white bishop. But wow, Wesley, so let's focus on this one on the right, because that's where the money match is.
Oh my goodness, queen g7 check is the threat. That knight cannot capture the queen, and that's why Wesley slid his king to the corner, so the black queen can't deliver a useful check. And I think that for Nodirbek, he's to bring his rook back. He does just that. That h-pawn is really dangerous. It was a one-check threat. That has been stopped. Nodirbek's about to run that pawn up the board.
And this is White's moment to try to perhaps get more pieces into the attack. That knight on a3, only if it lands on the king side, it will give Wesley the chances that he needs. And he starts with his journey, knight b5, heading to the center of the board with knight d4 coming in.
Wow, the computer, the evaluation bar might say that black is better. Abdusattorov has the advantage, but in practical terms, the white king is suddenly safe in the corner. And Wesley, I think he's got great chances of turning it around. Both players around the 40-second mark. And now big threat against white's rook. He gives a check first, Wesley, so...
But the bishop can block it?
Brave check there, forcing the white queen into the corner. And meanwhile, on the other board, the evaluation bar shoots up. Magnus Carlsen, is he winning? Can Magnus trade off the rooks? He's won a pawn, Magnus Carlsen. Caruana's defenses are cracking.
Yeah, the rooks are gone, and that's an extra pawn. It can run up the board. So while all attention was on Nordirbek's board, suddenly Magnus Carlsen steals a pawn, and I think he's going to win game 3.
Just do not play Magnus Carlsen in endgames. It is bad news, and he does it. He creates his magic. But let's focus on the right side of the board right now. Rook to e8. Queen e4, putting that queen back on h1 by Wesley. So to me, that was a really surprising call.
Well, Danny knows all about that, playing the Scotch and then you're getting your queen stuck on h1. So, Danny, there's your shout-out. But right now, Nodirbek deserves a huge shout-out the way he's been playing. And Wesley's down under 10 seconds.
Wow, this is dramatic stuff. Wesley needs to keep the momentum alive. He forks the black rook and black bishop. The black bishop's defended, however. And Abdusattorov, a bit more time on the clock. He'll just move his rook out the way. Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen has gone 2 pawns up on his board. On the left board we're seeing right now, it's the final stages. Magnus is going to win. But what about the other one? So much drama.
I think it's the final stages of that one as well, as the players are down to seconds. Absolute chaos. Is the black king going to march up further on the board? But you have to stay connected to that h5 pawn. What is Nodirbek thinking about? Is he going to capture the bishop on b2?
Wow.
He does it.
And checkmate within 2 moves is threatened. Abdusattorov going for the white king now. Wesley keeping things alive with a nasty move.
What a sick move from Wesley on the right-hand side. That rook looks like it's free, but if you take that rook, knight back to h4 with check, we're seeing a repetition. I don't think Nodirbek has better. Wesley, so what a find.
Rook to g2, that has to be the move of the day. But right now, 3 seconds, and he captures the knight. Nodirbek is going for it. He doesn't repeat because that's not an option on the table.
Wow, Nodirbek, a draw and a loss is the same thing. So he keeps the game alive. He doesn't repeat. But now it's a material imbalance. White has a rook. Meanwhile, okay, Magnus does take the win in his game, pass pawn running through. But Wesley has a rook for black's knight and 2 pawns. That one, anything could still happen, our remaining game.
And look at that. Nodirbek throws his pawn even further. Please take my pawn. Your rook is hanging on Joe. And Wesley down under 5 seconds. He slides his rook to help defend his queen. But those pawns are looking awfully scary.
Ooh, and another check. The white king advancing. I've never seen 2 kings do more exercise, more work than they have in this game. Still black on the attack, and his king advances as well.
And the pawns keep rolling down the board. Nodirbek with determination is going for it. He does give a check. Is he going to pick up the c4 pawn as well? Well, it stays defended with the king moving back. Nodirbek has to find a way to start pushing those pawns.
Look how visibly nervous both players are on the camera, both shaking back and forth. Wesley fiddling with pieces. Queen's off the board. It's a race. It's a pawn race.
Those black pawns are really quick, but look how quickly Wesley's going after the b7 pawn. If he can grab that, he's a passer of his own. And Nodirbek said he believes Wesley's shaking in time trouble, and there it goes.
And blunder, White's king going back. White's rook taking a pawn, but black's pawns are too strong. Black can push the e-pawn perhaps right now. Black can give a check with the knight first. He's running through. He's promoting. He's going to make a new queen.
Nodirbek on the brink of victory in this one, but he's got only 5 seconds to make it happen, and now he can promote. Can he go E1?
He
pick up the rook?
He can, but he's worried the white pawn will also go and promote, so he keeps the knight on E5 to cover that C6 square. I think that was a great try by Nodirbek here.
And Wesley was stuck. Wesley had no good moves. The white pawn kept under lock and key, and some drama there, touching a pawn, Abdusattorov, but he drops his knight back. Is he going to be able to break through the white rook? White's rook is holding 2 pawns simultaneously.
And Nodirbek making moves with just a second on the clock, gains some time, gives a check now, but if he goes back, that could be a third time repetition.
But if he goes knight F3, knight G1, he gets the queen with check. So the white pawn steps forward twice, but black queen's first with check, and here it comes.
He's found it. He's found the winning idea.
And Wesley knows it.
Yeah, frustration from Wesley So and resignation from Wesley So.
What a fantastic game. I've never seen anything like that. Nodirbek Abdusattorov scores a win with the black pieces. And he can't believe it. We can't believe it. What a game.
What a game. The players discussing. This is nice to see.
There really are no words, but somehow these players are talking about the game.
I think they're analyzing so many critical moments. You can see them pointing at the board, and they've got a round to play.
I think they're discussing the endgame, the final stages. Could White have saved the game?
And it looks like Nodirbek found some way to actually convince Wesley of his advantage there, and they've got a 4th game coming up, and we have got a match on our hands.
Oh my goodness, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he brought the heat. Wesley was so close to surviving, found a brilliant tactic by stepping his rook up, but just what a game from Nodirbek Abdusattorov, unreal.
The chosen one strikes back, taking the match to the 4th game, and Nodirbek has to do it again to go into Armageddon. Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen as well bounces straight back after that loss to Fabiano Caruana in classic Magnus style.
Yeah, Magnus grinding away. We didn't pay that game as much love as we would like to have done, but Magnus essentially doing Magnus things. It was equal for most of it, but in the end, just broke down, eroded Caruana's defenses.
Yeah. It was all eyes on Nodirbek Abdusattorov. It's just unbelievable stuff, unbelievable tactics, a complete roller coaster, David.
Yeah, a roller coaster, one of the most just up and down, crazy, most fun, wild games you'll ever see in chess. And it was those 2 fantastic warriors, Wesley So, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. I want to praise Black's decision just in the next couple of moves here. Nodirbek, in a must-win situation, decided not to retreat and take this white knight. Maybe the most kind of rational decision right now. Instead, he went for chaos. Rook takes bishop, threatening to take this pawn, followed by a swift checkmate on the white king. And Wesley found a crazy defensive move, deciding to block on the 2nd rank, control the black queen, because this rook is poisoned. If you ever take it, you walk into a nasty shock, the knight fork on the king and queen. Nodirbek here, he took a pawn with check, he gave another check with the black rook, and ultimately he decided, okay, I have to gamble. After another check, he took the white knight. We saw a crazy material imbalance, and later down the line, Nodirbek was rewarded for his courage in playing on. The black knight and pawns combined turned out to be superior to White's rook.
Just unbelievable. We've been talking about Nodirbek's steely stairs, but that looked like nerves of steels to allow White to keep that knight and queen with the king out in the open. I'm just thinking about the chess that we witnessed on that game, but meanwhile, Magnus just outclassing Fabi in that endgame.
Yeah, there were too many weaknesses, unfortunately, for Fabiano Caruana. He had split pawns, his opponent had a bishop staring in both directions, and Fabi was doing so well covering all of his bases, but without time on the clock, it's hard to cover the left and right hand side of your boards, and Magnus, he was relentless. He was able to first grab a pawn, then a second, and then the game.
And he did just that, and with that, he levels the score, which means Fabi has to now do it all over again to take it to set 3. Fabi needs to win the final rapid game.
He does. It's going to be difficult to come back from that. But if we just dive into the specifics of that game that we just saw, Magnus Carlsen, he did his vintage stuff. There's a pawn on b5 that's under attack. There's a pawn on h5 that's under attack. The knight can't go in both directions. It's not a bishop. If that knight were a bishop, then it could actually defend both of the pawns. Unfortunately, the knight has to choose where to defend. If it defends the queen side, then the rook slides right back over across the board to h4. It picks up the h5 pawn. That's what happened, and Magnus first won the h5 pawn, and unfortunately for Fabi, he was not able to recover. This is beyond hope at this stage.
Classic Magnus Carlsen, going back to basics. This is how he kind of rose up within the chess scene originally, just grinding down his opponents, tiring them out in almost level positions. And unfortunately for Fabiano, there's not much you can do against the best player of all time in these types of positions.
Sometimes I look at Magnus and just wonder, how does he play chess so well in these endgames that many of us would just agree to a draw or bail out of? He really gets the job done. Just literally squeezes water out of stone. I don't know how the guy does it, but he does it time and time again. And we've got a big 4 game coming up, and both Fabiano Caruana and Nodirbek Abdusattorov have to win on demand to take it into the Armageddon. And there's big chess coming up, and there are big things coming up for our subscribers. Non-subscribers, subscribe. What are you waiting for?
I'm here with, well, 2 of my favorite people in the whole world. This is baby Max, attending his first ever chess tournament. And this is Mike Klein, known as Fun Master Mike, who actually taught me a little bit of chess. We met 9 years ago at the Sinkville Cup, my first ever chess tournament. It's so good to see you again, Mike.
You too. I know I had to do some hand-holding at that tournament, but I think you've gone on to be the real pro, so now you're kind of showing me around. And thank you for putting me in company with your son. I don't think I'm quite equal to him, but I'm glad to see the next generation.
Yeah. Look at that. He's very interested in looking at you as well. Oh, yeah, that's a microphone, Max. And, well, so going back memory lane, Sinkville Cup 2014, that was such a cool experience. Obviously, Fabiano Caruana went 7 in a row. That's very memorable. But for me also, you gave me my first chess set. You taught me so much chess. That was an amazing experience for me, Mike.
Yeah, that's back when having Magnus on my home soil in America was like a huge thing. I have to also say I made one of my biggest blunders of my professional career at that tournament.
Really?
Yeah, Fabiano had won 7 games in a row and was about to be white against Magnus in game 8. And while interviewing Magnus, in my brain, I wanted to ask Magnus if he felt like maybe an underdog. He was playing a guy who was 7-0, but I think I accidentally called Magnus an underdog. That did not go well. We've patched up our relationship. We all make mistakes.
Yeah, I also did my first interviews with Magnus back then. He didn't like Fabi winning 7 in a row there. Are you peeking at the camera? Yes. And, well, now, Mike, you're known as Fun Master Mike. It's all about teaching kids chess for you right now.
Yeah, I've kind of moved on from the chess journalism world and mostly retired that, except for a couple of gigs. I'm now mostly the face and the content creator and the biz dev guy for Chess Kid. In fact, I see a potential marketing opportunity here. Can we get Max his own little Peshka?
Oh.
That's for you, baby Max. No, that's not squeezable. This is much more fun. Do you have grasping yet? Now, I know you're teething. Yes. I have no frozen waffles, but I do have this. Yeah. Oh, it's working. Uncle Fun Master.
Oh, look at that. And I can also, he's kind of a little bit more interested in the microphone.
He is, yeah.
Maybe he's going to walk in my footsteps.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. There we go. Hold it right there.
No. Max, you're going to be a chess player.
Don't take Mom's job. She's very good at it.
But that's very kind, Mike. Thank you. We're going to have a Peshka to be biting on. And, Mike, you have to tell us a little bit about what's happening with Chess Kids these days.
Yeah, so we've got a big festival coming up February 16th to the 19th, 2024, Charlotte, North Carolina. Our first ever in real life tournament. We're going to have Canty. We're going to have GothamChess. We're going to have Danny, me, Jen Shahadi, Danya Naroditsky. If I forgot anybody, it's because we've invited so many people. So it's going to be a chess event unlike any other. There's going to be a main competition. We're going to have Jen Shahadi hula hooping. We're going to have Danny Wrench doing a puzzle bee against Jen Shahadi. Kids are literally going to be able to throw a pie in my face. It is going to be fun, festival, family entertainment.
How can we get tickets for this awesome event?
Actually, you can just go on to chesskid.com, and there's all kinds of articles about how you sign up for it. Also, just go search for Chess Kid National Festival. We've done our job on the Googles, and you're going to find us. Tickets are limited, but it's going to be hopefully a groundbreaking historic event.
Wow, sounds amazing. Max, are you going?
Maybe a little too soon. Next year, we will be there, definitely. Mike, thank you so much. And everyone, go check out the Chess Kid Festival.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
A new opening for your wall is here. Capture new major pieces on unique metal posters from Displate. Now with the official collection from Chess.com. Mount them in seconds with a tool-free magnet kit and swap them whenever you like. Make your move. Get an exclusive discount on all metal posters. Shop now with the code CHESS at Displate.com.
And we are celebrating the holiday season. It's time to get smart, and you get a very, very cool 20% off until December 31st for the Chess Kid Gold. Go to the website go.chesskid.com/CK20. It's all up in front of you. Use the code. Use the command CK20 in chat for all the details, and you get a 20% off. And that's not all we're celebrating. We're also helping you decorate your walls with these very, very fun posters that we've got. And there are so many of them on display.com/chess. You get a 33% off with the code CHESS. You got 3 in the studio. Which one's your favorite, Robert?
You know, I want to get a COE display. Is there a calculation over everything display with James Canty just flexing out there? I would get that in a heartbeat.
Right now, it's the Champions Chess Store Finals over everything, as we've got a big game 4 coming up. David, I also know there's a grind like a Grandmaster display.
There is. Go out, get it, everyone. You get my face on your walls. What more could you want? I must admit as well, I haven't yet shopped for my friends or my family for Christmas, so I know what I'm taking home later after the show.
Well, you can get yours on display.com/chess, so check it out. And right now, we're going to check in with Magnus Carlsen, who's taken the lead in his set 2 against Fabi.
Magnus Carlsen is getting very close to the final now. And Magnus, did you feel confident throughout this game?
Not really. I felt good about the opening. It felt that I had a slight but stable advantage, but I think he managed to activate his pieces, and then for a while I was just moving around. But I was hoping that his expansion on the queen side would only lead to weaknesses for him. So I was sort of trying to provoke that a little bit at some point, and then eventually I managed to win one of his pawns. Even after that, it was not easy at all. Managed to pull through.
How are you feeling about the way you're playing today?
Actually, not too bad. Even the last game where I was completely outplayed, I didn't feel that bad in general. He just played well, I think. And this game, it was nothing special, but I think it was okay.
And a game 4 now to secure your spot in the final. So what can we expect from that one?
Well, it's an Armageddon game where I have 15 minutes and increments, so that's something good.
You expect this to go to Armageddon?
No, I'm saying that this is an Armageddon game where I have 15 minutes because I just need a draw. But we'll see. I haven't managed to be so solid so far, so I'm sure it won't be easy.
Good luck in the next one, Armageddon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Magnus. That's back to you guys.
Thanks, Gaia. It won't be easy, but that endgame, Magnus did make that look easy, and he takes the lead in his match, which means that Fabi, with the black pieces, like an Armageddon, which White has to win on demand. As Magnus said, he gets White. He needs just a draw. It's all jumbled up right now. But for Fabi and Nodirbek, nothing's jumbled up. Only one score suffices, and that's a win.
They have to win. Nodirbek did just do that, and it's tougher for Fabiano because Nodirbek's feeling it. He just played a great game, but for Fabi, you feel like you just collapsed. You were holding on for dear life for so long, but when you're playing Magnus Carlsen, so long isn't good enough. It has to be forever.
Yeah, it's different mindsets for the two players now in must-win situations. Abdusattorov, he's on the back of that great victory. He knows he has another life. He won the first match yesterday. Even if he loses this next one, who cares? More chess today. But for Fabiano, this could be the last game of his tournament. It's all or nothing. He has to burn his bridges. He has to go all in against Magnus.
But Fabi starts with White, and that gives him some hope to try to get those positions out of the opening. What are you expecting? What kind of an approach? Is he going to go solid, wait for Magnus to make those decisions, or will he go all out from the start?
Whatever he did in Game 2, do that again, because he had a winning position against Magnus Carlsen. He couldn't convert it, and I think that's been the theme of his match yesterday, set 1, and today in set 2. He's had winning positions. He's outplayed Magnus, but Magnus will not back down. He will fight on forever, and he will not lose unless you punish him and beat him.
And Dani there with Wesley and a little mascot. Wesley. He lost Game 3. He needs a draw to take the match for Nodirbek. With White, he starts. He's got so many positives from the way he just took down Wesley. So in that last game, Nodirbek, if he wins, it goes into the Armageddon. In just a few moments, we will have the first move. It's really cool to see the players in such a good move right before the start of a critical game.
Yeah, maybe trying to get some inspiration from Mittens there, Wesley. So from the Mittens kind of toy, but
There's a Mittens plushie.
I think it was a Mittens plushie. I was going to say plushie, but I've literally never said that word before in my life, so I didn't want the first time to be on air.
Sounded natural.
Thank you, Robert.
And you can get your Mittens plushie, but for now, let's get into the chess as we've got 1d4 on the board.
1d4 on the board, and will we see a repeat of a game from earlier today? Wesley So mixes it up. He pushes a pawn to a6 earlier. 2 games ago, we saw him put a pawn on e6. And despite winning that battle, that game, Wesley So is the first to surprise his opponent. White takes some space.
And if I'm not mistaken, this is called like the chameleon variation because you're not exactly making it known what your plans are. GothamChess has played this from the black side for many, many years with great success. It's a situation where White expands on the queen side. You see those pawn on c5, carved out some good dark squares on that side of the board, but black will eventually try to strike back either in the center with an e5 push. You want to break down a pawn chain. You don't want to allow someone to have a connect 4 without fighting back. So I think that Wesley can strike with b6 or with e5, depending on the moment. He understands the nature of these positions.
Yeah, and things are getting hot out there in Toronto, especially hot right now for Abdusattorov and Caruana. And is it getting warmer? I see 2 red rings there on the AirThings devices. The air quality getting really dramatic for the players. Meanwhile, on the board, Wesley, he's well prepared. He's fast. He's furious. He's probably furious about that last game, that defeat. And he's now hunting down White's dark-squared bishop. The bishop on f4 will be traded off within the next few moves. And to me, it looks like opening success. Wesley So.
For Wesley, he does get that bishop pair early on. If White was to move it to that square 1 step towards the right, will we see a kingside expansion by Wesley in that case, putting that rook pawn 8-6, g5 in early on?
We definitely will, because in a closed position, it's not the worst thing in the world to advance pawns where your king may eventually end up. The king still is in the center thus far, so it's not like you are forced to castle to the king side. But for Nodirbek, he actually doesn't mind if that knight captures his bishop, because White will have a true clamp in the center. One of the pawn breaks I mentioned was e7, e5. If there's a pawn f4 and d4, good luck to you. You're not breaking through there.
It's going to be a strategic battle in the opening in this one. While Nodirbek thinks about what to do with that bishop situation, let's check in with our final 4th game between the world number 1 and the world number 2. Fabiano Caruana needs to strike in this game, otherwise he will be knocked out of the Champions Chess Tour final, and we see a repeat of what we saw between these two earlier.
Yeah, going back to his Italian roots, Fabiano Caruana. He's playing the Italian game. And we saw this position, as Robert mentioned, he's pretty much sticking to what was almost a winning recipe, on the brink of victory in the second game of today. And again, pushing his pawn forward, gaining space on the queen side. It's onus on Magnus, pressure on Magnus to switch things up because it went wrong for black very, very quickly. And here we see Magnus still sticking to this tried and trusted kind of idea of trading off bishops. I really fear for Magnus Carlsen, unless he's got something up his sleeve.
And this is the moment that Fabi stopped and he went shot castle. Is he going to switch it up? Is this when we get a new move? And we're talking about their game 2 action. We had this identical position. I think Fabi's going to play a new move now.
Well, I'm a bit surprised that he goes down the same exact path and now is the person who's sitting and thinking, because Christian Churla, his good friend, maybe he looked at this and gave him a little bit of advice. But Fabi, he's going down the same path, and yet he's not the one who's seemingly prepared. So either he's just trying to recall something, or he's just going to change it up on the fly. There isn't much time between games, to be fair to the players, but Fabi does not castle. He plays that pawn pushes c3.
And creating a threat as well on the board. The queen from d1, if it arrives on b3, you will put pressure not on one pawn on b7, but 2 pawns, the one that has just been doubled up as well on the center.
And Magnus literally doesn't care. He plays b5 anyway, an idea we debated in detail earlier today. En passant or no en passant. It does look like it's forced in some positions, but here White can very much maintain the tension if he desires.
But why not just queen b3? I'm attacking b5, I'm attacking e6.
Because the b5 pawn, Magnus is saying, is a bit untouchable, because even when you capture, let's say the white queen grabs that pawn on b5, the black rook will slide one file over, hit the queen in the loose b2 pawn behind it. So this pawn can be won by white. Black will have to defend the e6 pawn, but in doing so sets up a rook b8, so the pawn on b5 is actually protected just tactically rather than directly.
And we were surprised with this move b5, which happened in game 2 between these two. Not in this exact same position, but a similar one. It looks like this is some kind of a preparation by Magnus, that he's just decided to go into this opening with this thematic idea of b5, and he's sticking to it.
What must have happened is that in the break, the players, they don't have too long. They have a few minutes here and there. Magnus got on the phone. He called up his good friend, his second Peter Heine Nielsen. What should I do? And Peter's saying, do the same thing. Yes, you had a bad position later, but your mistakes weren't to do with the opening. And just stay loyal, stick to what you know. Don't burn too much time on the clock. And here we do see the switch up. This exact variation you mentioned with queen to b3. Probably in that phone call, Magnus discussed it with his second. And it's Fabiano deciding now whether to go and grab the pawn. As Robert mentioned, queen takes b5, white's queen going up, taking the b5 pawn would walk into a skewer on the b file. Black's rooks would switch across, switch focus, kick the white queen away, and who knows who that profits. Fabiano has to work that out.
I think it's a little too direct, and I don't love what we're seeing here from Fabiano. He's going down the same exact line. At the first time, you can be surprised by this b5. Now that it's happened before, I'm going to expect it every time it's available. Black can play b5. And what it really was doing is then knight on b1. It wants to dart out to d2 and then up to c4. It's saying you're not even going to get there. So Fabi brings his queen out, attacks a pawn, doesn't take it, instead castles his king. I feel like Magnus can simply defend the pawn, and he's doing just a-okay.
And we see a decision there with the kingside castle, Magnus on the think. We are going to go to our crew in Toronto. Levy is joining us for more insights. Levy, we got a very similar opening as the one we saw between these two players in game 2. Fabi, a must-win situation. What do you think about what we're seeing being played out? Will Fabi be able to create his chances in this one?
Well, it's not a matter of will he be able to. He doesn't really have a choice. It's just, is he going to go for a long positional out-grind type of game, or is he going to get frustrated at some point and lash out? But the truth is, in these e4, e5, these rues, lashing out could just be punished, right? I mean, we're looking at the game right now. Magnus applying some pressure with his knight there on the king side. I don't know. I'm no expert in e4, e5 positions, but if you tell me you have to win this with white, it looks like a bit of a struggle. I don't know. What are we thinking? We thinking he's going to try to push d4? Is he going to try to reposition his queen off of b3? It's nice where it is. It's pressuring e6, but it's tough to add pressure. I do believe he's brought his rook. So is the idea knight f1, guys, and then reroute the knight to the center?
Yeah, and Levy, before we deep dive, I want to ask you, because we were discussing in the studio what the players are getting up to between rounds. How are they preparing? Did you manage, do you have any update on that for us? Have you seen the players between rounds, between games?
Yeah, I've definitely seen them. There's only one way in and out, which I suppose is a bit of a fire hazard, but we do see all the players there. We see them getting fair play scans. Nodirbek and Wesley are surprisingly chatty with each other, you know, considering they're playing for something like $50,000 either way that could go if one of them makes it to the finals or not. But Fabiano just sort of comes out. He's always very chill. It's actually quite difficult to read if Fabi won or lost. You only kind of get a sense once he starts analyzing. He's sometimes discussing games with Maxime, who is here, MVL, and Magnus just sort of maybe goes off, gets refreshes, and comes back. But I mean, there's a lot on the line here, and so they have to gather themselves very quickly, whether they win or lose. But we see Magnus is actually playing G5 on the left side of the screen there. So pause that conversation. And how do we feel about this, actually taking the fight to Fabiano rather than sitting and waiting?
I must admit, Levy, I quite like it for Black. The center for now is not quite open, so why not play on the side you're stronger? Black has a knight on h5, semi-open f-file. And I will admit, I'll make a confession of my own, Levy. I spent a bunch of time this morning watching one of your YouTube videos about meeting Magnus in person, in the flesh. Can you tell us about how that experience was for you?
Yeah, well, I haven't had a chance to actually meet David Howell in the flesh, which I mean, once I do that I might just completely melt. So we gotta set that up at some point, David. No, it was super cool, and I tweeted about it earlier today, or posted on X, or however we call that nowadays. It's sublime for me because, you know, 4 years ago I was just a chess teacher in New York City, and okay, I don't want to just, you know, undermine that profession, just the chess teacher, but I was watching these tournaments as a spectator and a fan, and that sort of never goes away. Also much taller than I thought, and if anybody chess boxes Magnus, they are going to have a serious issue. I get where all the hype from and the athleticism claims come from, so that was pretty cool. Got a little bit of a Gucci cologne smell. No, I'm just making things up at this point. Back to the chess, because, you know, we got to focus here. We've got a hanging knight on h5 in the Wesley So game, and meanwhile Magnus put his knight on the f4 square. So both these matches are great, I just have to say. A lot of tension, totally locked position on one side, and on the other side we've got, I don't know, we got Magnus coming in with an attack, I guess.
Sorry, go ahead, David.
I was going to say, if you had to pick right now which player you prefer on both boards, Levy, who would it be?
I really like Wesley's position. I generally don't like being cramped like the position Nodirbek has, because you have to time a counterattack, and that's not a skill that I have at all. Plus, you have to play on the queen side in Wesley's game if you're Nodirbek. And I really don't know how I feel like being under kingside pressure. And, well, if I apply that same logic to the left side, I would rather play Black, obviously, because you have the open f-file, close center, good attacking chances. What about you guys?
Yeah, Levy, I was going to say on the left-hand side of our screen here, Fabiano, at least he has an opportunity to initiate a pawn break. And I often say the side that controls the pawn breaks is the side with the advantage. Black has some pawn breaks of his own. For Magnus Carlsen, he can push his g-pawn to create more threats in front of the white king. But I'm with you that I feel like Nodirbek, that position's too closed for my liking, and Wesley seems to be having all the fun over there on the king side.
Oh, absolutely. Actually, why don't we pop over to that game? As Fabiano has to make a decision there with Magnus's rook on f4, we can take a look at Nodirbek versus Wesley So. That match has gone, I mean, it's been a crazy back and forth battle. So Nodirbek has just moved his knight. We see Wesley has a critical decision to make. It's a weird position, guys, right? Because Wesley has to basically not lose this game. That's the reality, because he's up 2-1 in today's set. So the position, however, is demanding violence of the highest order. Isn't that a really difficult tightrope to cross, right? Because you know white is going to play a4, b5, as we see these beautiful blue arrows drawn there from Oslo. I am not doing that. Look at that. f5, f4. Very, very tense position. Who do we favor? I know computer says Black, but computer's like 800 points higher rated than the highest human. So how are we feeling?
Well, the computer normally loves connect 4, I was going to say, but the e4 pawn suddenly gets traded off. En passant, apparently it's forced, but e takes f3. Well, I'm not so sure about this one. for Wesley So as he clears his throat. Rook takes f3, pawn takes, bishop takes. Oof. At least he's broken the head of the pawn chain.
No, you couldn't pay me money. You couldn't pay me money to take with the pawn, but bishop takes, yeah, now a knight is coming to e4. I mean, once again, I'm just saying it's a situation where Wesley has to not lose, but he's taking the fight to Nodirbek. I mean, someone's probably going to lose this game, and there's a chance it could be Wesley, and then it's 2-2, and then we have to play an Armageddon for today's set. So, but anyway, I will let you guys live broadcast in Oslo take it away. Great listening to you. Thanks for checking in with me.
Thanks, Levy. We will check in with you again soon. And I agree with him that, you know, in this game, Wesley needs only a draw. But he's going all out. There's no backing down from this position. Once you've advanced those kingside pawns, you've already declared war. With g5, f5 on the board, there's no way to go solid or passive in this position. And even if Wesley, it's advantage Wesley at this particular moment, that's also in some ways good news for Nodirbek because he knows that the position will open up. There will be opportunities for both players to go wrong.
Yeah, well, The Power of the Dog was a great movie from Jane Campion. I think The Power of the Knight has been the theme of this match. We just saw Nodirbek Abdusattorov win by blocking a rook with his knight so he could promote. Here, that knight on d7 for black, that's going to hop right into the center. Knight f6, knight e4. You have forward progress allowed for that knight. He started the queen e8. You have an open diagonal because the f pawn has been pushed. So I feel like white's play a4, b5, this kind of attack on the queen side, it's really slow and it might not amount to much, whereas black can actually throw pawns forward as well at f4 or g4. You have to time these things correctly. But with the knight maneuvers, with these pawn pushes, I certainly like black's chances.
I've got to agree. The top players in the world, they like space. They like having access to weak squares, and that's exactly what Wesley does right now. And yeah, I'm loving your knight maneuver, Robert. I would take black here every time.
And also ahead on the clock as well. For Nodirbek, it will come down to having those extra seconds because this position will get very demanding and will require a lot of calculation at some point from both these players. Wesley looking really relaxed and chill right now. We've been talking about Wesley from the start as being this extremely solid player, the hardest to beat in the circuit. Doesn't take the fight, but waits for the fight to come to him. When you give him the opportunity, he takes it. But this event, the Champions Chess Tour Final, from the very start, we've been seeing a very different Wesley. We've seen him get aggressive without being provoked.
Well, here I think he was provoked a little bit because if he sat passively, he understands at this high level that if you kind of just wait for your opponent to do something, you don't have a plan of your own. So he created some plans. He pushed his pawns in front of his king to force white's pieces back. And if he had given Nodirbek all the time in the world, we would have seen an avalanche on the queen side. That hasn't even started yet. There's not even a snowball over there. And in the middle of the board, you see all of black's pieces and the knights coming to the king side. I really like his position. And, you know, the position is one where he kind of had to react, and he's reacting perfectly and quickly. That's maybe the most important element here.
Yeah, you can tell how uncomfortable Nodirbek is here. Just his clock consumption here, his use of the time. It's really uncharacteristic. Normally we see Nodirbek when he's confident, when he's on form, just blitzing out the moves, hustling his opponents on the clock, happy to play kind of not the best move, but wanting to play it quickly. And here, he's down 3.5 minutes. He's retreating his bishop back where he came from. I think regretting the decision to take on f3 with his bishop now. He wants to park it on d3, but either way, Nodirbek is suffering. If you give him the chance to turn the board around and take black side, I think he would every day of the week. So Abdusattorov right now needing a miracle to win this game. He puts the bishop on d3, but black's knights are coming in, black's pawns are coming forward. Kingside, the right half of the board, black is dominant.
Well, swapping colors isn't an option, so Nodirbek has to try to create something out of what he's got right now. The one positive in the position for white is that there are still a lot of pieces on the board. Very few trades have happened. Very few things have been simplified so far. And even if Wesley is in driver's seat, I'm going to say this again, that this position, when it does explode, because Wesley has expanded the king side, I think it does have potential to go in Nodirbek's favor as well at some point.
It does. And I think if Nodirbek can successfully push his pawns up the queen side, that's how he gets chances. He's got no play, no activity, no threats until he does just that. And we know he will. And that's why Wesley, he just can't sit around all day. He's going to try to improve his pieces. Maybe he's going to push his h-pawn, like David said. Maybe he'll just bring his knight up to that e4 square that was vacated indicated when he took en passant. But no matter what, he needs to play in the center of the board here. I don't believe in the queenside pressure. That even if you get a4 and b5 in for white, it just feels a bit slow.
And let's remind everyone, if Nodirbek wins this game, this match goes into Armageddon. If it ends in a draw or in Wesley's favor, Wesley gets the set, and we will move on to a set 3 between these two players. And of course, there's also Fabi, who is fighting to stay in the Champions Chess Tour final against Magnus Carlsen. He needs a win in his game, and he plays with the white pieces. This is the current position, and at first sight you see that Black's rook, Magnus's rooks have lined up on the f-file, and whenever that happens in these Spanish, in these Italian positions, there's always this sacrifice on f3 that comes into my mind. You're always thinking about rook takes knight, blow open White's king. All of White's army is on the queen side. Very few defenses. Magnus right now preparing for it. He goes h5. He's preparing for a g4 that's coming up. I would say there are big threats on Fabi right now in this current position.
Big threats, and I just want to point out as well a small trap that Fabiano did set, at least for Magnus on the last turn. He dropped his knight back. Looks like a blunder. Ooh, free pawn up for grabs, but White's queen would have slid back. This was a poisoned pawn, and suddenly Black's rook finds itself awkwardly placed. If it moves, if it shifts out the way, White's queen pounces and sneaks in behind enemy ranks. This would have been advantage White, but Magnus Carlsen, yeah, h5, motioning down the board, push those pawns, and it's because the center is blocked that he's able to do this. Robert mentioned this earlier. When the center is blocked, you can advance on the flanks at will, and right now, yes, there's tension between these two pawns, but Fabiano never really wants to release that tension, because even in an endgame, Black has the advantage. Black here has full control, weak pawn to look at, massive pressure down the f-file, f2 hanging, Black's knight coming in. This would be almost over, one-way traffic at least. So h5, Fabiano has to be really creative to stem the tide. g4 looks so ominous right now.
I would quickly be playing a move like rook to d2 right now, because I see g4 is coming, and if you play g4 now, I swap off pawns, then move my knight probably back to h2, and that g4 pawn, it does stick out. There's not another pawn to defend it, so I'm not sure if Black can ever take on e4, so it is something that you have to keep an eye on, but I do believe this gives White legitimate chances. Tania was asking in the game between Nodirbek and Wesley, is there some long-term potential for Nodirbek? I don't see it in that game, but here I do see it for Fabi, because that's an isolated pawn. There's so many tactics up in the air. The Black king isn't perfectly safe either. So I think that with White's position solidifying, he will then be able to turn it around.
It's really interesting to me that Fabi is almost touching the 2-minute mark, because as we've been pointing out, g4 is such a big threat on the board. You can't possibly give up that f2 pawn. You have to defend it. But are there some tactics? Is there another creative way to go into the offense? Because if not, rook d2, you play it really quickly.
Yeah, maybe this is just symptomatic of Fabiano not being confident, not liking his position. I've been there so many times in my career. I hate my position, even if sometimes there's a forced move or one move that's clearly superior to the rest. You just sit there kind of wallowing, a bit down, philosophizing, and he has to just speed up, play rook d2, defend this pawn.
He did.
Okay, he plays knight to e3.
Wow.
Provoking g4. He's actually going for a similar idea to you mentioned, Robert, there. Knight to h2. He wants to actually forfeit this pawn in return for the g4 pawn to activate his knights. And actually, I quite like this idea. If in the current position, Black ever allows a pawn capture and the white knight to pounce into d5, suddenly there's actually access squares. So Fabi spent a long, long time in that move, maybe too long, but he did, in the end, find a creative idea. And I like the fact that it's not too submissive either. It's not reacting to Black's threats. It's trying to leap forward with his knights.
I prefer his move for sure, not just because he's the person making it, because it's ambitious. And he's just trying to create an imbalance. And that g4 push that we keep talking about, White does lose a pawn very close to his king, but he actually steals a pawn that's getting closer to the Black king. And with lines opening up, with pawns being removed from the board, we may just see this very variation, that with pawns being removed, that means that there are more open lines, more chances to trade some pieces. And if you take this g4 pawn, White has the outermost pawn. And why that's important, as we get fewer pieces on the board, having a distraction, a decoy, and far away from the other flank, that can be very, very useful in an endgame.
Yeah, really nice move there. Creative idea from Fabi. And I think this wasn't on Magnus's radar. We were struggling to see it as well, but he's found a creative way to keep the balance, but by playing actively. Often, if you have a choice between active, passive moves, if they both look roughly level, play the active one, put your opponent under pressure, surprise them. And one more move by the white knights, taking the black g4 pawn off the board. Serious threats against the black king. You can tell on the body language, Magnus a bit frustrated and just a bit bemused, perhaps, because he must have loved his position until this last little sequence.
Fabi has definitely dragged Magnus into complications in this one with this creative resource that you were talking about. Very difficult to find, but we've seen him do that time and time again in this match. Moves like Queen B4 earlier in their set 1, and Magnus is going for it. He takes the F2 pawn, he's giving the G4 pawn. The one thing in Magnus's favor is that it's very difficult on that left side of our screen for Fabi's major pieces, the queens and the rook, to transfer over to the king side. So he's got some time to try to get harmony within his own pieces before the queen and the rook. I think C4 is a big threat for white.
It absolutely is. We're talking about the left-hand side. He takes you with the E3 knight. That's actually a bit counterintuitive. Usually you like to capture with your less active pieces closer to your own territory, but he's opening up the third rank for Tania's C4 push, and the queen sliding on over to G3, ignoring the queen side. So watch out. Magnus Carlsen in some trouble on the left, and the right-hand side, it's more of the same. Wesley So, he's played a perfect game thus far with the black pieces. He's just opened up a diagonal from his queen towards that E3 pawn. He's blasting open the white king side. Nodirbek down to 2 minutes, 24 seconds. Tick, 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 tick. He just doesn't have time, and you see the EVA bar all the way up now.
Wow, Abdusattorov's position is collapsing in front of our very eyes. Simply the white king on the right board there is going to come under heavy fire. Wesley, so quick, so confident, retreats black's knight. 2 monster threats. Firstly, to eliminate white's bishop in the center of the board. Secondly, to attack white's h-pawn. Nodirbek is not long for this world. His dark squares are falling apart.
Wesley playing aggressively, but also keeping all the strategic points under control in this position. Nodirbek in big trouble on the position with a big threat of losing that h4 pawn, also down on the clock. And for Wesley with black, he has made it look easy in this game so far. Never in trouble out of the opening. Nodirbek did not even manage to get that a-pawn up the board, creating a potential threat on the queen side, while all hell breaks loose on the other side of the board.
It looks terrible for Nodirbek, and he knows it. And it's sort of the opposite of Game 3, where Nodirbek, he was just waiting, and Wesley was playing this very ambitious, provocative chess that completely backfired. Here, Nodirbek had no choice. He needs a win in this game. He couldn't just play quietly, make a draw, and say that's okay. He needs to win to take this set, head to the finals. But it looks like Wesley So is about to take this one, and that means we'll have a reset, a third set for all the marbles to get to the finals.
And we'll talk more about the format of the third set later. Right now, Wesley needs to finish the job that he started and is well on his way. So we see a trade on f4, which opens up the e-line for counterplay. But is counterplay going to happen with the h-pawn falling, and not just the h-pawn falling, the g-pawn potentially moving forward and checkmating ideas on Nodirbek's king?
Yep. White's king is doomed. It's as simple as that. He's trying to create some escape squares here. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, White's king, will try to run for the hills, but unlike Wesley So's king in the previous game, it's not going to get very far. And I think we'll shortly see a checkmating pattern occur on that board. But yeah, Wesley So has done everything right. We're guaranteed more chess, no matter what the result in that match, at least.
What's funny about the position on the right side, he does bring his knight in. I was going to say, he's up a pawn, so even if he doesn't deliver a checkmate, he could just plant a knight into the e4 square, clog up that lane, and if that knight's ever captured on e4, because checkmates will be threatened, the rook on f8 suddenly stares into the white position. It looks really, really bad on the right-hand side for Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And the left-hand side, Magnus Carlsen's frozen. He's under 3 minutes on the clock because that queen on b3, that left-hand side queen, it's going to slide on over the same line as the enemy king, and that's going to spell some serious danger for Magnus.
And that's not the only thing he needs to worry about. That pawn on a5 can become a big thorn in Magnus's position. If he allows Fabi to capture on b5, suddenly Fabi will have an a5 passer, and we've got a result coming in.
Wow, Wesley So, it looked like they spoke to each other. It was a draw. Wesley offers a draw in a totally winning position because that secures him this set of the match.
And Wesley gets it done. There was no hope in Nodirbek's position. He accepts the draw with this G-pawn moving forward. With Nodirbek's king under fire, he takes the draw, which means there will be a set 3 between these two players. And to me, it looks like Fabi has made great progress. Robert, you pointed out that the queen's sliding on from the queen side to the king side. I'm looking at that A5 pawn. If Magnus allows that trade, I think that's one more thing to worry about for black, and he doesn't allow it.
He was choosing between two evils. Either he goes and protects his king, or he allows an A-pawn to be passed with few black pieces to stop it. So this queen, it can take a pawn back on C4. I would not be caring about material. Fabiano doesn't. He slides it over to G3. And if he could get a rook to the H-file, it's going to be a ladder checkmate. So if Fabi could bring his knight to F3, king to F2, rook on over to H1, that's actually going to be a checkmate. I don't know if he has time for it, but I'm already looking in that direction.
Yeah, look at that black king. Magnus's king, sitting on the edge of the board, literally has no shelter around it. The black king drops back. Of course, Fabiano won't repeat the position, but it feels like there should be a knockout punch. The white rook can come up via A3, G3. The third rank is totally open as well.
I love that idea, David. Rook A3, rook G3 looks extremely strong here.
Maybe there's something even better. Black's rook on F4, also short of squares. Feels like Fabiano on the verge of a knockout punch. And it's no surprise. You need pawns in front of your king. It's as simple as that in chess. And black's king has 0 right now. The might of the white queen and the white knights leaping forward should be decisive. Fabiano, he has kind of lost control of a position similar to this before, though. That's the one doubt in the back of his mind.
But I love that rook A3, rook G3 maneuver, because rook lifts are always fun, but especially when the black king has no pawns in front of it. And little has separated these two players historically in match play. Their world championship in 2018, 12 draws in classical chess. Rook A3 here, rook G3 next. The king, it just doesn't have pieces to defend it. Beautiful awareness from Fabiano. And Magnus looks like he's not just in trouble, I think he's toast.
And it's so easy to forget about these rook lifts because you're focused on one side of the board. You're looking at ideas of improving your knight, getting that into play, going knight F3, and then suddenly from the other side of the board, this reinforcement, a really big reinforcement into the attack. And now Fabi is one move away. That rook lands on the G file, and Magnus could be busted.
Yeah, we know Fabi loves going to the gym, he loves working out. Yesterday was leg day, today is rook lift day, and he's lifted that rook. Yeah, it's simply 3-4 attacking pieces for white. I'm going to count both those white knights because they most likely will play a part soon. The white queen, and with the added spice of that white rook against a naked black king. How can you fight off that amount of ammunition? Even if we calculate variations, I'm struggling to see a way for black to cling on.
And even if the evaluation bar wasn't through the roof saying white is objectively winning, with less than a minute on his clock, how do you defend a position like this? I know, look at Magnus. He's looking away. He's pretty much giving up. He's shaking his head. He knows he is lost.
Oh my gosh. But he's going to fight. He's not going to give up at this very moment. I think the biggest problem in Magnus's position is what you want to do is you want to get a rook on the G file. But rook F7 isn't even possible because there was a check on H6 forking the rook and the king. So no way to get the rook into the defense. He tries to block it with the bishop. After rook does slide over to G3, I think Magnus wants to bring the knight over in front of the rook to defend that bishop on G5.
I think that white can even there just win a piece quite simply. You can always throw in like a rook G3, knight H6 check, and black's position is collapsing. So rook G3 is step 1. If he does go knight F7, I actually think knight H6 check just ends the game. So he blocks with his queen. That way, well, knight H6 is still there. Does that work?
I think knight H6 is strong, but Magnus does love giving up his queen in general, and the number of times he suggests giving up his queen in analysis, it's crazy. I think Fabiano doesn't want to cash in too soon for an attack that's worth more, and knight H6 check is not going away anytime soon. First, he's just going to eliminate that bishop, that black bishop. I think the problem is that black is frozen. Magnus frozen on the camera, black's pieces are stuck, the attack is incoming, it's all about the G-file, and black is collapsing. Under 20 seconds now.
He gives up material to fight against the threat on the G-file. He's trying to run away with the king, but the threats in the G-file continue because that bishop on G5 is still under pin.
I don't even know where that king thinks it's going. I guess E7, but that's not going to run all the way to the queen side. If you could lift that king up and then teleport it to a square like B7, maybe it starts to feel safe, but that's a long journey away. Magnus doing the right thing, though. His rook on F8, it could slide on over to the H-file, and maybe the white king could feel a bit of the heat. For now, Fabi has everything under control. He's also doing really well on the clock, and he just needs to put Magnus away, which he couldn't do 2 games ago.
Yeah, and he has to be careful about that because exactly with the white pieces in game 2, in a winning position, there were a few imprecise moves made and Magnus was all over in that game then. So for Fabi, he needs to still finish the job. He's up in exchange. To me, it would make a lot of sense to just draw back with the knight and try to capitalize on the pin along the g file. Knight f2 would be the move of my choice here because I also stopped the check on e3. Is there another way to probably just with a stronger blow here right now?
I like it, Tanya. You've done the hard work. You've won material. White is up a rook for bishop. So why not just create smaller threats? Why not regroup your pieces? I think you don't actually need to do anything too special. There might be stronger moves, might be more direct moves. But ultimately, Fabi needs to play quickly. The only time it's gone wrong for him is when it gets super messy. He loses a little bit of control and he has no time on the clock. So just keep the time advantage. The win should be relatively straightforward if you play moves such as knight f2. He's about to decide.
He reaches out for the knight and it's on the board.
And one thing I'll note that if the queens do come off and maybe queen h6 for black, at least you're not getting checkmated for Magnus. You have a bishop and one pawn for that rook. So there is quite a lot of material. And he's, I think, about to go for this. I don't think the task is that simple for Fabi if the queens come off.
And the thing when you're playing against Magnus is you have to be so precise even when you're ahead in material. We've seen Magnus turn around in this very match itself, in this against Fabi itself. And it looks like this is a big blunder. Can he... Is there... I was going to say rook takes bishop, but queen takes rook is with a check.
Yeah, the problem is there's a pin on the g-file. Black is also collapsing on the other flank. Fabi's now going to infiltrate on the c line. And actually, the e6 pawn is hanging with the check. Wow, Magnus is really, really fallen apart these last few moves. It was lost anyway, but this is really bad.
But what a smart thing Fabi did. He put his rook on c1 in the bishop's line of sight. It couldn't be captured because the queen was behind. Now he's taking this pawn. The knight has to move. The knight moves the bishop's off. That's a resignation, and that's a tied match.
That's a tied match that goes into Armageddon as Fabiano Caruana does it. He strikes back, leveling their score. And this one goes into sudden death, which Fabi needs to win to stay alive, to take it into set 3.
But he will be feeling confident, Fabiano Caruana, right now. He is a, wow, one of a kind, beating Magnus Carlsen so many times. And
did you see that, David? Magnus, he was so angry on the screen. He can't believe it that he didn't finish this off.
Well, do you know why he's angry? Because Fabi hasn't beaten him not once, not twice, but thrice in these last 2 days in rapid chess. The only thing separating them is that Armageddon game yesterday. I'm curious what their bids will be today.
yeah, Magnus, will he be confident taking black yet again after experiencing that nightmare in the previous game? Fabiano crushed him, wiped him off the board with that killer attack.
Magnus Carlsen is an angry man right now, and he's angry with himself, with what he's let happen. He has to fight it out in the Armageddon right now, and he's got to forget about what has just happened. Wow, that's going to be an exciting battle, but Fabi, he really kept his nerves in those final moments and wrapped it up as quickly and precisely as he could. And this is where we are. Wesley So strikes back against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, will take it to set 3. And Magnus Carlsen has to win the Armageddon to go into the final. If Fabi wins, that one goes into set 3 as well.
Fabi needs to take this one in Armageddon. I think the reason why Magnus, he's so just displeased himself is not because he blunders, because Fabi's just outplaying him. And Fabiano may be the only player in the world right now who can take down Magnus in these series of games like this.
It's going to be an exciting battle to watch world number 1 and world number 2 in the sudden death. But for Wesley So, it was a quick match. He took it, he did not need the Armageddon, and he was impressive, David, with the black pieces.
Yep, Wesley's so impressive in this last game, and with black, never looked in doubt. The way he closed it out as well, really, really cynical. And it was in this position where we were talking about black's advantage. We were talking quite theoretically here. We were saying, okay, black has a space advantage. Black has these beautiful pawns clamping down on the center. But it's also the fact that the black pieces have swarmed towards the king side. And here he broke through, pawn to g4, opening up this black queen's diagonal. Yes, this pawn is defended, but watch out for it later. First of all, going for the white king, and after h4, trying to plug the king side, Wesley simply took a calm step back, opening up an attack against the h4 pawn, and also trying to eliminate this key piece. The h4 pawn now is doomed. The piece was traded off. And actually, Wesley now, by infiltrating with his queen, and then bringing his knight in, could have gone on to win this game, but here a draw was agreed. If Black had wanted to, Black could have played on. The idea of g3 and bringing the queen in would have been powerful and just a decisive advantage. Ultimately, though, a draw was enough, and Wesley was happy to offer one.
And Nodirbek never got off the ground in that match. His pawns, they were stuck because Black had this clamp. Wesley played really well in that game to seize the initiative, the upper hand, and a pawn. And in the other game, the way Fabiano Caruana played, I mean, so brilliant. It looked like he was the one under attack, but he was able to strike back. And in this position, it looks like the Black king is unsafe. The White king not feeling too safe either, but you need more pieces in the attack. And c4 was a great strike because that queen wants to head on over to the king side. And not just that, if you just try to put all your pieces defending your king, c takes b5 is a huge threat, trying to get an outside pass pawn that Black will not be able to stop. So Magnus took the pawn on c4, the queen was able to slide over to g3, and after a few moves, Magnus was forced to give up his rook for a knight because he couldn't stop all of the threats, and with the extra material, Fabiano was able to convert quite handily.
Yeah, beautiful win, Fabiano. I love the rook lift, followed, well, actually the queen lift, first of all, just swinging across the board. Fabiano did everything methodically, kind of turned it into a decisive material advantage at the right time. Magnus barely got a chance in that game, just flawless play from White.
Yeah, just amazing chess there, start to finish by Fabi in that game with the white pieces, and he gets the win and he breaks the Magnus spell. And we saw Magnus react when that game finished while he was sitting down to put in his bids, and look at that. He is just mad at himself for what he let happen on the board.
David, how's your Norwegian? What do you say?
I will not say it. It's a kid-friendly show here, but it wasn't nice what Magnus was saying to himself there. Yeah. And he's frustrated. More chess for him is not what he wanted.
Yeah. And if Fabi is able to get the job done in the Armageddon, it will go down to set 3. So we've got a big, big fight coming up between these two. You don't want to close your eyes. You don't want to miss a thing, as it is sudden that it is the Armageddon. And Fabiano Caruana, can he finish the job that he started with his win in round 4 against the world number 1? These two face off in Armageddon.
Oh my God, I can't believe it. We are here with GothamChess. He's our headliner VIP at the Chess Kid Festival. Yeah, that's you. And I just found out he's going to be streaming from the VIP room. Are you saying there's a chance I could be on your stream?
No, not you. But the kids can be on my stream, Mike, and that's what's important.
Oh man, I guess I got too old for this event. I'll be there, but if you're a kid in elementary or middle school, you get a chance to be on the biggest stream in all the land. Gotham, are you worried any of these kids are going to come for your job?
Maybe one day, but I have over 4 million subscribers, so you guys got to start today.
Practice up, chess kids. You may just get to be on Gotham Chess's stream. Sign up for the Gotham Chess VIP package, and we'll see you at the Chess Kid National Festival.
A new opening for your wall is here. Capture new major pieces on unique metal posters from Displate. Now with the official collection from chess.com. Mount them in seconds with a tool-free magnet kit and swap them whenever you like. Make your move. Get an exclusive discount on all metal posters. Shop now with the code CHESS at Displate.com.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
Another one of the VIPs from the Chess Kid National Festival. We have the OG Papa Bear here. I am Danny Wrench, and he's going to be starting a very innovative concept. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm going to be facing off against women's grandmaster Jennifer Shahade in our first ever Puzzle Bee. We've actually been excited about doing this for years, and I think it's going to become something special. So solving puzzles against Jen, let's go.
And what Danny doesn't know is that we actually have a new prize. We have a golden Peshka. We've been working on this, and the winner gets this Peshka. I wanted to hold that. The guy, whoa, God. Yeah, it's real gold.
What is going on?
It's real gold, my friend.
Was this in the budget?
I don't know. So it's worth a lot. Come find out who wins the very first golden Peshka.
And we're back in Toronto, where all the action of the Champions Chess Tour Finals is happening. And it's been a dramatic week, and it's a dramatic day of the semi-finals, as we've got a big Armageddon clash that is coming up for day 2. We see sports on our screen, and it's ice hockey. And there is going to be more chess coming up as well, as sports fever takes the city. Right now, it's Armageddon fever that's on, and Kaya is with Fabi and Magnus revealing their bids.
We have another Armageddon between Fabi and Magnus. You guys go ahead and turn your boards to see those bids. We have 9:58, 10 minutes. Okay, that means black pieces for you, Fabi. How do you feel about that?
I don't know. I've played so many Armageddons. I have no idea. I'm just happy to have gotten back, and I promised Danny an Armageddon, so that's, I guess, what we got.
Super close bids, Magnus. How do you feel about playing with the white pieces here?
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, obviously, like losing out by 2 seconds, it's not ideal, but I had no idea what to write, so it's okay.
Armageddon is coming up. Back to you guys.
A smiling Fabi, a not smiling Magnus Carlsen, as Fabi does get the black pieces. And he beats Magnus with just a 2-second bid. And we are going to have the first moves really quickly. He beat Magnus's bid with 2 seconds. Has he outsmarted Magnus to get black?
Maybe, but will he live to regret having the black pieces? That's the big question. The games are beginning. 5 extra minutes for Magnus Carlsen could be decisive. He needs to win, however. Magnus, with white, plays the Spanish.
It's the Spanish on the board, and we're going to quickly jump into Toronto with Levy and James and their thoughts on the bids we saw and the opening that we're seeing right now.
Thanks, Tanya. Yeah, the opening, definitely a bit of a surprise. I mean, we have some sort of weird, we have an open Spanish, which I think is definitely in Fabiano's wheelhouse. I just want to say something. We were going to stand here as commentators and say, wow, Magnus bid 10. That was his max. He knew Fabi was going to bid 958. And then he said, I had no idea what to write.
It was funny. Yeah.
Because, you know, I was going to be like, oh, that's such a brilliant read by Fabi. And then he just goes, yeah, I had no clue. They have so little time to make that decision.
That's true, bro. It's very quick. I mean, and of course, 9:58. Usually you see Magnus is the one that does it. Like, Magnus is the one that always outbids you by 1 or 2 seconds here. So Fabi may have a little mental edge here. You see how Magnus was pissed. Basically, you can just tell this is not the friendly Magnus right now. He's trying to close out.
And I do just want to say, this open Spanish, as we're about to throw it back there to Oslo for them to get into the X's and O's, this is an open Spanish. This is not a closed Spanish. Black has taken the pawn on e4.
Right.
Lots of theory here.
Right.
So Fabiano, despite the time disadvantage, is going to get to play a ton of moves that he already knows.
100%.
And then after that, it's just maybe 3 or 4 critical decisions.
Correct.
He might be in good shape.
I think it's a great choice as well. Open Spanish, you get a lot of moves in, as Nodirbek said before. When you're going to, you need to get to like move 60s, you get that extra time and stuff like that. So this is going to be exciting, especially with having open Spanish. So.
Yeah, man, we might have 2 tiebreaker matches today. All right, Oslo, take it away.
Thanks, guys. James, you're right. No increment until move 60 for the players, after which they get a 1 second increment. Now, Fabi gets the result odds. The draw odds starts with 9 minutes 58 seconds on the clock. And to me, that's a pretty good bargain.
Yeah, I think he's done everything right in the opening. Levy and James there kind of referred to it, the open Spanish. It's one of the most forcing lines as well in chess in general. Like, Fabiano, he gets black, gets draw odds, gets an opening he knows, in and out. Tension will be minimal here. It feels like everything's gone right for him. Still early stages, but I'm loving what Fabiano's done with the bid and with the opening.
Fabiano does have one unhappy memory, though, on the black side of an open Spanish, and that occurred in Madrid last year against Hikaru Nakamura. It was an open Spanish, a forcing line, a material imbalance. Fabiano lost that game, and with it, his chances at a world championship title. But we see in this game, he is solid in the center. That knight on e4 looks like it's under attack, but that just leads to a series of exchanges that black is not unhappy about. And after knight to d2, I've been wondering, can at some point black push the f pawn? That looks a little bit risky. Maybe instead he should put his bishop out on f5, and it resembles what Nodirbek and Wesley had in their match, this tension on the e4 square.
And to release that tension, you can trade pieces, and you can start with trading the knights and then put the bishop on f5, as you suggested, trying to get rid of as many minor pieces as possible. A draw would mean that Fabi wins the match. Magnus with white has to create his chances.
He has to, but how? He pauses now when the most obvious recapture would be by developing white's bishop. The white dark square bishop on c1 hasn't moved. Why not take back this black knight? But Magnus, he's looking for something creative because at some point he'll need to surprise Fabiano. He'll need to switch it up, maybe hit him with a kind of shocking, unexpected move, and maybe he takes with the queen to try and bring the white queen closer to the king side. But either way, I still love black's position and black's chances in this game. The clock differential has now reduced to only 4 minutes.
And material might reduce if he takes with the bishop on d2, just developing his undeveloped bishop. Then black pushes the pawn in the center up to d4, and suddenly it's not just things are blowing open that the white king's in any danger, but pieces are leaving the board, and Fabiano still has so much time on his clock, 8 minutes 34 seconds. A reminder to everybody that once they reach move 60, then there's 1 second added for each and every move you make. So this move, queen takes d2, I think it's trying to meet d4 with that queen escaping over to the king side, perhaps trying to initiate an attack.
Well, I've played these positions with black as well, and you're absolutely right. There are two ideas. Either black tries to trade off the light squared bishop with the move bishop f5. We see Fabi go for that. I think the problem with the immediate d4 is also you have to calculate what happens if the white rook slides onto the open d line, and that's why Magnus chose to vacate that square and capture with the queen. Bishop f5, to me, it looks like advantage Fabi out of the opening. He's already managed to swap off 2 pairs of minor pieces, and that's good news when you're looking for the draw.
Yeah, I simply don't see anything wrong with black's position. And Tanya, you made this, this exclamation because a queen trade in a must-win situation, it's counterintuitive, right?
That's what I would think, Robert. Queen f4, and I would grab that queen if a draw is what I needed for the match victory. But going into an endgame against Magnus Carlsen is always a scary thing.
And it's not just Magnus, it's the type of position that we have here. Because while black's position does look healthy, a few things stand out to me. That pawn on c7, I see a diagonal opening up, and that pawn on c7 can be attacked if the pawn goes up to e6. And he just goes forward with d4. And look at Magnus. That c7 pawn really is a weakness. And look at the advantage bar. It's going up for white. Excuse me, the evaluation bar is showing an advantage for white. What does Fabiano have prepared once this c-file opens?
I think he's planning to move his knight. Unfortunately, you don't have time to come out with your bishop and skewer the white rooks because ultimately the white rook on e1 is defended by white's knight, so this would be a poor choice. White would be up 2 pieces for 1 black rook, and 2 pieces better than the rook in this case. Instead, I think he's banking on knight to b4, coming for this pawn, but also trying to head back into the middle of the board. What he might have underestimated or only now realized, Fabiano, is that after rook takes pawn, the knight dropping back, yes, this is a fork, yes, this is a double attack, but if the white rook just moves, suddenly black is stuck. This bishop is attacked, so knight takes bishop, rook takes would just be a trade, and white would emerge a pawn to the good. And if you move your bishop out the way to try and gain time against white's rook can save the day, swoop up and defend its bishop. Either way, Magnus is winning a pawn.
And he goes for it. And maybe this is the moment that you stop, and the idea you pointed out, threat is better than the execution, stronger than the execution. You just simply defend that bishop on e7 with the move that you're pointing out. And now I'm attacking your a2 pawn, and knight d5, a big move on the board coming up?
It's a tough call, though, because there's a lack of clarity here. So many pieces remain. So if Fabiano spends some time right now and realizes that if I start with this knight d5 in the live position and trade off pieces, instead he does go for rook e8, I think it is a good call. But I say you have to assess, do I actually go down one pawn and that's okay because all rook endgames are drawn? It still would have been tough sledding ahead, but he decides to go rook e8, and now the a2 pawns threaten knight d3, knight d5, all sorts of knight jumps that white has to worry about.
I'm liking black's position right now. There are all these threats on the board. I'm planning to equalize the material for Fabi. He hasn't burnt that much time on the clock, although I do see that Magnus is still ahead by 5 minutes. What do you think? How would you evaluate this position, David?
It's tough. I don't think we can make generalizations here. I think it's very concrete. If white isn't able to fend off one of these threats, or if white isn't able to save this pawn, then black is safe. Black is fine and will easily make the draw. So Magnus should spend as much time as possible here, as much time as is practical, and decide what to do next. The biggest threat of all is knight to d5. We should mention hitting the rook, hitting the bishop. So you need to move one of these two pieces, essentially. I think there's simply no other option. Knight to d5 is a winning threat, so he moves the bishop out the way. Maybe he could have gone in a different direction, but he's aiming to trade off and go for the f7 pawn. Magnus, I'm really surprised he didn't invest much more time there, because there were options available, but still testing Fabiano.
And I think he's going to continue testing him, because if we just go down one move, knight d3, looks like it solves all of black's problems. Hits the rook, hits the b2 pawn, and the e5 pawn all at once. Is there e6? Can you throw in that move, just causing chaos? Because if you take the rook on e1, that's not a free rook, because e takes f7 is check. I get the rook right back, and you see the evaluation is all the way at the top, because white is not just one pawn, and it will likely win a second at the very least. So this is something that maybe Magnus is going for. It's not just a trick. I think it is just objectively a good decision, and then the black king isn't feeling so safe.
Yeah, and if you take this pawn, suddenly there's real targets later in the game. And, OK, Fabiano dodges this. He plays f6. And big question for Magnus, do you drop back and maybe lose your winning chances, or do you go in and hope to muddy the waters? Magnus, sitting back in his chair, looks shocked.
He's reaching out, and he does go in. He's going for the aggressive approach. The rook on d8 is hanging. Is it time to start stepping up with that rook to target white's queenside pawns? How is Fabi going to react to this? And let's also point out, if Fabi loses this match, he is out of the finals.
He needs to get this game to get to a third set like Wesley So was able to accomplish. And this is such a critical moment, because our first temptation, probably for everybody, is to save the rook, but go all the way up to d2, putting pressure on the pawns. But I'm realizing that once white pushes the pawn forward to e6, we have a protected passed pawn from the rook behind it, and that black rook can't actually take the pawn on b2. It's stuck to that d6 square, because if the knight, you push a pawn, then you get your knight out, suddenly black is not able to deal with all the threats, and after e6, I don't really know what black does. I mean, this, as we're showing, is just going to be losing. I don't know how Fabi holds on here.
I think he just simply forgot that Magnus could keep the e-pawn alive. He wanted to trade it off at all costs, but he didn't have enough time, Fabiano. And suddenly, I mean, this pawn is just a monster. There's always tactics, actually, even on the back rank. And I don't even see a good move for black. You cannot move this knight. I mean, if you go in, for example, knight d6, I think your idea, Robert, is still on the cards. If you remove this rook, remove the blockader, white's pawn will just motor through and promote. Ooh, Fabiano in big trouble suddenly, and 4 minutes on the clock. This turned in the space of 1 or 2 moves. He was on the brink of safety, but suddenly letting it slip. Magnus with the e-pawn, big favorite.
And everything started so well, right? You start with this open Spanish, you quickly blitz out the moves, you're able to trade off the pieces really quickly, the pressure is dissolved. And then these last 2 moves, just inaccuracies by Fabi, big trouble, can't take the pawn on b2, can't put the knight in the way of the rook. The most important move to stop for Fabiano Caruana right now, do not allow Magnus to go knight to d6. That e-pawn will become a queen.
Yeah, but how do you stop that eventually happening? If you keep your black rook on the d-file, it means you're unable to go and grab pawns. Black's knight can never really re-centralize, because then you block the d-file, allowing it to happen again.
Okay, I have a question. What if Fabi just doesn't do anything, makes a move like a5? I'm waiting. How do you improve as white here?
I start pushing pawns to the king side, queen side.
Yeah, there are going to be some options there. At some point, if I get my king out the first, even rook d7 comes into mind. But what I'm looking at right now is black, I think, is 1 tempo short of knight c2 back to d4, going right after that e6 pawn, because David made an excellent point. There actually are back rank checkmate ideas, just to show knight c2, rook to e4, and then knight to d4. And you go knight d6 here. it looks like you just blundered this pawn e6 with, let's say, even knight takes e6 or rook takes e6, just grabbing that pawn. But I can just take you on e6, and then I back rank checkmate you. So, of course, there are going to be moments where you can get away with something like this, but not here, not when your king doesn't have any escape squares.
Beautiful, beautiful tactics. And this type of thing, if not this exact variation, this type of thing will keep recurring. It's all about the black king being stuck right now. And at some point, I guess this knight just might be booted out. He gives his king some breathing space. So guarding against those motifs we mentioned, the black king now can at least mobilize. But how does Magnus continue? That is the big question. Is there a way forward? Can he eventually brute force it and push this pawn to glory? Still some work to be done for the world number one.
A much better waiting move, a kind of a waiting move by Fabi, the move h5, like you said, just giving a lift to black's king. And now ideas of knight c2 or knight d3 are in the air. Magnus putting pressure on the clock, reaching out to make his next move. Fabi does hit the under 3-minute mark. Still far away, far away from meeting move 60, getting that additional second. So it's not only keeping it on the board, but Fabi also has to avoid getting flagged.
2 minutes and 55 seconds in this position. You have to reach move 60 just to get that bonus time with every move made. And this is such a tricky moment for Fabiano Caruana, but Magnus is doing the right thing, investing some time here, because perhaps you could put the game away not caring about the clock. Even if you gave Fabiano a day, you see the evaluation bar is all the way up here. I'm already looking at ways to go after the h5 pawn. If I can land a rook on h8, my coach always taught me about dream moves. That would be checkmate. So rook back to c5 at some moment. That looks very enterprising to me, trying to go for the black king.
Yeah, I love it, Robert. Or pick up the white rook on e1, somehow plonk it on h8, rook e4, rook h4, take the pawn. Yeah, all these ideas popping through Magnus Carlsen's mind right now. He must sense that he's doing well, and I think the moment it became tactical, he banks on his chances, both on the board and on the clock. But still, he wants the accuracy. These top players are perfectionists. They don't want to let any opportunities slip. And okay, he's pausing what to do first. Does he push a pawn, kick away the black knight? Does he lift the white rook up the board? Does he, I don't know, push white's kingside pawns forward? There's so many options for Magnus Carlsen. Critical moment. He's in the tank now, 2 minutes. Once he starts playing, I'm expecting a quick flurry of moves.
It's where players often go wrong, though. When there's too many choices, you think this one looks just as good as the other, but there could be a flaw, and you could give black just the necessary time to get back in the game. And black does have some threats. A knight coming into d3 that hits the rook on e1, hits multiple pawns. And for Magnus, he paused, and he does bring his rook up to e4. So any knight jump here doesn't come with an attack against that rook. And rook h4, rook takes h5, rook h8, checkmate, not out of the question.
Yeah, far from out of the question. And first of all, posing a difficult question to black's knight. 3 possible squares. I think you simply have to move that knight. Perhaps you can defend it with black's pawn, but there's downsides, there's pros and cons to every single knight jump. And Fabiano is basically a 1 in 3, 1 in 4. I even forgot that this was possible. But it's so far offside now, that black knight. It's not coming back into action anytime soon. Magnus, therefore, has the luxury of a few turns to really close in, either push the pawn or go for that black king, as we've mentioned.
Fabi levels the material for now, but in that deal, he does put his knight completely offside. Does this give Magnus enough time to try and go for the checkmating idea that you pointed out, sliding the rook to the h-line? The one defensive resource that Fabi has is to push that g-pawn to g6 to make sure that the h-file remains blocked, and at least for the time being, rook h8 will not be checkmate.
Fabi definitely does not want to open up the 7th rank, but it may be a sad necessity just to avoid that immediate demise. So g6 at any moment for black does defend that pawn that's sticking out there, but that 7th rank being open is very dangerous. So I'm looking at this for Magnus. Everything does look good, but if you go rook h4, pawn g6, I actually don't see how to end the game, and that's good news for Fabiano. He may believe he's got a fighting chance.
Under 2.5 minutes right now. He doesn't only have to fight the board. Again, he has to fight the clock as well. It is, what is that? It's 35 moves to make it to move 60, and that's a far way off with complications still on the board. The e-pawn 2 steps away from queening. So there are checkmating ideas on the king side. You have to avoid white's knight jumping onto d6, the pawn promoting further to e7. There's a lot to fight for in this position. How is Fabi going to manage this?
It's not going to be easy. I think Fabiano's moves will be influenced by Magnus's moves. Right now, the black knight simply fixed on a2, no retreat squares. Black's rook stuck defending the d6 square. And actually, I'm looking for Magnus just manifesting, just imagining perfect pawns, perfect pieces. If white could land a pawn on f5, protect his advanced e-pawn, he's simply winning. So maybe push the pawn to f4. He actually defends that pawn with his rook, and the eval bar slides slightly down. This idea, I think, is a dual-purpose threat. Firstly, attacking black's a6 pawn, and secondly, creating that d6 square for the white knight to hop back to.
And it frees up the e4 rook as well to go on over to h4. But Fabi, he backtracks with his own rook, and the a6 pawn can be captured. So white will be a pawn ahead. But then that black knight, it survives. It goes up to c1, and then maybe back around to d3. If Fabi could pick up that knight and place it on e5 to trade off a pair of knights, he will have better chances, but his knight's been offside. It's not a good piece, and Magnus, he maintains this momentum, and I just feel like for Fabi, every single move is so challenging.
And to make it a good piece, Fabi thinks it's worth giving up a pawn. Is Magnus going to allow Fabi's knight back into play? He is reaching out, I think, for the rook to capture that a6 pawn, but hesitates, pulls back.
Magnus does not look happy, though. He does not look so convinced that it's totally winning. We see the eval bar, but I think it's deceptive. As white, you know the stakes are high. If a set of rooks disappear, if the knights ever disappear, drawing chances only increase. So you need to still continue being energetic and accurate to maintain this advantage. He tries to trade off the rooks now because that would allow the white knight to come back to more active squares. The white knight ultimately is the one that will remove the blockader of the e-pawn. I think this was a key move from Magnus Carlsen.
And that white knight will not only jump to d6, but if black rook moves forward to e7, it will attack it further from that f5 square, eventually getting that e6 pawn rolling down the board. Fabi cannot afford to let that happen. Sidesteps with the rook, and the rook is back on the 7th rank. Knight d6, once again a threat on the board.
That's the killer blow for Fabiano, the death knell, because he wants to bring his knight back into b3. He does just that. But once you get knight d6 in here, the only thing that Magnus needs to be careful about is if that black knight gets to c5, that forks both of his rooks. So rook c1 check, followed by knight c5 at some moment. Unfortunately, after knight d6, his rook on e8's under attack. So I don't think he's going to survive this one.
Ooh, watch out. There's a threat of a draw right now. Perpetual check. Black's knight, if it comes down to f1, checks the white king, and the white king cannot escape.
And Magnus, with a head shake, he was not expecting to move knight to d2. He thought he had it in the bag when he played knight d6. And Fabi throws a curveball with this one. Big threat.
He's lucky he's still winning, Magnus Carlsen, after missing this nasty, sneaky move. The white rook is attacked, but you cannot move it. If you move the white rook or if you capture the black rook, draw on the spot. The black knight comes to f1, check, forces the white king back, and we'll see a yo-yo. The black knight move, discover check, and this dance will last forever. Magnus needs to give some space to his king.
It's the type of move that completely rattles a player. You can see Magnus, he needs to regroup right now. And just like yesterday when he's going to sacrifice his queen, Fabiano finding a desperate try, but he pushes a pawn, does Magnus Carlsen. He trades off a pair of rooks. G7 is now loose. So Magnus, despite the initial shock, he still found the best continuation.
And that's where having time on the clock is such a lifesaver. Here, Fabiano simply doesn't have enough time, down to just over 1 minute. We're only at move 33, increment a distant dream. It's going to be a race on the clock, even if he weren't losing this position. But it does, unfortunately, look like that white e-pawn is going to decide matters. White's king now given enough air to survive on its own. It will take care of itself. The other white pieces will get the job done. And, OK, he's sliding behind. Good try from Fabiano, trying to put his rook behind a pass pawn. That's what we're taught in all positions. But it's just collapsing. The g-pawn is now up for grabs.
But don't take it with the rook, because if you take that pawn with the rook, the king steps to the side, hitting the knight on e8. The knight can't move because it's the only piece defending that rook over there. So Magnus still has his work cut out for him. Fabiano's creating a challenge, but now that pawn is 1 square away from promotion, and I think it's going to get to the other side.
And Magnus Carlsen taking his time. This could very well be Fabiano Caruana's very last moments in the Champions Chess Tour final. And you can see it in him. And Magnus knows he's close to victory in this one. Fabi pushes the f-pawn. Is there a knight jump? Knight moving to c7. Do you have the path right now to get that e-pawn to e8?
Perhaps, although the black knight goes back to f6 and holds things for now. That's why Fabiano has vacated the f6 square with his pawn thrust, but it is desperation. Magnus doesn't need to break kind of this formation. Actually, black is stuck. Black can barely move anything at all. The white knight jumping out the way, you can play that at will later on. Maybe he'll play it now. Maybe he'll move the knight. You can even take the g7 pawn if you want to be really flashy with the white knight. But I'm expecting Magnus to just take a calm approach, not allow any counterplay or any tricks at all.
Fabiano's down to 42 seconds, and this may be the last 42 seconds of his entire event here. If he loses, he's eliminated. Look at that move, G5, taking away that knight's backtrack.
Beautiful move from Magnus Carlsen there, just removing any defensive hope at all. Yeah. Look at Fabiano in pain. Oh, he's got no time, simply under 30 seconds now.
Oh, and I think he's just coming to terms with everything that's happening, because it is not just about losing this game. Fabiano Caruana will be eliminated. He will be knocked out of the Champions Chess Finals. He takes a break. He does pick up the pawn, but now that knight will not jump back to f6 to guard that e-pawn from promoting. There's a check on f3, but I think it's only a check. And Magnus needs to pause, calculate. He does it. He realizes that knight f3 is just a check, grabs that g7 pawn, and it's handshakes. Fabiano Caruana is eliminated. Magnus Carlsen stamps his ticket to the finals.
And what a great game there from Magnus. He even missed a tactic. He was shaken, but he was able to regain his composure. He eliminates Fabiano Caruana, but congratulations are in order to Magnus Carlsen. He moves through to the finals without a third set being necessary.
And you can see the disappointment on Fabi. It was quite the start to the Armageddon. He got the black pieces. He had enough time, and he got the opening that he was hoping for. Then Magnus Carlsen gets the job done. And there's a spring in his step.
Yep, he's in the final. He's relieved after a bit of an up and down day. But commiserations to Fabiano, who put up such a good fight, who's such a warrior. Beat Magnus several times in this semi-final clash over the last 2 days. And it's unfortunate he had to go home.
Yeah. Their day one had 5 decisive games that saw Magnus eventually win. And day 2, Magnus takes the lead against Fabi, but Fabi strikes back to take it to Armageddon. But Magnus, with his endgame touch, do not trade queens against Magnus, gets the job done, wins in the Armageddon, and he is our first finalist who will play Magnus Carlsen to fight for championship. Will it be Nodirbek Abdusattorov, or will it be Wesley? So there is a big set 3 coming up with a lot at stake.
There's more chess. Nobody should go anywhere, because we have more chess ahead of us today. And while Magnus Carlsen, he deserved to make his way through to the finals, as David said, commiserations to Fabiano Caruana, because very few people can force Magnus into Armageddon 2 days in a row. When trailing in the match, winning on demand, Fabiano Caruana proved to everybody, and hopefully himself, that he can hang tough with Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, and Magnus Carlsen there, in the end, did eventually take the endgame. And it was just due to Fabiano not having enough time on the clock to find the correct defense in what was a tricky position. And I wanted to highlight one moment that Fabiano went a bit wrong. He let an equal position slip out of his hands. It was tricky, we will add that. He had sacrificed a pawn earlier, white up here a pawn, and there's an attack against f7. He reacted very naturally with pawn to f6, but if instead he'd first played the move knight to d3, attacking a bunch of pawns and attacking this white rook, he might well have been able to hold the game. Robert earlier mentioned e6, the best try here for white, but if, for example, the rook had moved, then simply knight takes pawn and a level position. This would have at least gave him a safer position, better chances, but unfortunately after f6, white was able to keep the pawn alive, first with a threat, and then pushing the pawn to e6.
So close and yet so far for Fabiano Caruana. He had almost equalized that position and got that draw. But in the end, it is Magnus Carlsen who makes it to the finals. And we've got more chess coming up, as we will have set 3 between Nodirbek and Wesley. So, and our crew in Toronto is ready to take it away. He is with our first finalist, and we'll be right back with Magnus Carlsen.
I am beyond excited to announce on February 23rd through 25th, we will be hosting the first ever Chess.com Invitational presented by Discraft at the famed course in Brooksville, Florida. We will be kicking off this year's Disc Golf Pro Tour in style with not only incredible disc golf, but many more activities. There will be a one-of-a-kind chess disc golf crossover you won't want to miss, as well as an exclusive Chess.com fan zone. I personally couldn't be more pumped to bring epic disc golf competition and fun. Hope to see you all there.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
Hello, vanakkam.
Vanakkam. So this is where the magic happens, and this is where all the magic has already happened.
Yes, that's a good way of putting it. That's my World Junior.
87.
87. It's difficult to tell you how many doors that opened for me and what historical moment it was, and when I got back. The chess Oscars, very nice. These 5 of them.
5 of them.
The Wanderers.
5, and there's one on top that is the 6th one. So since he had already got 5, they didn't want to give him the same trophy. So they gave him a trophy of a king with the world in his hand. Yeah. This is Anand's first ever mention in a newspaper.
Oh.
So this is his first ever he was mentioned.
V. Anand achieved a national record by winning all the 9 rounds to notch a maximum of 9 points in the sub-junior championship.
But imagine now T.S. Ravi's daughter Rakshita is part of the Westbridge Anand Chess Academy. I mean, it's so beautiful to see how life comes around.
So World Rapid Chess and Mind Champion. So this was NIT gave me this nice trophy.
Why do I get the feeling that Aruna knows all the trophies and where you won better than you remember it, Anand?
Because I cleaned and read.
Because it's true.
Did you have a favorite? Thank you so much, Anand. I feel this is extra motivation for all the youngsters, this opportunity to actually come here and witness these achievements and spend time with you in this stunning room. Anand, Aruna, thank you so much for this.
A new opening for your wall is here. Capture new major pieces on unique metal posters from Displate. Now with the official collection from Chess.com. Mount them in seconds with a tool-free magnet kit and swap them whenever you like. Make your move. Get an exclusive discount on all metal posters. Shop now with the code CHESS at Displate.com.
We are here in Toronto. The first finalist is now known. Surprise, surprise, it's Magnus Carlsen, the #1 player in the world. He defeats Fabiano Caruana for the second day in Armageddon. Magnus, you heard everyone talking out there. People were rooting for chess. It was like a predictions right in front of you. That you heard us rooting for Fabi a little bit. We wanted more chess, and you spoiled it. You sent him home.
I didn't hear that. I mean, I'm that way myself, like watching if games can go to overtime, I always root for that.
Yeah,
I usually root for underdogs.
So you're not holding it against us?
No, of course not.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, we're good. No, we were, but I was joking because you walked in and we were all like, me, Wesley, and Maxime were like, well, we're all rooting for Fabi. We're rooting for more chess.
Yeah,
and you
you
walked
guys
in and it was pretty funny. But anyway, man, talk a little bit about this match. Obviously, Fabi's a beast. Not many people can beat you in rapid chess. He beat you several times in this match. Overall, you did get the job done, obviously, in Armageddon. But talk a little bit about Caruana, if you don't mind, and just how tough this one was.
Yeah, he's really strong. So it didn't feel like I was ever outplaying him much. I was mainly holding on, and to be fair, like, yeah, he could easily have won this match. There's no doubt about that with the chances he had that he could have won this match. So, yeah, I managed to pull through. Felt that he was really nervous in the Armageddon now. But yeah, I mean, of course, he's extremely strong, and yeah, not an easy guy to kick.
Did you really have no idea what you were going to write down for the Armageddon? Like, we were all out there discussing if it was genius, if you wrote 10-0-0 because you knew he was going to bid 958, but then you answered like, I had no clue, I just wrote something. And...
Yeah, I was just pissed after the game. I had no idea what to write, really. So I did like the most my brain was able to process was that he wrote like 958 or something, or like 1001 or 1002 or something yesterday. So I thought I'd go a few seconds lower, which is like the most basic. It's like if your opponent did rock the last time, you'll do paper because you think you'll do it again. So yeah, no, there was not much thought into it, but I've been struggling so hard with black today that I thought I was not unhappy to play white.
Congratulations, you made it to the final. So you got the -10 on the goals. We won through there. Of course, maybe having a little bit of fun, obviously in Toronto too. The B3 thing. Are we gonna see that in the final? One B3?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that, but I haven't thought about it. I would say there was one really big moment during this Armageddon. I think, first of all, he did fine from the opening. He was doing well. Then we exchanged queens, and he pushed the pawn, which was a little bit risky. I think he could have done other things. But anyway, the key moment was after I played bishop g5. It took. And after f6, I almost went e6. Because I was absolutely sure that he'd play knight d3 instead of f6. So I was so shocked that I almost like played
You almost
e6.
touched the wrong piece.
Yeah, I almost touched the wrong piece because I was, in my mind, he'd already played knight d3. And then I looked at the board and I was like, oh, this is f6, which I thought was not a good move.
Yeah.
Or at least, yeah, it would give me great practical chances. So, yeah, it tells you something about, like, sometimes we're just way too, like, locked in on something.
This might be too philosophical. I don't mean to butt in.
No, go for it.
Second item on your list of accomplishing, you had the B3 and the -10. What is fun for you in chess? Like, how do you have fun? It's just winning? Is it fun. Like, every game is fun? What is fun?
When you feel the flow in the game, that helps a lot. To be honest, like, there was no flow in these games. Like, Fabi is too good. Yeah, there was little flow. I mean, winning is fun, but yeah, fun equals winning with flow.
Okay. You talked about the emotion you had going right from a loss to Armageddon. You don't have time to collect your thoughts. We obviously see this in online formats a lot, right? Where you just have so many games to play, you don't have time to collect yourself if the momentum is going wrong, right? And now here we have an over-the-board format that is also very, very fast, right? You don't have time from a loss to Armageddon. Do you like this? Do you like the idea of it being in a way that maybe challenges the emotions, the sporting elements, kind of the toughness in that? Or are you like, hey, I actually, in those moments, would have preferred a moment to take a breath?
Honestly, there seems to be some issue every time that we're about to start the game. Like, I always get like 2 more minutes, 3 more minutes. Like, it always seems to take longer than it was supposed to originally. And good or bad, when I've lost a game, big game, I just want to like take a couple of minutes, maybe go to the bathroom, and have a little bite, but that's it. Then I just want to sit.
You want to play?
Yeah, I just want to play.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we gotta fix the format, guys.
I mean, no, it makes sense. I mean, I don't think he's saying that. I think I understand what you're saying. That, but at least if you're, do you feel like you play a little better if you're a little on edge? What is the best Magnus?
Right, that's a great question.
I really think the best Magnus is when I play with confidence, without fear. When I take risks. That's when I play the best.
Yep. Well, are we going to have the best Magnus tomorrow? You feeling better? You feel like you started off today?
Yeah, I mean, I in general felt a lot better today than the last couple of days. So, hopefully that trend can continue. And Fabi is really strong. So I'm not too unhappy with the way that I played today in general. I just faced a strong opponent, and yeah. Another time he might have definitely nicked this one.
Last chance, I got to ask it. I think it's the normal sporting thing to do. You get to pick your opponent at this point. So or Nodirbek, who are you picking?
Probably Nodirbek is, but I mean, they both have great moments and they both have extremely vulnerable moments. So it's very hard to say. I mean, from game to game, you cannot predict what is happening next. Like, there seems to be a lot of nerves. So I have no idea what's gonna happen there. And I think Nodirbek, like, getting that win with Black, I think was important. He saw that Wesley was vulnerable even today. So I don't think he'll be feeling any less confident than usual before the third match.
All right, well, we're going to see. We're going to be watching as fans. Hopefully you'll be watching too, but congratulations, man. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Enjoy your night. And we'll see you then. There's our first finalist punching his ticket, and this is what it took for him to get there. A couple of 3-2 victories over Fabiano Caruana in Armageddon. And like Magnus said, this match in some ways could have gone either way, right? Fabi did have his chances and just was unable to get it done in some of those big moments. And that's why Magnus Carlsen is usually the last guy standing, because he does tend to get it done in those most dramatic moments. But all right, Fabiano is with Kaya talking about the loss and his experience here in Toronto.
He has given it an awesome fight, but it ends here in the CCT Finals for Fabiano. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, pretty disappointed. I think I had a good position in this last game. I just rushed a little bit when I probably took on c3 or took on f5. I mean, I should be completely fine in that position. I thought I was okay after knight b4 when I took on c3. I mean, maybe it's already unpleasant after rook c1, but yeah, I rushed at some moment in the opening, and then I got an unpleasant endgame, probably a very dangerous endgame, and I don't know, maybe I could have defended it better, but it started to look really dangerous, and knight looked like a bad position.
Do you feel, though, with game 4 here especially, that you do go out with style?
To be honest, it doesn't really matter, I guess, how you lose. I left a lot of chances on the table, so I do have some regrets for sure.
What has been your highlight from the CCT Finals 2023?
Well, I mean, I enjoyed it overall quite a bit, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe when I reflect back, I'll have a bit more perspective now. It's just a bit disappointing.
I know you're very disappointed right now, but can I get your predictions for what will happen here now with Wesley and Nodirbek, first of all?
I think most likely we'll see Magnus against Wesley in the final, but anything can happen.
Now, Fabi, what's up for you in the next few weeks here?
I'll play the World Rapid and Blitz Championship, and before that I have some rest, but not a whole lot, so it's about 10 days from now.
And obviously, there will be a candidates tournament happening here in Toronto in some months. Do you feel that you will come here with a good feeling?
Well, I have to prepare quite a lot for the tournament, and I suspect candidates will be very tense, but I am looking forward to it.
Fabi, thank you so much for all the entertainment and for your thoughts here in the Mix Zone.
Thank you.
That was Fabiano Caruana for you. Back to you guys.
There you see, your heart goes out to Fabiano Caruana. Not many people can take Magnus Carlsen to 2 Armageddons and really have his chances, but Fabi did. He couldn't quite hold on. Magnus is a little bit more accurate, not even a full point. Wow. Your thoughts on that? Look how close that chess was.
I mean, it's tough. You know, you can feel for Fabi there because he's like, bro, I'm like this close. Like I'm here, Danny. I'm here. But then you're not at the end of the day. It's really tough. It's really tough to see.
Yeah.
I mean, we just saw world number 1 versus world number 2.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. I mean,
I guess that's what we should get, right?
Admittedly, classical chess. That you could call that the real final. It's like when the top 2 have to play in any semi.
Yeah.
Right? In any knockout type of event. That could have been our final match.
Yep.
Yeah. Nodirbek versus Wesley could have been, but this is the reality. And unfortunately for Fabiano, his road has come to an end in the most brutal way. 2 Armageddons back to back.
Yeah. And you saw him just kind of say, like, hey, Right now, I'm not shaking this one up. Maybe everyone else expects me to lose to Magnus, but he doesn't go into those matches expecting to lose to Magnus. He knows he can beat Magnus, and again, we were a game in each match from it going the other way, as Magnus said. So how do you build on that, I guess?
Yeah, I think taking, obviously, this experience and going into his next tournaments with, a clear head. If you saw Denis got knocked out and then won Title Tuesday, who does that? Just lose to everyone or lose my matches and then crush everybody else in Title Tuesday. So I think he'll be in good spirits, actually, after he lets it settle in, go and get prepared for the next tournaments.
I say that Fabiano takes the loser of Wesley versus Nodirbek and just grabs him and is like, we playing for third. We're not getting no third and fourth split. There is no. He's like, we're getting a bronze medal match up on the stage. We should have done that. I mean, damn, but
that's not a bad idea. We should have done that.
And Fabi's going to Samarkand, right? He's playing in the World Rapid.
Yeah, he's planning to. Yeah,
so he has a chance to still grab a medal and potentially have a good event.
Yep.
And I'm a Fabi fan. I'm biased.
We all are.
We all are. Ends the year strong.
And maybe Fabi will be with us on the show tomorrow. I think he's hanging out for the weekend. So stick around if you're a Fabi fan. A lot of people do love his commentary. I'm sure we'll get him on the show. But all right, Wesley So has earned a lot of new fans every time he seems to smile or laugh or throw down in some content, whether it's White Elephant or some sort of rapid fire. He and I decided to have a little bit of a challenge, a little bit of fun, and I played blindfold blitz with him. He's blindfolded, not me. Here's a quick preview of what happened.
It's pretty much impossible these days to think of challenges that are difficult for Wesley So, but we're gonna try to come up with one right here, right now, which is that we're gonna play blindfold blitz. So I'm actually gonna get up right now, and I'm gonna blindfold him. All right. This is, nothing weird's gonna happen here. Trust me. There you go. Close your eyes, right? No funny business.
You're gonna move the pieces for me?
I'm gonna move the pieces for you. So all you gotta do is just say the move, and I'm gonna move the pieces for him, and we're gonna see how this goes. Are you ready?
Yeah.
I'm gonna start your clock. You just say your move and hit your clock.
So, okay.
Go ahead.
Play 1b3.
Okay. Okay, so he plays b3. I'm gonna play knight f6.
Bishop b2.
g6.
Knight f3.
Bishop g7.
c4. c4.
Yep. Yes, indeed.
You got a good position.
All right, knight takes d4.
Queen takes d4, check.
Knight to f6.
Queen e3.
I think you're doing great, just so you know.
Oh, thank you.
If you're worried.
Yeah, I thought it looks like a very boring position. Give me your best, Danny.
I'm that's my best, but suddenly I'm lacking a little bit of a plan. Let me take care. Why am I struggling so much with the right thing to play here?
My plan now is just to try to flag you.
Yeah, which is, first of all, a genius plan. Queen to b6.
Yeah, that's a good move.
I have 2 minutes and 24 seconds. You have 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
Maybe I should have given you 10 minutes.
All right, I know. I'm old and slow. I'm all those things.
You're not 40 yet.
All right, I'm gonna play rook to d8.
I'll play rook fd1.
You play a lot of good chess moves. Has anyone ever told you that?
No.
How am I gonna hold a freaking draw here? Come on, Dan. All right, rook takes d1.
Yeah, rook takes rook. I gotta do what I need to do to win.
You gotta do what you gotta do to win. I respect it. Knight to f6.
What are you doing? You training something?
I don't know. I mean,
I'll play king to e3.
Why did you have to see it? It was just one. rook to d1.
D?
D1.
Yeah, I see you, Danny.
Okay. You have 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
All right, I gotta. You training something? I don't know. I'll play rook to c4.
Okay, bishop to d5.
I'll play rook to c3.
Wesley, this is your chance to blunder. You can do it. Rook to g1.
Push a5. No more mate.
Rook to g1.
I'll play pawn to e4.
Oh man, it was an accurate move. Bishop to a b7. Okay. I'm just kidding. I like going A8. I can't do it. I can't take advantage of a blind man. I'm getting mated. King to G7.
Why are you running?
That was a good move by me. It's not over yet.
Okay. Knight E8 check. I'm gonna play the most boring.
King to F7.
Arrow takes bishop A6.
Run it, Wesley.
Yeah.
King takes E8.
King E6.
King to F8.
King to F6.
Oh, wow. That hurts, actually. That's a big time. Oh, I lost on time. Oh, that was a big time. I lost track of time. Wow.
Good game.
I almost feel okay about myself. Almost.
Yes. Yeah, you're doing good for your first game after a long time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dan.
Best of luck in the rest of the week. We'll let you go get some dinner. I got to get some dinner.
Thank you so much, Danny.
We'll talk later.
Pleasure.
You guys think you would beat him in that same format?
Probably not, but I do better than you.
80% accuracy?
Same. I feel
No, the problem is he played this like stupid B3 thing. Like play some mainline stuff.
Yeah, you wimp. What are you absolutely...
Come on, Wesley. He purposely took me to some stupid positional chess. I don't have time for that.
Nobody has time for B3. What's that all
Wow, you 80% though, not bad.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Wesley, he also played 1B3 against Nodirbek, and that got the job done in their first game. First game of that match, and
I don't mean to butt in, but I'm absolutely gonna butt in. Like that 87.5%, I really feel like from Nodirbek was that first game. That B3 game.
Yeah, that was a bad game.
Without that game, I feel like he's back over 90%. That was a crazy first game. I don't know what happened there, but clearly really thrown off by that 1B3. Unironically, I guess Wesley was inspired by his blindfold game.
I'm saying? That's crazy.
I didn't even make that connection, but you're right.
B3, right?
It's like it worked against Dan. It's gonna win.
A lot of people feel better about themselves when they beat me at chess. Feels like a really big accomplishment.
Nice.
Just let that sit.
Let that sit with the crickets that
Merit.
anything about beating me inspired Wesley. But he did play 1B3 successfully against Nodirbek. We'll see if he does that again in this next matchup. But all right, we're going to get to previewing this next matchup here in just a second. But before we do, wanted to, a lot of you saw Paul McBeth. If you don't know, that's the GOAT. We're here with the GOAT, Magnus Carlsen, the GOAT of disc golf. I said it. I'll stand by it. Paul McBeth, for those of you who maybe play, might be wondering why in the world is chess.com involved in a disc golf tournament. Well, it kind of came about organically and accidentally, and I'm gonna let the video explain kind of how we got ourselves in that sticky situation, and then we'll see you on the other side. What a beautiful day. What in the world? Checkers is attacking! They're everywhere! We have to fight! Take that, Checkers!
Hey! What are you doing? Those are my discs!
Do you work for Checkers?
No, I work for Discraft.
Why are you attacking me?
I'm not. I'm here at a disc golf course throwing discs.
Those aren't Checkers?
No. These are prototypes of new discs for Paul McBeth, and you're in my way, and you ruined a bunch of them.
Who's Paul McBeth?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, man. First of all, I'm a huge fan. Second of all, I am so sorry. The green pawn can get a little out of control sometimes, and, well, you know, honestly, in his defense, there's a very long history between chess and checkers that I could tell you about if you've got a few hours.
Danny, I really don't have the time right now.
Okay. No. Yep, I get it. I feel you on that. Can we replace the discs?
Right now, with the holiday season and the disc costing thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, I don't think there's much you can do.
Okay. There's got to be something, man. Anything.
Actually, I think there is something.
Chess.com is a proud sponsor of the inaugural Chess.com Invitational presented by Discraft. Join Paul McBeth and Chess.com's Danny and Eric from February 23rd to the 25th in Brooksville, Florida. This is the disc golf tournament you don't want to miss.
So disc golf, huh? Yeah, it's like you take a disc and you're just like...
That's basically what you do. Can I try? I mean, sure. Yeah, it's like that, but you're like trying to throw to like that basket hundreds of feet away. It's not like that. I mean, not really. You kind of want to like, behind you, you want to like explode through. It's like, whoosh.
Okay.
Kind of like that. Yeah. Okay. Oh my gosh. Did they all go in like that? That was amazing.
Pawns work. First of all, check out the special effects in that video. You see that? I mean, unless you believe I actually made it that far.
Is that classified as a real sport?
Disc golf?
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So do either of you play disc golf?
Regular golf, in fact.
Regular. Well, no, that we like to call it stick golf. You're discriminating. Okay, it's disc golf and stick golf.
I am not about to get canceled.
I play real sports, guys.
Real
Like
sports.
chess.
Okay,
Like
so
chess.
fun fact: Eric and I are huge fans of disc golf. Okay. We do want to continue to have chess grow into other communities. Magnus is actually a disc golf player, and I'm not going to out the family member, but he has a relative who is actually one of the top disc golf players in Norway.
Just in the family. That's just
so,
champions
and we'll
in the
see
family.
whether Magnus and anyone else can make it to that event in Florida. But anyway, it's going to be epic. So shout out to the disc golf community, Paul McBeth, and anyone who thought that was the weirdest collab of all time. It's pretty much a personal, selfish thing. But all right. Let's get personal real quick before we send it back to Oslo.
All right, you're handsome.
2 game. Oh, wow.
Yeah, well, you said let's get personal.
You look super good.
What was that? Sorry.
Okay.
No, 2 games now.
Okay.
So, Nodirbek.
Yep.
I'm not going to make you be on the spot with a prediction, but your thoughts real quick about what we're about to see.
Well, the momentum is obviously in Wesley's favor, but again, I'm just going to go back to the fact that before the semifinals, I said Wesley is going to win the match. Now, momentum is on his side. He's also probably the better straight-up rapid player by this much, but it doesn't matter. He chose Nodirbek, and we're not going to forget that.
Right.
He chose Nodirbek. Nodirbek punched him in the mouth first. Not actually, as far as we know. Wesley struck back. He's still a slight favorite, in my opinion. We better see who's going to join Magnus.
I agree. In fact, I think Wesley actually, when what did they say? When Magnus has more games, it's harder to play against Magnus.
Yeah.
I think with shorter, it's going to be harder to play Wesley. In fact,
Okay.
I mean, just having 2 games there, Nodirbek is going to have to bring his best, and Wesley is doing everything. I mean, he got B3'd. You got B3'd, right? So 2 games, right?
I do think we're getting Armageddon.
Yeah.
You think Armageddon?
I'm hoping for Armageddon. We're hoping for the most chess possible. I think I would agree. I also picked a Carlsen final when we did that. But at the same time, Magnus made a great point. As my earpiece pops out, that's live TV. I can hear you there in Oslo. I can hear you. Magnus made a great point, which is Nodirbek wasn't upset before emotionally when he lost to Fabi and then rebounded to beat Hikaru. So the kid seems to have the stuff when it matters most. We'll see if he does it this time. On that note, we're going to throw across to Oslo. Y'all are ready to take it away. I just used y'all correctly.
We saw that video, Danny, and did y'all enjoy it? But my first question to you is, did you really get that, I don't know if it's called a hole-in-one in disc golf, or was that special effects?
I'm going to let the... we'll leave that one to mystery.
You're going to let the disc golf speak for itself.
I'm going to let the disc golf. Levy's going to retire on that one. He's going to walk off camera there. He's going to let the disc golf speak for itself. Yeah, there it is. That's a replay. Look at that.
It's the Brian
It looks
Scalabrine
straight.
of disc golf.
I mean, the trajectory.
Very nice.
I think the trajectory of the disc kind of. Go ahead.
Yeah, the editing was great. We'd never know if Danny actually got that one in or not. But right now, the big question for Nodirbek and Wesley's, can they get themselves into the finals? And who will it be? It's a set 3. It's the final set. And this time, it's a best of 2. If it remains a tie, it goes into Armageddon. Today, one thing's clear. It was Wesley So who dominated set 2. He dominated the entire day against Nodirbek, all the games. But Nodirbek has so much to take away from yesterday as well, where he was the one who was just crushing through.
Yeah, Nodirbek played a great set 1 a day ago. Today in set 2, didn't start his way. Hopefully he learns that if the position looks a little bit shaky, he doesn't have to go all in. There's only 2 games. We'll see who's in better form heading into set 3.
Yeah, and here we see Nodirbek in great spirits as he takes his seat. And
Hey guys, can we get some
listening.
help changing the chairs? Thank you.
More
Getting-
chair drama?
great chair quality out there in Toronto. And Nodirbek now just, wow, switching things up. We're getting some help It's the most manpower I've seen having to move one chair in any tournament hall. If anyone out there wonders what goes on in venues, this is it.
They were playing Cherigami or something. You know, I don't really know what's happening there, but the players, they may be a little bit superstitious. They have their preferences, and those chairs, they're pretty bulky. They're good for your back. Good support.
They're solid Secret Lab chairs right there. So they're choosing their chairs. They've also got to choose their openings, and it's going to be so much about who gets their kind of positions, because we saw in set 2, Wesley just seemed to get really good outcomes from the very start of the game.
Yeah, Wesley started with B3. He mixed it up because he said he wasn't impressed with the positions he was getting out of playing a King's Pawn opening. But Nodirbek, to his credit, he struck back in Game 3, down 2-0. He played a really nice Game 3 with the black pieces, so he's showing that even when it looks like he's about to lose a match, he can still climb back.
Yeah. Back to B3, or will it be back to the King's Pawn for Wesley So, who takes his seat? Glasses are off. Players just getting their poise now. They look ready to go, and we're ready to go here as well.
Ooh, it all comes down to this spot. And look at that stat. The games haven't even started with Nodirbek playing the mind games.
Looks like he's ready for that chess boxing match, but this will all be settled on the chessboard. Wesley, no more B3 cowboy for him. He's back to his King Pawn opening.
But which King Pawn opening will it be? No more Scotch game, which led to that disaster in Game 3. It's back to the Italian, maybe inspired by Fabiano Caruana's success in this opening against Magnus Carlsen. And Black's knight comes out, the 2 knights defense here against the Italian. Provocative stuff. And look at Wesley. He was eyeballing his opponent there, and he goes in, hoping for the fried liver attack. What will we see? Black's knight dodges. There was a poison pawn in the center. We see a quick trade, but this is a pawn sacrifice from Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
And not one, it can be, I was going to say another pawn can be given up if the queen moves up to f3, but a different opening approach. He does retreat with the bishop. The fried liver attack, it promises to have madness on the board very, very early on. What do you think is going to happen? Who is better prepared here, Robert, in this opening right now?
Well, Nodirbek wasn't expecting it. I don't think. He's pausing, he's calculating. And these players, they study their fellow top players' games. Knight g4 jumping out. The knight on g5 is not protected, so that knight likely has to move away from its current square. But what I was going to say is that they study their fellow competitors' games, and Hikaru Nakamura has played the white side of this position many times in important battles. So Wesley, he moves his knight away. It's going to be a real sharp game because Black has given up a pawn, but White's moving those minor pieces numerous times at this stage.
And he's got to move them some more, because very often in these positions, Black marches up the board with that f-pawn. It's all about trying to create play, compensation, piece play for that sacrificed pawn. f5 is on the cards. And David, it can happen now.
It can happen now. It most likely will happen now. One thing I should mention is that 2 years ago on the Champions Chess Tour, Wesley So was playing this quite consistently. He even played this variation with the bishop back to d3 against Magnus Carlsen and got a huge advantage. Wesley So created a chessable course in 2021, and it was about this variation. We talk about the top players doing their research, and wow, f5 on the board, a quick flurry, some knights disappearing. Black going for the white king. The f2 pawn now is a big, big target. Who cares about the pawn structure, which is crazy? Black is a pawn down, but he's going on the attack.
Clearly, Nodirbek doesn't care about his pawn structure. That is the strangest pawn formation I've seen on the board. We are on move 12, and look at Black's pawns.
I would never play in this fashion with either color. It looks too risky. Black is currently a pawn down, but there are so many open files and diagonals. You see that dark square bishop that just developed. It's staring at the f2 pawn, the golden pawn, right in front of the white king. White is not castling kingside in this position, not when the h file is also opening up. So Wesley needs to be extremely precise. I actually think that Wesley, if he goes wrong, he could be losing in just a few turns. But if Nodirbek doesn't know how to continue here and keep this initiative, he is down a pawn after all, and the rest of his pawn structure is shattered.
Look at Wesley's body language here. He was shaking his head quite noticeably for a while, then a bit of a kind of brush of the brow there. Now he's just nervously looking at his position, eyeballing his opponent there. He is flummoxed. This was a surprise. Knight to g4, it's a known move, but it very rarely happens at the top level. And if you haven't researched this recently, if you haven't refreshed your mind, haven't looked at what the computer suggests here, as Robert says, it could be knockout within a few moves. You have to be super accurate here. You're treading a fine line as white. He brings his knight out. As far as I know, one of the main moves. And how deeply does Nodirbek know this position?
And that's the big question. Wesley is the first one to spring a surprise with knight to g5, the fried liver attack. But Nodirbek counter-surprises Wesley with his own knight a couple of moves later, jumping onto g4, getting this absolute chaotic position. Wesley makes a developing move. The e4 pawn currently hanging. Also so much tension on the king side with the h-line open. Black's rook pinned behind the h5 pawn.
Strategically, Black's in terrible shape, right? He goes queen d4, checkmate in 1 is threatened. Now Wesley castles, and his next move, if f2 doesn't come under any more fire, he wants to push his pawn up to d3 and develop his dark square bishop. He desperately needs to get more pieces into the defense. Now after the castle, kingside, the f2 pawn is hanging once more. Queen e1, slide that queen over, bring all of your pieces defending the pawn, and only then push your pawn to d3. I think Wesley knows this quite well.
Yeah, Wesley pausing, but he does eventually play the only move in that position, the key move, sliding across, defending stuff with his queen. And earlier, Robert, you name-dropped Eric Rose in the Stafford Gambit. This looks like a variation of the Stafford Gambit. It looks like white is about to get checkmated, but if you hold things together long-term, it is worth suffering for. You do have extra material, potentially. You do have all those targets. So it's all about this initial storm. If white survives, most likely Wesley will win long-term. If not, we might see a quick miniature finish. Abdusattorov pausing here. Slight surprise that he's pausing because he was the one who initiated this craziness by throwing the black knight to g4. Surely he knows what's going on with black, and it is up his alley. It is his style. He's looking away. Maybe he's just choosing between two promising moves here, and eventually he takes the pawn. So level material yet again, but it's all the double pawns, isolated pawns in the world for black, and it does give white the time to play your move, Robert.
But the ugliest pawn structure I think we've ever seen. Like, there are 2 sets of double isolated pawns on E file and G file. Then we have the isolated A and C pawn. So it's really a hideous structure for black. But after D3, which was necessary from white, you can take this pawn on D3. And in the very near future, there is going to be G4 to G3 exploiting the pin on this dark square diagonal. Maybe you can play rook takes F2 first even, just to trade even more pieces. Rook takes F2 would be met by G3. And white escapes. You can see the eval bar still hanging towards the center, but black's getting rid of that really horrendous pawn structure.
Yeah, and there we go. He starts trading off just before it's too late. I wanted to highlight this pawn structure. 1 isolated pawn, 2 isolated pawns, doubled isolated pawns, doubled isolated pawns. Yeah, long term, this is suffering for black, so do not try it at home unless you know you're going to land a killer attack. He does trade off, and moment of truth. Wesley pauses. Will he take back with a pawn, the bishop, or will he drop his own bishop in? I don't think he should actually go for this one because black would sacrifice the queen. And here it's too much material. 1 bishop will fall. Yes, the queen disappears. But a rook will fall with check. And it's more about counting here, more about the maths. Bishop, bishop, and rook for the queen. Too much material.
Wesley continues with his head shake, not happy with the opening outcome. And I wonder if that has something to do with the position that we have, or the fact that he was expecting Nodirbek to be surprised by his opening choice, but Nodirbek, on the other hand, continues to blitz out the moves. And now he's got to show more in this position. Does he go for the sacrifice on f2? Because you have to be quick. Long term, Nodirbek doesn't survive this one. Rook takes pawn. Is that the only way to go forward?
I would definitely be playing with that in mind because I want to liquidate and get rid of my double isolated pawns. The problem for Nodirbek is even once the pieces come off, there's still enough firepower left to go after black's remaining pawns. They're all spread out. It's like bowling. You never want to split. You never want pawns split like this. Oof, this feels really not fun for Nodirbek, and he's now spending some time here because he wants to figure out, do I trade off pieces or do I have something in this position going after the white king?
We keep saying that it's not fun for Nodirbek, but there's only one guy on our screen shaking his head, and it's Wesley So. And what's going on in his mind? Because the position looks defended for Wesley, but awful for black. And we see Nodirbek is in with rook takes pawn. Why is Wesley constantly shaking his head in this opening?
We've seen Wesley's recent tweets or his posts on X. We've seen him in interviews. He's trolling people. It's a red herring. I don't think Nodirbek should read too much into the body language here. If Wesley didn't know what was going on, he would have spent 10 minutes, not just 2-3 minutes. So Wesley's just trying to recall everything. Maybe if he's shaking his head, it's just about the fact that he didn't kind of check this line recently. He hasn't analysed it with the latest engines, or not in the last few months at least. But rook takes pawns on the board, fireworks. Wesley has to defend accurately. But is he going to take this rook back with his own rook or with the queen? That's the first question. Queen's on or off the board as Nodirbek stretches, looking confident.
He's flexing, right? He's showing that he's worked out. He's just getting in those what are the traps. And so you see that rook takes f2. It's setting up a bit of a trap because black does want to push this pawn to g3 and go after the pin. And look at this decision from Wesley. He gets all the pieces off the board. I get the feeling he still knows what he's doing. He may be shaking his head, grabbing his face, all that stuff. I really think that Wesley has studied this position, and he might even have more lines to go.
Perhaps the head shake is because he realizes that Nodirbek also knows exactly what he's doing, because it feels like he's managed to equalize the position. At least that's what the bar says. It's easy for us to say, but once again, the position doesn't look as easy as it looks. And for now, he at least delays taking that f2 pawn, the umbrella pawn, as you call it, Robert, which keeps white's king safe so far in the position, not opening up the f-line for the black rook to slide over.
Yeah, it feels like one of those openings, and this is very common in modern chess, especially at the top level. It feels like a line where you test your opponent, you've both done the clicking, you've both checked the engine, what the top moves are. You have to remember it, of course, but if you both remember, the game does fizzle out towards a balanced position. But white is the one testing black right now. Yes, black's got an extra pawn, but black's pawn's still ugly. I'm expecting Wesley to continue, after a bit more thought, to kind of develop his pieces. Once the white bishop, dark square bishop, and rook are into the game, we will see a roughly level endgame here.
And let's remind everyone, it's a best of two. So this is Wesley's only white in this match. So perhaps just a bit disappointed that he didn't get more out of the opening than he was expecting from the surprise. And to break down the action more, we've got reinforcements coming in from Toronto as Danny is being joined by Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave. Take it away, Danny. This opening, this outcome of this, what do you think? Will Nodirbek hold his game one with black?
Thanks, Tanya. I'm gonna ask Maxime that question because he's probably the one who has a little more to say than I do in regards to whether Nodirbek will hold. But I will quickly say it does look like Wesley's a little frustrated, maybe because Nodirbek knew this line, and the fact that the kid is up 2 minutes on the clock doesn't help. But Maxime, we're gonna dive in and analyze this. Your thoughts on what we see on the board before we maybe talk about the storylines off the board.
I think Wesley handled the opening surprise very well. I like his position. I was considering moves like, okay, first bishop d2, of course, get this knight back to b7.
Yeah.
I mean, no or later. And then knight g5 to avoid bishop e6.
Okay.
Create some threats around the king. But of course, the problem of doing that is this pawn on f2 becomes very relevant. So maybe it's a bit too risky. Like bishop g4 is possible still for black.
Yeah.
But in general, of course, there are much safer ways to play for Wesley. Like, you can grab the pawn on f2 and is very slightly better, but yeah, he can push somehow.
So you think Wesley, it feels okay, though, about his position right now?
Right now, I think he feels okay. He's just trying to find if there's a way to push for an advantage. Like, you can play c3 first, you can play many things.
Right.
So,
do you think he feels pressure in a two-game match to push here with white? Obviously, Nodirbek has had some good victories as white, so...
Well, first of all, I think he's regained confidence after this first match of the day, where he was dominant. He had this slip in the third game, but in general, he was like clearly the best player today. And so, I don't think he feels bad at all if it goes to a second game with black. Of course, when it comes to Armageddon, it's a different thing because it's all relies on one single game. So. But he knows that Nodirbek will go for a full fight in the second game, and then maybe he'll try to make use of that. But right now he's looking if he has something to actually put pressure, maybe something like very direct, c3 before a4 to play a5.
So just pawn c3, pawn b4, pawn a4, and just try to advance on the queen side.
Yeah.
Yep.
But then I'm guessing a5 will happen, but maybe it's a way to go, because then you can go with.
Maybe black plays a5 though. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I was saying.
Yep.
Maybe you go some bishop a3 somewhere. Like, I don't know, because the bishop on b6 becomes also a little bit vulnerable. I don't know.
Okay.
It's a very complicated position, I must say. Like, you can easily make mistakes if you try to overpush with white or with black.
I like that, even with the queens off the board, that there's a lot of complexities going here. Okay, so we've seen inside the crystal ball of a super grandmaster's mind. Maybe some of these variations will happen on the board for fans, but I want to ask you the same thing we just asked Magnus. I think a lot of us saw Wesley as the favorite coming in for good reason. A lot of people, I think, feel that way, but Magnus said he thinks Nodirbek recovered well the day before and thinks Nodirbek's, in form right now. So who do you think is favorite right now?
We had this discussion with Magnus.
Yeah.
I'm still going for Wesley.
Well, you're rooting for Armageddon first and foremost,
of course,
like me, because we want more time on the couch out there.
Of course, I was very disappointed that we didn't get a third set between Magnus and
Bobby.
Yeah, because we want more chess.
We want more chess. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, but in general, I would say. So Magnus said that he feels Wesley is a bit shaky, so maybe he has more insight because he's in the room when they're playing.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he feels more the tension that he inhabits Wesley. But yeah, in general, I feel like he should be the favorite.
It's funny. What do you think about Magnus's comments about when he said he thinks both players have had great moments here, but both players have also looked extremely vulnerable at times?
Yeah, I think it's true for almost everyone here.
Maybe besides Magnus, or even Magnus, you think?
I would say Wesley was very dominant in the round-robin section. Magnus has been quite dominant, but against Fabi, he didn't show...
Yeah, that's true. He had some moments, yeah.
Yeah, he didn't show total control, for sure, so...
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes. Wesley has been the most stable player of the field, but it's true that he had these moments of nervousness.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
there's a lot at stake here, I guess.
Okay. I think Tania's gonna chime in here. Go for it.
Yeah. Really cool insights there, Maxime, on the psychology of the opening that we're seeing. But I've got one more question for Maxime, Danny. That here in the studio, we've been talking so much about Nodirbek's death stare, just the way he looks so confidently at his opponents. And I want to ask Maxime, being on the opposite side of Nodirbek, what's been his experience with that? Is that something that he's noticed about Nodirbek?
Tania's asking about...
I was hoping you'd say, could you repeat, please, Tania?
Could you repeat, please, Tania?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Tania's asking what it's like to play Nodirbek, because they've been talking in the studio about the fact that he's very intense over the board. He's got a death stare. He kind of stares you guys down. Obviously, you've played a lot of intimidating characters in your time, but does that bother you at all, or what are your thoughts about the way he can really gaze into his opponent's eyes?
In general, during games, I very rarely look at my opponents. I'm completely unbothered. I'm focused on my play. I might be looking at the ceiling more than their faces.
You think that's true for all players, though, or?
That's just me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. When you're looking at the ceiling, are you going full Beth Harmon up there? Like, what are you looking at? Are you thinking about what you had for breakfast?
I can be thinking about any sort of random thing.
Yeah. Like a Nishigiri?
Probably not.
Not a Nishigiri. All right. Well, we're having a good time here. Anything else you want to say before we head back to the couch and just analyze?
No, I'm good.
Okay. You're doing good.
Yeah.
All right. We're gonna. He's unfazed.
Exactly. Unbothered.
And we're gonna go back to the couch and chill out. We're gonna throw it back to you guys now.
Yeah.
Thanks,
that's
Danny.
what we're gonna do.
That's what we're gonna do. All right. Bye, guys.
Thanks, guys. Unbothered, unfazed. Really interesting, because I think when you're playing against a guy like Nodirbek, you need to do that. You need to just block out any sort of eye contact with him. He can be really scary. And I saw him give a little bit of a stare once again there.
I think the only thing making Maxime uncomfortable was this conversation and standing next to Danny. So it was successful in that regard. They're going to head back to the couch. But for these two players, there's no taking it easy. I mean, that king on h7 right now for Nodirbek Abdusattorov, it doesn't have too many squares. If you imagine a white rook landing on the h-file, it could fall victim to a checkmating net. That's not out of the question. And the bad pawn structure remains for black. Even material, but black's pawns are worse. So I do prefer, just like Maxime said, white's position. I think Wesley has chances in this endgame.
Definitely, and white's next few moves are straightforward. White would love to, for example, land a rook on h1, as you say, Robert, so maybe plant the king on e2. If you want to focus in, zone in on this e5 pawn, then you just shift your rook to the e-file. Simple play there. Beautiful outpost for your knight if you can land it, and maybe even expand pawns on the queen side. For black, it's far less clear what you should be aiming for. You need to balance out the long-term strategic deficiencies, especially these isolated pawns, with dynamic play, active play. But how do you achieve that? I was looking, for example, at this knight jump to try and hit the bishop, but the bishop just slides back with a check. And at the very minimum, you just move your rook across. Pressure. Black is the one certainly on the back foot. And I don't think Nodirbek is his type of position. Yes, he's great in endgames, but this one is far more static, his weaknesses. And unless he can gain that energy that he loves and make it more about calculation, then I think he's going to struggle.
But we know Nodirbek, he's so good when it comes to endgames. And right now, though, he has pressure and reasons to be worried about. But the kind of endgame technique that he's been showing in this tournament, I'm not worried for him in this one.
I definitely am worried. I just hate his pawn structure. And something that people should remember is that we like our pawns in the center during the early stages of the game because they restrict the enemy pieces. But in the end game, flank pawns can actually be super dangerous because they tie your opponent's pieces down to the side of the board while you activate your own pieces in the center. And one of the main moves we were just talking about, David was suggesting rook over to e1 next to that white king. Very logical, going after this pawn on e5. I just feel like there's so many weaknesses that black has to keep an eye on. And for Nodirbek here, he's a great endgame player, but nobody would be comfortable playing this from the black side.
All right, so Nodirbek needs to be a little careful, a little precise. Though he can start thinking about his own play. We know he loves the initiative. He does take out the bishop, the rook eventually hoping to land on the f-file to try to put pressure on that eventually pinned knight on f2. But first, if Wesley gets in the pressure on the e5 pawn, will he go passive with his own rook, or is he expecting to continue more development, get that knight to d6, hit that bishop on c4? Is he going to look for initiative in this one?
Make it sound easy, Tanya, that the black pieces can flow forward. And, of course, Abdusattorov, he's an expert at making it look easy on the board. And I think you're right, that black knight will come in with gain of tempo in the next few moves. Do you line up the black rook against the white king, first of all? That's one question. I'm not sure whether the tactics work out there. You need to calculate a bit. Very minimum, you just defend your e-pawn. But no, he goes for that other option. Every move with tempo, gain time, hit the opponent's loose pieces, the knight hitting white's bishop, and forcing it away.
To slide back. I think that Wesley can make a quick move. He's not playing this game that quickly overall, which I think is worrying for him, as his time trouble has been really a problem in his match against Nodirbek. Yesterday, Nodirbek was able to win an endgame where the eval bar was right at the middle because Wesley was not able to handle himself without too much time on the clock. But I think he can slide his bishop back to b3. Next, trade the dark square bishops if he ever needs to, by putting that one on the e3 square, and black's problems persist. I'm not trying to exaggerate the issue. Black should be able to hold, but shoulda, woulda, coulda. These are words that are not so meaningful when we're talking about blitz chess, which is the time control we're about to enter.
And the one thing I will mention today, because it's going to be a marathon day of chess, is that the last time we had a day this long on the Champions Chess Tour finals, it was when Abdusattorov took down Nakamura just a couple of days ago. So he does have the stamina. If he can survive this game, I think he'll be feeling super confident. Now that it's just a two-game shootout, essentially, I think this one, it's just important to survive with black. You don't want to get too ambitious. If you save this, you move on. You have white, maybe an Armageddon, but you're younger, you have energy. I think he might become the favorite if he holds.
That's the big if. And Again, I think he would be able to do this. I see the pawn structure that you're pointing at, but I love the bishop's activity in this position. The rook lining up on the f line, but he decides to first defend the e-pawn. That can start marching up the board and create threats of his own. Right now, Nodirbek doing everything right, and it's been quite a journey for Nodirbek from the start. Took him 7 days to get the visa done, to get his travel sorted, to reach Toronto. So stamina is definitely not on his mind because he's here. A determined Nodirbek, a very determined Nodirbek.
Such a phenomenal player. I think it's hard not to root for him. But Wesley So has many fans out there as he trades off those dark square bishops. So minimal pieces remaining. That may seem like good news for Nodirbek because White can't attack the weak pawns without pieces of his own. So both players are handling this very well. Whatever winning chances Wesley hopes to have are in the long term. But in the short term, it seems like Nodirbek, with the lead on the clock, playing excellent chess, and now he has to worry about two different pawns. See, Wesley, he's poking and prodding.
And the good thing in this position for Black is that the white knight doesn't have too many squares to jump into the game to start putting pressure on that black e5 pawn. So Wesley has managed to maximize his pressure with the rook, but there isn't another assistance coming in to attack the weaknesses. Meanwhile, Nodirbek, his own knight can start jumping into enemy camp. Knight c4 in the air.
Quite possibly.
Yeah.
Maybe. He needs to act aggressively and actively here because suddenly you don't want to curl up and be passive. It's a big weakness on the c6 square and critical moment. Wesley So throwing a spanner in the works, hitting this pawn. Your move, Tanya, I guess would force the white rook to decide. Do you step back, defend this pawn? Do you slide across with a check? Suddenly it's getting a bit tactical. This check could mean that you eat this pawn, you grab this pawn with gain of time next move. I'm not sure where the black king goes, but you can take this pawn, hit the black rook right now.
Rook c8.
Rook c8. You have to do something with this bishop. Yeah, maybe it's working out for black. Maybe this pawn will simply drop next move. But this is what they're calculating right now. And the alternative, I guess, for Wesley So there is to just drop back, defend, and say, how are you defending this one? Not too easy.
Because the rook might get overloaded. He does play knight c4, does Nodirbek, and he's going to have a difficult next choice because if you bring your rook to c8, then you've lost sight of the e5 pawn, and I can kick your knight out of c4, go right after that e5 pawn. Thank you very much for the material. So these decisions are really difficult for Nodirbek, and that's why I tell people at home that when you have the eval bar, it doesn't always tell the full story because Nodirbek's on the defensive here, and Wesley knows it.
He knows it. He gives a check, not the move we were thinking, not keeping control. Maybe he's calculated something. Maybe he realizes that this pawn is juicy. He wants to, by force, snap it off the board. So a check, and the black king has to decide. You normally don't want to go towards the edge of the board ever in chess, and especially in an endgame where you want to be centralized. I'm assuming the black king will step towards the center, but the question is, what happens here?
There's a tactic. I think at the end here, Wesley wants to play bishop to b5, and after knight takes b2, there's rook f3, and all of a sudden you're being met by g4 or rook takes f5 with bishop b7 check. But no, I'm wrong because Wesley decides to go a different direction. He just pushes the pawn that was under attack, but there are all sorts of tactics in the air here.
Wow, it's suddenly getting really, really kind of concrete. Suddenly it's not about these general principles that we've been discussing. It's about whether black can kind of survive, hold on, move by move. Especially the c6 pawn, it might just drop. You do not want to go to the edge of the board ever. Your knight will simply be pinned here and stuck here defending a mere pawn. So that's the last thing on Abdusattorov's mind right now. Knight attacked, pawn attacked, and he's on the back foot.
Nodirbek doesn't retreat. He doesn't go backwards. So I want to ask you a question. Is a knight to d2 a possibility? It gives a check, but I can very well end up getting trapped or losing material. Also, after giving a check on d2, White's king will step forward, putting pressure on that knight. The pawn on c6 still hanging. And I'm trying to figure out, do you move back with the knight to the center of the board?
Do you know what tells the biggest story, even more so than the moves that are being played? I'm looking at the clock. Nodirbek was up several minutes, and now he makes the wrong choice, goes to the edge of the board, and Wesley at any moment can push his b-pawn one more time, kick that knight out of there to win the c6 zone. But I like what Wesley is doing. He's not rushing. He's not giving key squares back to Nodirbek. Knight on the rim is looking dim here, and these pawns still are a problem for black.
The knight looks dim, the position looks grim. He's pushing forward with his pawns, but I always talk about the theory of two weaknesses in middle games, end games. Here, black has the horrible pawn structure, all of them isolated. Now, the second weakness is just the placement of his knight. Wesley can play against that long term. He's happy to trade off the other minor pieces because if you compare the final pieces remaining, the white bishop will always dominate this black knight on the edge of the board. So a check, if this knight is not captured, it will simply slide back, blockade black's central pawn. This is really classy stuff from Wesley. So this is where he thrives. And I still think Nodirbek is really going to need something special to save this game.
That's really great technique there, because when you trade, it's not just about the pieces that you've traded, but what remains on the board. And if you compare the white bishop to that black knight, it's clearly superior to the knight, which will be on the defense. But also Nodirbek does not have an option. He has to go for this. Bishop takes knight. Rook takes bishop. There's still a big threat of that b pawn moving one step forward and deflecting the defender of the c6 pawn. b4, how do you fight it?
And let's not forget that the e4 pawn is also on a light square, and white has a light square bishop. So g5 is a great choice from Nodirbek. It allows him to bring his king forward and keep it attached to that pawn. But Wesley, he's not going to rush. Love that move, rook to g3. That rook did not have much real estate. Now it's going to slide to the h-file. That's a fully open line to work with. The white king can step forward at any moment. The black knight is not participating right now. It's merely a defensive piece.
He's undaunted, Wesley, so his rook was a bit stuck there. He's simply going to take his time out here, dropping back. He's going to reposition his rook, repurpose it. I mean, this is just so tough for black to defend. And you can tell, looking at the clock, Abdusattorov, look at the body language as well, scratching his head. He can barely find a move. Yeah. There's not that much productive to do. And sooner or later, as soon as that white rook activates, the threats will increase. So, OK, he activates his own rook, trying to cut off the white rook's access to open files. Really clever move there. But now the black e-pawn has been abandoned.
And there was so much hesitation by Nodirbek before he made this move, so he's definitely feeling uncomfortable in this endgame. And again, I've been talking about this idea of just winning the c6 pawn, and I'm trying to get my head around why has Wesley not already gone for b4 and bishop takes pawn?
Because sometimes the pressure is actually the way to beat these top GMs. You can win a pawn, then give them activity. He just stole the pawn at the right moment, so I love the way he's played. And Nodirbek does look uncomfortable here. He's trying to will himself back in this game, but he lost a c6 pawn. e4 is now under attack. White has these outside pass pawns that he's going to struggle to deal with. He brings his king forward. Maybe he wants to go further even more, but Wesley gives a check. So if the king goes forward, rook g4 check will win the g5 pawn.
And look how calm Wesley looks right now. Just his body language. And meanwhile, Nodirbek with the piece twirling, you can tell that you don't even have to look at the board to understand what the evaluation is. You can look at the players and you know what's going on.
Then again, a bit of a scratch on the head of Wesley So, and he's repeated the position. The second time we've seen this, again, the second time we've seen this position, if Wesley gives a check, he might have the option to repeat, but he is a pawn up. Surely with white, he should be playing for the win.
He might be worried, though, because if the black rook can successfully slide to d8, in it comes to d2, and that white king is forced back to its first rank. And that can be scary, where you are up material, but your opponent who has the coordinated pieces. That rook on g3 is actually quite misplaced in this position. It doesn't have too much wiggle room. So Nodirbek, he loses a pawn. I don't even want to say he gave it up. I think Wesley outplayed him there, but he still has good chances.
Yeah, and Wesley, he has to decide, ethical decision here. Do you play for a win in a short two-game match with white, a pawn up, but with a bit of risk attached, or do you take the draw, bail out now, safety, get closer to that Armageddon? He gives another check. Second time we've seen this position as well, and he plays on. He plays for the win.
He's going for it. He wants more in this position. Wesley So is up a pawn, and he's trying to get the match advantage in this one. The bishop is attacked. Watch out. Rook on coming to d2 as well once the bishop moves.
But this is clever stuff from Wesley. He repeated once, then he spent his time. He can bring his bishop to attack the knight. The problem is, if the black rook gives a check, he can first protect his bishop. So look what he's doing. Every single move, he's restricting black's access. I think that's a nice try, but it's clear the eval bar is not the biggest fan. It says the black is actually holding on.
Can you repeat here immediately with just the king shuffle, keep attacking the white rook?
I think Wesley has calculated well there. If the black king shifts over to attack white's rook, the white rook slides to the center. And look at the black pawn in the center. It will drop off. And once the white rook takes it, the black knight will also be hit. So actually, he's kind of setting a trap here, Wesley. So if the black king moves, white would have had a decisive advantage. Instead, the pawn pushes forward. A vulnerable square, but closer to promotion. Now the white bishop is really stuck. You cannot move it out of the way because the black rook will penetrate, will drop down to d2 with a check. You need to keep the black rook passive. And I think this is a really, really important move from Nodirbek.
And my question was going to be, what's Black's next move? And Wesley, he poses the same question. If you can't actually improve your pieces, let's go. Push those pawns up the board. And Nodirbek pushes his own pawns. So now White has access to a pass pawn. He can, in fact, take that pawn on a5. If the knight takes back, down goes that e3 pawn in the center.
He takes it. More pawns off the board, but pawns on both flanks, more importantly. So the bishop better than the knight. And now, can he take on e3? Can he take the black pawn sitting in front of White's king? If he can, he's simply 2 pawns up and should win the game.
But perhaps that bishop is loose on d7, so Tania's idea from earlier, king g6, just to kick that rook out of there. So Wesley might retreat his bishop now. That knight is on the rim, so bishop back to b5. The e3 pawn is still a weakness. Maybe Black has to go all in, but you look at the time right now. Wesley, he's down to about 40 seconds. Nodirbek at 53. Both players getting nervous.
Wow. If Wesley so captures the pawn, the most natural-looking move, the black king just follows the white rook, and there is no way to keep the pressure on for white in that one. Wesley needs to find a way to keep this game going. If it's not king takes pawn, how does he keep the pressure? He can't move the bishop. The black rook will jump in. How do you continue the game?
I like Robert's move. Move the bishop where you control the black knight. Just keep that black knight sidelined on the edge of the board. But he does take the pawn. And now will we see this dance between the black king and the white rook?
You have a check on e6, but Wesley just repeating? And is he going to give a check on e6 next?
That's the big question, and he does give that check. There's no reason that he should just force a draw. If the king moves back, that white rook can attack the black knight. This is getting very messy, though, because that knight can hop around with some checks. Wesley needs to be careful at this stage.
Yeah, the white bishop is really stuck right now. The knight is attacked, but the knight can jump out the way with a check. The black knight has to save itself. Do not trade off White's bishop for that knight. White is 2 pawns up. And now the white king has to walk into a pin, attacking this black knight. But once the black knight moves, White's bishop, is it doomed?
But I think he's giving up his bishop. He's recognized that if I can trade rooks, I can't lose that endgame. Even though Black has an extra knight, White at the very least can go to the king side and steal that last g-pawn. He's got passed pawns of his own, so it's going to be a counting game. And Nodirbek's down to 25 seconds. Is that a-pawn too dangerous?
Great practical decision from Wesley. So playing on, testing Nodirbek. 0 risk still for White. Surely he's going to defend his bishop now, Wesley. So the white rook can step up 1 square to hold the bishop for a move longer. Yes, that bishop falls, but Robert, your idea. Go for that black pawn now. White has still 3 pawns remaining. The black knight is a short-range piece. Can it deal with all 3 pawns?
Wow, and look at Nodirbek. He just sets aside all the pieces, and it is go time for both these players. As Wesley saw, he has 2 seconds on the clock. He's burnt so much time.
The good news was it was a series of trades. Quick moves, they gained 3 seconds per move. The knight does chase this pawn. And so the question is, can the knight get back in time? If that were a bishop, Black is holding, because bishops are long-range pieces. But that knight might be slow to get back and chase down a potential passed g-pawn.
And here we go, the pawns disappearing, and it does look like Nodirbek here will be safe. It's only 2 pawns now. The knight will deal with 1, the king deals with the other. Handshake, draw.
Nodirbek survives. What a fight. Wesley did everything he could to maximize his chances, but Nodirbek, with some sneaky defense in the end, sacrificing the pawns, gets the job done for himself. That's a draw. A final rapid game coming up as the score remains level.
What a hold from Nodirbek Abdusattorov. You see him breathing out for probably the first time in half an hour. What a save by him, because he was in huge trouble. Wesley was pressing and outplaying him.
Just fantastic, fantastic resistance there by Nodirbek under so much tremendous pressure. Wesley declining repetitions not once but twice. But in the end, Nodirbek, he managed to secure that draw. A really critical half-point save, especially in a best-of-2, David.
Yeah, it was essential to hold that game. He was on the back foot pretty much for its entirety, right from the opening, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And I just wanted to highlight that flurry of moves in the beginning of the game, where Abdusattorov actually out-prepared his opponent, Wesley So, basing his preparation on Wesley's chessable course and launching a novelty a bit later. So it was here where Black, after a trade of pawns on d3, played rook takes f2, initiating tactics. But after some queens were exchanged, after Black won the sacrificed rook due to this pin, we saw an endgame. And it was here, already on move 21, such deep preparation, Nodirbek played the novelty, the first new move of the game, not covered in Wesley's chessable course. And despite the fact that a few moves down the line, despite the fact he had isolated pawns, weak pawns all over the board, he was able to hold. Black here is in real difficulties, but that half point could be priceless.
It shows how deep preparation is at this level in this day and age, but Maxime Vachier-Lagrave was right. Wesley was in his comfort zone. He had the upper hand. He almost converted there. He stole a pawn, but Nodirbek deserves a lot of credit. He never gave too much ground. He was able to hold off Wesley, so really nice start for him with the black pieces. He gets white in game 2. You might have to give the nod to Nodirbek having the advantage going forward.
It will be a set 3, game 2, the final rapid game coming up. This was game 1, and the scores remain level. Magnus Carlsen is already through to the finals after he sends Fabiano Caruana back home with his victory. And it is a big game 2 coming up with so much on the line. And for the players, they walk a tightrope. How much risk are they willing to take in Toronto for that fight to the finals? And it is going to be exciting between Nodirbek and Wesley. So we will be back.
We are here in Toronto. I am Kaya, excited for the CCT Finals here with Wesley. So nice to be here in Toronto.
Yes, good. I'm also very excited, and it's good to see you back after such a long time.
Only 8 of you made it here to Toronto. So what makes you excited?
I did very well last year.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's a good sign, and it's the same place. You know, this one my most favorite hotel from last year, so hopefully that's a good sign.
What are the fans in for this week?
You know, things are going to happen very quickly. Right from the very beginning, there's a lot in stake here, so players are going to be very competitive.
And obviously, some time ago, you learned that the finals would be over the board. What was your reaction to that?
I don't know if you know, but we're playing in a computer, right?
No, you're playing over the board.
Oh, we're playing in a real board.
Yeah. Oh, so you're learning that now.
Yeah, I was quite confused. I don't know what Magnus has been doing playing online all this time then. Wait, okay, so thank you. Yeah.
Can you describe your playing style?
When I was younger, I would always play 1e4 and play the Sicilian with black. Like, I was very aggressive. I'd go for mating attacks, but I could not play the endgame. And then when I turned 16, I started reading a lot of opening books. And then when I reached 2600, I realized that you cannot just go for the attack every single game and hope to win, because 2600s are not stupid. They will bring you down.
And what would it mean to win it, Wesley?
It would be amazing. My last tournament of the year. It's really a big deal. This year is much stronger though than last year. You got Magnus, you got Sati, you got Hikaru. So there's a lot in stake.
Wesley, so thank you and good luck in the CCT Finals.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it. How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Airthings.
A new opening for your wall is here. Capture new major pieces on unique metal posters from Displate. Now with the official collection from Chess.com. Mount them in seconds with a tool-free magnet kit and swap them whenever you like. Make your move. Get an exclusive discount on all metal posters. Shop now with the code CHESS at Displate.com.
the gift of chess as we celebrate the holiday season with the Chess Kit. There's a 20% off for the rest of the year until the 31st of December for the Chess Kit Gold membership. So get going on go.chesskit.com/CK20 and use the command CK20 in chat for all the information. And it is one chess kid we've got our eyes on. It's Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who's fighting for that spot into the finals to face Magnus Carlsen. But he's up against Wesley So. The first game, Nodirbek, under big pressure, survives. And Kaya had a chat with him right after that.
All right, that was game one in set number 3. How are you feeling right now, Nodirbek?
Feeling good, but yeah, obviously my quality has been dropped since yesterday. So yeah, I am a little bit disappointed. But yeah, obviously I have one game ahead, and it's with white pieces. So I'm looking forward to put up some pressure.
Yeah. It must have been so important to come out of this game with a draw after Wesley maybe coming into set number 3 with momentum after winning set number 2.
Yeah, it was important not to lose, and yeah, he came extremely close. At the end, I think I was just holding by some miracle, but yeah, it worked out well, and yeah, it's been just a pure luck at the end.
So you definitely know how to win games against Wesley So. We saw that yesterday. What will you take from that into game number 2 here?
Well, I think we're a little bit. I mean, I'm a little bit struggling with white, so I will take it easy, and we'll see.
Do you think this will go to an Armageddon?
Most probably.
Okay. Well, good luck in game number 2.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, you heard him. He thinks this will go to an Armageddon. We'll see. Back to you guys.
Really interesting insights there into Nodirbek's mindset. He says he survived by luck, but you make your own luck on the chessboard. And I think he was very resourceful with the black pieces in game 1, surviving a difficult game. And he also said that he's not feeling very confident with the white pieces, David.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise, because traditionally he's been super strong with the white pieces, and maybe it's just influenced by today's games. Often, as chess players, we have this short-term memory. We only really remember what's just happened. We need to block out the rest because it's just too much. And yeah, just judging by his body language, he's banking on the fact that a one-game shootout in Armageddon might be his best opportunity. He has beaten Hikaru Nakamura in 2 Armageddons, so I wouldn't be surprised if that is his strategy going into this next game.
Nodirbek has been the comeback kid so far, and he did lose set 2 to Wesley. It is momentum Wesley, but Nodirbek survives game 1 of a set 3. What would you say are the chances of this going into the Armageddon?
Well, Nodirbek seems like an extremely honest person, maybe too honest for his own good when there's match strategy at play. But he says, we're probably heading to Armageddon. I've struggled with the white pieces. I think he's taking us to Armageddon, so if everyone is excited for that, you should remain on the edge of your seat. I believe we're getting there.
But what about Wesley? I mean, I don't know if he heard that interview or not. When you know that your opponent is feeling a bit shaky, do you try to create your chances? Wesley's black.
We saw what Nodirbek did with the white pieces in game 2 of set 2. He went a little bit too hard with the white pieces. So I don't think that Wesley is the type of player who goes all in with the black pieces when he doesn't need to. I really think that for Wesley, it would be smart just to play the position in front of him. And if Nodirbek forces a draw, there's nothing you can do.
This is the final rapid game of the best of 2. Nodirbek starts with the white pieces. The first game, Wesley is the one who put pressure. Is that also something for Nodirbek to think about? The fact that he really never managed to equalize out of the opening till the very end. It was a tricky endgame.
It will be on his mind, Nodirbek. I think we saw it there in his body language when he was chatting with Kaya. He was mostly relieved, kind of slightly disappointed, because he did land some decent opening preparation, but in the end he was suffering, and I think he should actually take confidence from that. Who cares your track record with white just in the last few games? White is white after all. You have the first move advantage, but it's up to him. I mean, he knows better than anyone how he feels. He only knows kind of his estimations, his calculations with risk versus reward of playing with white now, going all in. Armageddon in the end would be a fair way to decide, and maybe the only way to decide these 2 fierce competitors.
So much on the line for these two players, so much at stake. It is about getting into that finals and play against Magnus Carlsen. It all comes down to this final rapid game. Will there be an Armageddon or not? Nodirbek has shown so much tenacity and so much determination, and he's had quite the journey to the Champions Chess Tour finals. Let's take a look at his road to getting here.
Nodirbek Abdusattorov, a rising star in the chess world, won Division 2 in the Chessable Masters to qualify for Division 1 in the Chess Kid Cup, and he immediately rose to the challenge.
Nodirbek is not going to miss this. He solves these for breakfast. He solved these for breakfast 7 years ago.
And it's on the board.
Goodbye. It's resignable.
Really just clinical play here.
And there we have it. Nodirbek Abdusattorov takes the match against Jordan van Foreest.
Another great move. Knight d6, there was rook d7, just integrating the tactics perfectly, and he's about to win a third pawn. That might trigger resignation.
Black Knight, no good squares for it to use, and I think, Fabi, you can tell body language there. He leaned back. Has he resigned? He has. Abdusattorov takes the match. In the grand final, he plays Caruana yet again, and with another impressive match win, Abdusattorov emerges victorious in the Chess Kid Cup to qualify directly for the tour finals.
Queen d2, is that the winning move? And that's it. We have a winner. Nodirbek Abdusattorov wins the Chess Kid Cup.
With an impressive performance throughout the season, Abdusattorov has earned a total of 325 tour points, the same as Caruana in second place on the standings. The 19-year-old is definitely someone to look out for in Toronto.
And it was at the Chess Kid Cup that Nodirbek Abdusattorov punched his ticket to Toronto. And what a path he's had along the way, knocked out Hikaru Nakamura. And he does fight for that spot into the finals in this game too. It's going to be about his decision. He did mention that he would be okay to take this to the Armageddon. He's got the white pieces. Will he push for more, or will he just block down all play and take it to the sudden death? Wesley So still to arrive.
Well, for Nodirbek, as David said, he knows how he's feeling. So he knows best. If he feels that his chances are highest in Armageddon, take us right there. Force a draw. Get all of us to Armageddon. And for Wesley, he's probably not so thrilled that Nodirbek put up such resistance in that game. It was his chessable course after all. It was very deep preparation, but it didn't land him a full point.
Yeah, and what a fight this has been, right? Nodirbek takes set 1 in convincing, crushing manner. Wesley takes set 2 in convincing, crushing manner. The first game, a big fight, a big dramatic turnaround at the end saw Nodirbek survive that. So it does look like Armageddon would be the fair, decisive game for these two.
How else to separate them, simply? And we see him there staring off into the distance, Nodirbek. I wonder what's going through that mind right now. If he wants, I think Wesley wouldn't be averse. Wesley is so pragmatic, especially with black, to that draw, to taking it to Armageddon. But maybe he's thinking ahead into the future. That Armageddon bid, his approach there, depending on whether he gets white or black. The problem with Armageddon, you might get white anyway. And if you're struggling with white, if you bailed out with a quick draw with white, would you be feeling confident?
I just don't remember the last time I saw Nodirbek play for a draw.
But when's the last time you heard him speak like that about how a draw would be okay and he's struggling with the white pieces? So I just think he's honest at the moment. The handshake, the glasses are off. Will the gloves be off? That's the question that we all want the answer to.
Was that a bit too honest? Did Nodirbek give away too much of his mindset when he said that he would be happy to take this into Armageddon? Will Wesley be the one who'd start getting ambitious? The black pieces did pay off in set 2 when Wesley had a crushing victory. And it's go time. It's 1e4. Are we going to see a Berlin?
Okay, the knights are out. And Wesley still adjusting his pieces. I hope he said Jadoub. And okay, his knight is out as well. Big moments ahead. Nodirbek does bring his bishop out. It's the Spanish opening. It is the Berlin defense, but anti-Berlin from Nodirbek. So no forced draw yet. If he wanted the draw straight from the off, he could have forced it there and then.
And what's this bishop a4 move? A little cheeky try from Nodirbek. Usually you put your bishop on a4 after a pawn goes to a6, but he voluntarily places his bishop on a4. It eliminates some of these knight d4 lines where black just tries to trade off all the pieces in the center. So it's a funny game thus far from these two. No forced draw. Nodirbek showing that he may want to play on.
Yeah, he means business, this bishop a4 move, Robert. I don't know why, but I've had the bad luck of being on the wrong end of it a few times. A few of my opponents have played this one. It just keeps the tension, takes out these knight d4 ideas, quick d5 ideas, no way for black to break the immediate tension. So we're pretty much guaranteed a long maneuvering game. And I must admit, I'm a bit surprised here. It's not consistent with Nodirbek's interview. He said, a draw, Armageddon, pretty much, it's fine. But he wants to fight. He wants a long battle here. And Wesley, again, the first to think.
And it was that little pawn move on move number 4 when Nodirbek played d3, going in for the anti-Berlin, that seems to show that Nodirbek is in for the long game in this one. And bishop to a4, that last move by Nodirbek, at least it made Wesley go into a little bit of a think and use up some of that clock, which is critical in these situations.
It's not your standard line. So for Wesley, he can't rely on all his preparation, and he does lash out with pawn to d5. This can ruin black's pawn structure, you may think, with double pawns, but I would prefer to have the bishop pair in an opening position. So I think that for Nodirbek, he's more likely to bring his knight out from b1 out to d2, just defend that pawn in the center. I do not think he's capturing that knight on c6 with his bishop.
Yeah, and trading pawns off in the center also has its downsides. If white takes this black pawn in the middle with his own pawn, black would have a space advantage. So really tense position. We mentioned a lot of maneuvering ahead. Wesley is the one to try and clarify the tension. He's the one to try and trade things off, try and guide this game towards safety. Suddenly it's Nodirbek thinking, yeah, I was praising him a moment ago. This bishop a4 move, a nice sneaky one. Okay, he keeps the tension, doesn't spend too long. So backing up this small surprise in the opening. Yeah, this one, it feels like it's going to simmer for a long, long time. It's just about whether it eventually explodes later on this middle game.
And Nodirbek continues with his development, not giving free play. You really don't want to trade on d5, allowing a weakness on d3, so keeping the tension in the center. But to my understanding, in these openings, when black does get a central break like d5, that's already a mini success for black.
It is a success because you get activity for your pieces. Most of these top players don't like sitting passively. But one of the downsides is when you push it to d5 like he's done instead of d6, your e5 pawn can be a bit tender. He has it all under control thus far thanks to his rook on e8. And Wesley takes away the g5 square from any of white's pieces. For Nodirbek, oftentimes you bring your queen out to e2 or your rook to e1, but this is a draw that we could possibly see. You got like rook e1, knight g4. We've seen that in so many different positions where someone goes after the f2 pawn, the rook slides back, and the black knight slides back as well. I'm just, joking here, but it is possible that if the players don't really want to continue this game, there are ways to get this back and forth 3-time repetition, which means that it would be a draw.
I just wonder if Nodirbek wanted that early draw. Would he have gone for an anti-Berlin? Would he have not just gone for the trades, the normal Berlin, and kind of secured it faster?
Yeah, I think we were all a bit thrown off. We were all a bit speechless. We thought this might be a short game, but suddenly the players really digging deep, all pieces, all pawns on the board. Clarity far away right now. And Robert, you're kind of joking, but not really joking about this this maneuver, because if Nodirbek does play his rook across one square right now into the center, rook e1, probably the most natural move in the position. Black does have that option, and we could see a quick repetition. So Nodirbek may be mulling over in his mind as well, whether to keep the fight alive, whether to play a move such as pawn to h3 and maintain the tension. And yeah, I also just reminded of this interview we had with Danny and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, avoiding the Nodirbek death stare. Wesley, throughout today, he has had his hand on his head, just breaking eye contact. We see Nodirbek mirroring that body language right now.
Yeah, Wesley not so unbothered about the death stare. I think he's just not been looking Nodirbek's way. So if Nodirbek was to choose the pawn move that you were hinting at on the king side, step up the h-pawn one step ahead, that would at least imply that he wants the game to go on. How ambitious it is of an approach, we'll find out later, but at least it keeps the game and keeps the tension on the board. So on the other hand, if he slides in with the rook, we might have a really, really quick road to the Armageddon, and he does slide in with the rook. But this is moment number 2, because if Wesley does go up with the knight, there is one more way to defend the f2 pawn.
Yeah, the rook can slide up instead of back to where it came from. So knight g4 is the move that we have been discussing. We have seen this in high-level games when people just want to make a draw. The rook goes back to f1, and because the knight it's not really doing anything on g4 anymore. It can go back to f6, and the rook slides back to e1. It's not really Nodirbek's style to make a draw in this manner, and as Tania was indicating, you can bring your rook up into e2 rather than to the side. It's just a bit awkward to do that. You will play h3, kick the knight back, and then probably move your rook back to e1 anyway because it's on an awkward square. So these are decisions that the players don't take lightly, and for Wesley, you look at him, is he in a fighting mood in this game? Does he really want Armageddon? Because if we believe what some of the people have been saying, that he's the stronger player, the higher rated player, the player with more experience, maybe he wants to try his hand in a rapid game versus an Armageddon game where the odds may tilt in the youngster's favor.
Yeah. Magnus mentioned in his interview earlier that he likes to see it go down to the wire. If there is an option for the match to continue longer, we'd all love to see more chess. But for now, Wesley doesn't go for the move that we were talking about, which could potentially invite a repetition. But instead, he goes for the pawn trade. And now, if Nodirbek was to recapture with the pawn, the most natural one, we could still see the knight jumping onto g4 and similar lines.
Yeah, moment of truth. Wesley still has this option available to him, and you mentioned Magnus wanting to see more chess. Magnus also wants to tire out his opponents before tomorrow because he knows he's facing one of these two. He wants to see them push each other to the limit. But Wesley doesn't go for this knight jump, doesn't put pressure on the f2 square. Instead, gains some space on the queen side, prevents white from advancing on that flank, maybe also activating the black rook kind of down and across the board. We've seen so many rook swings, rook lifts this whole tournament, and I think he's justified in playing on. There's no reason to kind of bail out, to try and escape. There's no reason that you're worse with black, simply. And right now, still pressure on Nodirbek to justify this whole opening. Why should white be better here? He moves his queen, gets off the first rank, and just looks very level, very even to me.
It is indeed, and we've seen this type of position at the highest level in the Madrid candidates in 2022. Hikaru Nakamura, Teimour Radjabov had a similar structure like this with a pawn on a5. It's good because it stops white from lashing out with pawn to b4 and gaining some space, but it gives the b5 square to white. That a5 pawn can be targeted, especially if the knight on d2 hops out to c4. So this may seem quiet. The eval bar may be right in the middle, but just like game one, there could be more to it than meets the eye, and both players do need to keep a watchful eye on different squares and different pieces.
And Robert, you were in Toronto last year where Wesley went on to win the event. Do you feel that he's in the similar mindset? Do you feel he's got the same focus, same zen?
With all respect meant towards every single other player that was in Toronto last year, a certain player wasn't, Magnus Carlsen. So I keep saying it, and it's not even because I want to root for anybody. I never do as a commentator. But when Magnus Carlsen plays on even terms with everyone else, he is the favorite. So Magnus was not there last year. Hikaru was there to really nicely played match from Wesley to take down Hikaru Nakamura when most people thought Hikaru would win the whole thing. So Wesley, that was his really shining performance in his career, but Magnus wasn't there. So I don't think the mindset is similar. And by Wesley's own words, he said he just wanted to finish, I think, top 6 or something like that. He's doing way better than that.
Absolutely, and that was at the start when we had a chat with Wesley asking about his ambitions in this tournament, and he revealed that he'd be happy to just make it to survival, to be in the top 6. But the chess that he's produced, the aggressive play that we've seen him all throughout the round-robin stage, going on up until even today what we saw, it just feels like a very different Wesley, not the solid Wesley, not the one who's just waiting for his opponent's mistakes, but the one who's provoking those mistakes with active play.
Yeah. And we should also remember that there's so much at stake in this game alone. You talked about Wesley trying to come top 6. Now he wants to come top 2 minimum. The difference between second and joint third place for the player who's eliminated here is an incredible amount of money, tens of thousands of dollars. And that's life-changing, especially for someone so young as Abdusattorov, but also for Wesley. It could really set him up. Plenty at stake. Both players fearing defeat, but also desperate to win.
I wonder if that's on their mind, because there's a $50,000 difference. So if a player wins this game, they secure themselves minimum $100,000. The loser, well, they'll take some solace with $50K. Still a great prize day for them, but that's a lot of money at stake, and that could make people more nervous.
It's a lot of money, but I think for these two players, right now, they're not thinking about any of that. They're not even thinking about meeting Magnus in the finals. It's the position on the board. It's about getting through this very match. And for that, the big question is, will it be decided on this one? Will the players try to push? There is no margin for error. This is a best of two. This is the final rapid game. Or will they take it more cagey, more cautious approach, taking it down to the Armageddon? But in this format, you can't hide for too long from a decisive result.
You can't hide for too long, and we did see a shake of the head from Wesley so briefly before he tried to revert to that poker face, and I think it might be because White's position has been improving. Black's less so, or at least less obviously so. Wesley's messed around a bit, especially this last rook move, a bit mysterious, the black rook on b8. Unless he's throwing pawns down the board here and now, then that could just be a superfluous move. Meanwhile, White has achieved the dream setup in any Spanish opening or Italian opening. The two white knights love to park themselves on these squares, f3, g3, and great attacking potential for Abdusattorov suddenly.
And as Danya likes to say, if you do step A, you have to continue with step B. Rook b8 hints at the move b5, but I don't think that Black can get away with it, at least not in a way that Wesley would prefer, because there's a queen on e2 and a bishop on a4 teaming up on that square. There will be some tactics here, but b5, bishop takes b5. This has to be calculated, and the engine is also saying slightly better for White. So not the end of the world, but knight d4 tactics. It's really the ones you try to uncork. White can take this back with the knight, which does protect that bishop over there on b5. There will be some trades in the center, but White temporarily, at least, is up a pawn. Black would have to prove the compensation.
Yeah, this is not Wesley's style to sacrifice speculatively like this and try and hope that he gains enough compensation later on. Maybe he does, because the black rook on the b file is so active, the black rook on the e file is so active. This pawn is extremely weak, but yeah, it's hard to envisage him going for this one right now. b5, it looks like the consistent follow-up, but he's hesitating. The longer he thinks, the less inclined he'll likely be towards that pawn push. And what else? You would love to kind of copy White and put the... Sorry, my arrows are going funky there. Put the black knight over on g6. But the problem is the e5 pawn might be hanging on the way. So after a trade of bishops, you'd be forced to take back with the knight just to hold this pawn. And suddenly it looks a bit clumsy. These two knights are clearly inferior to White's stallions on the king side. And yeah, it just feels like you might get tied up in knots. So what's he going for? He plays the bishop to d6. Another clumsy move. The bishop looked active. Now it's very much passive, but it's all to do with this knight maneuver. Next, he wants to bring his knight over to the king side.
And it's also a trade that you want, right? You want to get out of this potential pin, but also get out of this light squared bishop dynamic that exists. Knight e7 would offer the bishop trade and allow a more free hand on the queen side for Wesley to go forward. I do like the idea of knight e7. Bishop d6 a retreating move, but it comes with a plan.
I just don't see why rook b8 was necessary. Like, bishop b6 makes perfect sense to me. You want to wrap your knight around. And if he can successfully get the knight to g6, I do believe he's equalized. But I think he's shaking his head because he feels that rook b8 was inaccurate. It doesn't actually have a point to it. And for White right now, for Nodirbek, he needs to play precisely, because if he doesn't keep up this pull in the position, it will just be neutral territory. It will be equal. Maybe move like rook d1. I think that does make knight e7 harder to accomplish, because after knight e7, if I take on d7, once again, you can't take with the queen because the e5 pawn is vulnerable there. And the engine gives up a pawn, no problem. I would be looking at this and saying, what did I just do? The engine just doesn't care.
All right, it's a moment for Nodirbek to think if he wants to play prophylactic chess. There's also ideas that Black has with this move, rook b8, which you often describe as a mystery move in these openings. It kind of is preemptive of pawn advances, of expansion on the queen side, and then suddenly rook b8 does make a little bit of a sense. I think it's one of those slow moves that in the beginning it's harder to understand, but once the pawns start moving down the board, you're like, okay, I'm glad I have my rook on b8.
Yeah, the top players, they somehow make these mysterious moves work. Sometimes they play a move, it looks a bit silly, and then 10 moves, 20 moves down the line, you're like, oh, wait, that was the point. So you might be right, Tanya, and Abdusattorov seems to agree that you're right, because he's blocked the advance of the black b-pawn. The black knight goes back now, as predicted. If we see a trade of light-squared bishops, yes, White's left with the superior bishop, but the more pieces off the board, the less cramped Black is. Look at this maneuver, Nodirbek preempting Black's decision to try and reroute that knight to the king side now. He's trying to land his own knights, maybe into the f5 square. Interesting idea.
Knight on f5, dark square bishop for white, that has the makings of an attack. So you do need to be careful if you're Wesley. You want to trade on your own terms, and trading off light square bishops that should favor white. And if you ever push your pawn to c6 to keep your light square bishop on the board, you're keeping those pieces, that's true, but you're also creating weaknesses for yourself. So these are not easy decisions. I like Nodirbek's clock. Usually when he's ahead by a couple minutes, it's when he's playing his best chess and putting the pressure on Wesley. In game 3 of set 2 earlier today, Nodirbek was down 2-0. He had the black pieces. He was up on time. He even made a mistake that let Wesley back in the game, but Wesley didn't have enough time at the end, and Nodirbek brilliantly won that one. So I do like the clock management for Abdusattorov.
All right, happy with the clock management here. For Nodirbek, it is about whether the bishops stay alive or not, and they don't. They do get traded off, and Wesley continues to offer trades right now. Queen to d7. If that's taken off the board, we're going to see black trying to get those pawns moving up. Meanwhile, white, that attack that you're talking about, without the queens, it loses teeth.
Yeah, and a trap in the position. That's always a bonus. Just to mention, there is a pawn up for grabs. Suddenly we see the point of Wesley's move, rook b8. He's saying, oh no, my pawn. And if white goes and takes this pawn, the rook goes back where it came from. And suddenly, oh no, my queen. The queen is trapped on the edge. And really sneaky idea there. You mentioned that, Tanya, after queen to d7, if the queens disappear, I think black has no problems whatsoever. The pawn will land on a4, the pawn will come to b5. The black knight is actually poised perfectly to start hopping into some holes in the white position, and this would be dead level. So if Nodirbek here wants to maintain some tension, wants to play for the win, I think he might be forced to retreat, but suddenly black has certainly gained something in this exchange. White has lost a bit of time, and whether that's advancing with the black pawns on the queen side, whether that's planting the black bishop back on a nice diagonal before the white bishop reaches this square on e3, I think Wesley has solved his problems. I think he's equalized.
It's all about those holes, because the d3 square, like you mentioned, the f5 square for a white knight, and neither Nodirbek or Wesley, I mean, they don't know the evaluation here, whether to trade queens. How equal is it? It looks equal. It should be with best play, but you never know if one side has a slight advantage. And for Nodirbek, he typically doesn't like trading down and just accepting that it's equal. He may have some ambitions, but now he takes the queen, and he may be sending us to Armageddon.
Looks likely at this point. Yes, the white knight has landed on f5, but there's no attack connected to it because the queens are off the board. I don't think it's really a strategic threat to even take this black bishop. Black's bishop is clearly inferior to white's knight right now. And yeah, it wouldn't damage the black pawn structure too severely long term. I think Wesley will either move his bishop, move the black knight, maybe even start pushing some pawns in the next couple of moves. And really hard to imagine either side winning this one.
Nodirbek's statement from that interview earlier seems like we're getting closer to that as the pieces get traded off the board. White's knight has found its active spot. Black without any problem here, white without any weakness here. If anyone, I think black can try to push. If you think about pawn breaks here, Wesley might be the one who might start thinking again about the thematic break with b5, b4. Would that give any chances for black in this endgame?
Get some activity, that's for sure, but anytime you play for a win in a position like this, you could be playing for a loss to some extent, because throwing all your pawns forward, it leaves holes behind. I sound like Stanley Yelnats. I'm just talking about holes all the time. But this position remains all zeros. It looks like that knight can take the bishop on d6 at some moment. White can push the pawn to f3, keep everything under control. I'm not too worried for Nodirbek or for Wesley. Both of them are with a steady hand. It's equal.
And to make it more equal, perhaps Nodirbek will offer a bishop trade on e3, because if you compare pieces, that black bishop on c5, to me, it looks more active than the white's bishop, and you also need to get that a1 rook into the game. We've been talking so much about Nodirbek's endgame technique and how that kind of separates him from his colleagues and his generation, just because he willingly goes into endgames and seems to outplay from these minuscule advantageous positions. Sometimes the advantage isn't even clear. How does a player really improve his endgame technique at such a young age?
Well, it's impressive. I think Nodirbek, one of his big strengths in the endgame is his calculation. He's especially good in endgames with small imbalances. He's especially good in queen endgames where it's very forceful, where he can kind of work out his path concretely. In general, it's just about practice, these endgames. There are books out there. There are chessable courses on endgames. I'm not going to name drop one of mine. But yeah, in general, it's all about practice. The more you play endgames, and Nodirbek plays so many games throughout a year, the more you learn, essentially. And he's practicing against the best. He's learning from the best, playing against Magnus, playing against Wesley, Nakamura, all these fantastic endgame players. And that's what's made him so good today at such a young age.
And it's one of those hardest things to improve on, right? Because like you're saying, it's about experience, the play, the amount of times you've actually faced an endgame against a top player. And for him at this young age to get so strong at it, it's really a unique quality about his chess.
And unlike openings, where they start from the beginning of the game and you just make moves, to get that practical training exercises from an endgame, what is an endgame that you should be studying? What does a position look like? There's this famous book, Endgame Strategy by Mikhail Shereshevsky, that I've recommended time and time again. Really wonderful. It looks like just this position. Most players would just shake hands and you see one side outmaneuvering the other. And you have to look, what are the pluses? What are the minuses? What are some squares that I can take advantage of? Right now, I love Wesley's move H5 that he played because he wants to follow up with his G-pawn pushing, and he's not going to hang a pawn on the right-hand side of our board. So I think that, to study endgames like this, you go to a position like this and you play it out, maybe with a friend, you just train a little bit, maybe even against the engine and see how you do.
Requires so much patience. And we've seen so many tactical finishes in both of their matches. But to me, one of the most impressive was from set 1, this endgame that Nodirbek actually converted. And Wesley himself, he's a technical expert. But Nodirbek in that 2 versus 1, a rook and knight endgame, just outplayed and managed to win that. And that can be really terrifying. Right now, both players, of course, playing very slow. And I think this is a very level game. And it just comes down to how much they actually want to continue with this. Will they take risks? Will they start pushing pawns? At some point, to create chances, you have to push pawns.
You have to push pawns, but where? And remember, pawns don't move backwards, so you don't want to push too far that the pawns become weaknesses or the squares behind them become weaknesses. And you can see that Wesley's pushed his rook's pawns, the black A and black H pawns, because those only gain space. Nothing really serious is left behind. And right now, a bit of a decision whether to chop off that knight or not. Wesley says no. The white knight looked like it was about to become strong by jumping into the center, but I'm going to fend off any threats there. I'm going to cover all the squares. And actually, if anyone, I like the progress that Wesley's making. He's gained space, he's covered squares. There's easy plans. The black king is going to centralize. In endgames, it's all about these mini plans, small plans of improvement. First, improve the pawn structure. Second, improve the pieces, that type of thing. And it feels like both sides, both players are just well-versed in this.
I'm with David. There just aren't any imbalances here. The bishop can take this knight on e3 if you're looking at this from the perspective of Wesley So, but you would want to do that if you could take control of a light square. When your opponent has a bishop, it's inherently limited to that color complex. You want to take advantage of the other complex as a knight can jump from color to color. But there aren't squares to take advantage of here. There's only one open file. We saw one pair of rooks trade. We'll likely see another pair trade once that bishop gets out the way. And without material remaining on this board, just seems like there's not too much life left. And you can see by their movement here, trades are about to happen. I think we're heading to Armageddon.
We've been saying that for a while, and it looks like it's going to become a reality soon. And that last knight move, you might be asking, why is Nodirbek not developing that rook on a1? It will develop if Wesley does decide to trade on b3. You do land up on the open file. So Wesley delaying that decision, keeping the tension on the queen side. And I think neither players are going to blink with a trade with that a and the b pawn.
Yeah, black definitely doesn't want to trade and develop the white rook for his opponent on an open file without even forcing the rook to move. And likewise, white will not trade off because white will be left with those split pawns. We all learned from that bowling analogy from Robert. Do not split the pawns. But wow, really ambitious, I will say, pushing the pawn to b4, bypassing black's a pawn, because now we talked about some loose squares, and it's about those light squares. The c4 square was ready and ripe for the black knight to jump into. He puts his knight on the rim to prevent the black knight hopping. Wow, Abdusattorov putting paid to these assumptions we're making.
And that's the problem, is when you assume, when you get complacent and your opponent's still going on, then you can lose track of the position. You can lose the plot. And I've had games just like this where I just assume it should be a draw. And here comes the dark square bishop for white. Now that knight was threatened, so Wesley jumps back to the last rank. And I'm looking at the clocks as well. Nodirbek has a healthy lead on time. If you can poke and prod and create maybe a little hole, maybe a weakness, the a4 pawn in particular, he could possibly play for a win at this stage.
And if you are playing for a win, do you want to trade off the last pair of rooks?
Tough question. I love and hate that you both looked at me at the same time because it's so difficult. Who wants to trade the rooks? I would say maybe white now, just because with rooks off the board, black's a-pawn looks like a bit of a target. It looks like it's just stepped a bit too far. That's why I was so surprised earlier that Wesley pushed the pawn. We were talking about pawns not moving backwards. It's so committal. I have commitment issues. A lot of people will tell you that. But yeah, that black pawn could live to regret the day that it stepped onto white's half of the board. And yes, the king has come into the center, but moment of truth, can Abdusattorov trade rooks off?
He's in no rush to, because he can play rook d1 at any moment, and there's only one open file. Black's rook sits on that file. He can play a little bit on the king side, so maybe rook g1, one of those moves that make your intentions clear, or so you think. Am I really going to push that g-pawn? At least you're going to have to calculate it. So for Nodirbek, he can trade off the rooks right now. That will simplify the position. That a4 pawn is hard to touch. White doesn't have too many pieces remaining, and that's all that black needs to make sure is defended.
And we've been trying to understand the mindset of these two players. Do they want more? Do they want to go into the Armageddon? Will we see a quick draw? Will this go on to be a grind? And I think it's that cautiously ambitious approach that we're seeing. He's still keeping the tension. The play does go on, and there are still these small nagging problems for black to be solved on the queen side. You pointed out that a-pawn. The bishop from e3 now, quite an active piece. The pawn on b4, limiting black's own dark squared bishop from activity. And yes, the only open line is captured by Wesley's rook, but that king on e2, it takes away all penetrating squares.
Yeah, right now it looks like white stabilized, and I can tell by our voices we've liked the kind of last few moves, the way they've gone in white's favor. But Wesley still not too many weaknesses, and now he's offering a trade of knights. And I think if the knights disappear, probably the remaining winning chances disappear with them. But at this point, who knows? Abdusattorov playing on. I just wanted to ask, now we're around the 3-minute mark for both, who's impressed you the most when the clocks have ticked down?
Definitely Nodirbek for me. I think that Wesley sometimes panics. We saw that in set 1 in that end game where he was holding on for dear life, and then, unfortunately for him, he went wrong very late in that game. And here, Wesley's doing everything perfectly, and he's keeping 2 minutes 44 seconds on his clock. So I think just in terms of time trouble, I would take Nodirbek in a scramble.
Yeah, I'd agree with you, Robert. I think he's just shown nerves of steel throughout. He doesn't let the nerves get to him, Nodirbek. We just saw it today itself, right? This crazy position with Black's king and with Nodirbek's king out in the open, how he went on to play and convert that into a win. He's taken so many Armageddons, and I think he's been just fearless with just seconds on the clock.
Yeah, fearless, and Wesley offers... No, I was going to say a rook trade. The way he moved the piece there was a bit unorthodox. I thought he touched his rook. He takes with the bishop. So leaving the tension, now it's actually white who holds the d-file for now. And Nodirbek really ambitiously pushes his pawn forward to b5. That has totally removed the option now of black touching queenside pawns. Black's a-pawn is a huge target long-term. Actually, if the rooks disappear, maybe white would be winning this suddenly. And he's pushing all of the pawns forward on light squares, notice, because white has a dark squared bishop. Therefore, he wants to control both color complexes. Bishop, dark squares, pawns, light squares. Wesley maybe feeling a bit uncomfortable.
The problem for Nodirbek, and he's playing this so extremely well, he doesn't have pieces to attack that a4 pawn with. There's only one open file. The rook on d1 is doing a good job there. But if he keeps pushing his pawns, then that black rook will slide up to a5 and challenge those pawns. So it does feel like Nodirbek has made progress, and yet I'm not sure where to next.
Yeah, it looks nice and beautiful, but that's always the tough thing when it's almost symmetrical, the pawn structure, when there's no clear weaknesses, when it's the same kind of balance of pieces, both here with rook and dark squared bishop. You need some kind of targets. You need those two weaknesses. Here, black has 0 weaknesses to probe at, so still should be a draw. But he's going for it, Nodirbek.
He's really going for it. He's just pushed that pawn all the way to c5. Now that white king is about to arrive on c4. And to me, it just looks like Wesley has allowed too much to happen. You were talking about no piece assisting white to attack a4. That king. King is a piece in the endgame. King c4, king b4, and suddenly I'm putting pressure.
Yeah, really ambitious move. And black does have the option now of coming back with his rook, giving a check, kicking back the white king. But a rook trade, and suddenly black's pawn would be helpless. The white king would be superior. And Wesley, he's pushing forward, creating a route in for the black rook.
Really clever play there from Wesley So that he's going after the e4 pawn. He went f5 earlier, so if the white king starts running on over to try to grab that a3 pawn, you'll lose sight of the e4 pawn. So rook c1, is there going to be a pawn push to c6? You have to be careful because if there's a rook behind a pawn, you can maybe even sacrifice a piece to free it and spring it to the other side. I actually think rook a4 here would be a pretty big blunder from Wesley. He can't get away with that.
Yeah, and this is really storming up right now. Both players under 2 minutes. Wesley under a minute and a half right now. And this is the most exciting the game has gotten. So many structural changes. Black has pushed that pawn all the way to a3, where it is a glaring weakness. You always need to watch out. He loses that pawn. That could be close to just a match over.
Yeah, it's suddenly heating up, and it's not heating up in the typical way with attacks, checkmates. It's heating up in terms of the fact that Wesley is walking a tightrope. He's got to avoid certain kind of pitfalls here, and he trades a set of pawns. This doesn't damage too much. Hesitation from Nodirbek. He takes back and, okay, attacking White's pawns now. Still feels like this could switch, this could flick, just turn in either direction with one mistake. But right now, do you push a pawn? Do you defend that pawn? Big questions for Nodirbek.
Or do you go for the Armageddon with king to c4, rook gives a check, king comes back, rook goes back. We'll find out who's ambitious here.
Ooh, but then the black rook could get in via b4 and come in and behind. Okay, the rook does try to come behind, but first, having forced White's rook into passivity, really tense position. How does either side make progress? It's not obvious anymore.
If you gave Black some free moves, I'm not sure what he's going to do. So look, a small pawn move, and Wesley brings his king back. I think White can bring the rook up to b3, just keeping an eye on that a3 pawn. I think that neither side can really budge at this stage. They might have to shuffle back and forth. I don't see any inroads.
Yeah, White's bishop is tied down defending the c5 pawn. White's rook is tied down defending b5. White's king is tied down defending White's central pawn. It looks like he might have maximized Abdusattorov here. He's really pushed everything forward, especially on the queen side, but no further. And Wesley So's just yo-yoing back and forth with the black king. He's got simple waiting moves. Will we see a plan? Will we see a winning idea from the youngster here? Rook back to b1. That hints at the answer being no. The rooks come from this square. And Wesley continues to wait with his king as well.
And I think it comes down to this now. Both players maximize the position as much as they can, tie down each other's pieces. And Nodirbek says that this is it. It goes into Armageddon. We got a big one coming up, a level game throughout. That's what happens when two of the best players play top-level chess. It ends in a draw and goes down to sudden death.
I was going to say there's little separating them. There's nothing separating them right now. It's an even score. We are heading to Armageddon. You see them considering. They're talking to each other and laughing. They got to focus on their bids.
Yeah, of course. No, that's not going to happen. 10, 15 minutes.
10?
Is good.
15, yeah. 15? Okay. Wesley wants some extra time.
Good negotiator.
It's 5:45. It's 6 o'clock. Good.
6 o'clock or 6:05?
And they're figuring out when the Armageddon starts.
Yeah.
And finally, Wesley gets to...
Are you guys okay with 6:05? Okay, 6:05 in Nodirbek, is that good for you? 6:05, so that gives you 20 minutes, okay?
Nodirbek literally doesn't care. So 6:05, I'm ready, and now they've got to put down a bid.
And it's incredible to see the good spirits both players are in, despite there being $50,000 being on the line for the next game. One player will be eliminated, one will go through. 50,000 is the minimum differential between them, but both looking chilled, especially Wesley So.
And that's got to be on their mind. That's a very chill Wesley pose right now. He's probably been listening to some lo-fi girl music right before, writing down his bid, and Armageddon worth $50,000 coming up.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's chill or exhaustion, but this is a stone-cold Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He was not going to let this match go. We head to Armageddon. Who gets white? Who gets black? That's the only question that remains.
Oh, well, both of you. You need to. Okay,
oh, he's reconsidering.
You can just use your. If that's okay. Thank you. I'm not prepared.
And shout out to Judith, our great arbiter there, for keeping the players in such great spirits.
And make sure you circle the color, please. Okay.
They have to circle the color. They have to write down their bid.
Okay, so that's good.
And wow, I can't wait to see.
No, that's good.
Oh, it all comes down to this. The semi-final battle goes into Armageddon. And Nodirbek, he's
You
looking
have the
determined.
reveal. Still reveal, okay?
Shout out to Danny Levy there. Everyone's getting ready. The tension is on. Nodirbek first to leave the playing arena. And this is what they're fighting for. That final space to fill in. It will either be Wesley So or Nodirbek Abdusattorov's name. And they will fight in the title match against Magnus Carlsen after a big Armageddon. We were talking about momentum. We've been discussing who does it favor. Wesley takes the second set today. Then 2 level games ending in a draw. It feels like an absolute reset, and the Armageddon, all momentum, everything's been thrown off. It could be anyone's battle.
It's a marathon. We saw Wesley So slouched in his chair, and I don't think that's him chilling. We do love Lo-Fi Girl, but I think that's him just tired. He has been having to calculate so much. Nodirbek is relentless. Even when we think it might be a draw, he keeps it going. So both players, they may be on their last bit of energy. That adrenaline will have to kick in as we head to Armageddon.
And for one of these players, this will be their last game in the Champions Chess Top Finals. Stakes are super high. The tension has to be super high right now as well.
Tension's high. They have to rely on their last reserves of energy. The adrenaline is guaranteed to pump in the Armageddon game. They will have been playing for 6 hours by the time this Armageddon starts. So marathon is the right word, and it just comes down to who has more left in the tank.
And Nodirbek Abdusattorov, I mean, he seems like he's always full of energy. It doesn't matter if he was stuck in a foreign city for a week, just struggling to get his visa. It doesn't matter if he's playing 6 hours of chess. He's always ready to go. He does it for the love of the game.
Wow, and you've got to be loving the game right now as it goes down to the wire between these two. Now, David, game 2, it was quite a slow strategic fight. What stood out to you?
Yeah, I'm going to pick out a very different type of moment than we're used to from these match highlights, because this one was devoid of any tactics, minimal calculation, no attacks whatsoever. It was about small strategic advantages, just long-term weaknesses. And I just wanted to highlight this one position as an indicator of Nodirbek Abdusattorov's strength and ambition in endgames. Here with White, plenty of us, myself included, would have been happy to just sit and pretty much do nothing. There is no real way forward for White, and I'm just trying to find my mouse, but simply White could wait with the rook, with the king. Instead, he pushed forward with pawn to c5, and once the black bishop fell back, he decided to run forward with the white king. It looks like he's actually getting towards the queen side, but Wesley So showing his tenacious side, his resourcefulness, by pushing a pawn forward and activating the black rook. As we saw in the game, in the final position, simply no way forward for either side. The white king is stuck defending the white central pawn. The white rooks are stuck defending the far advanced pawns on the b and c files, and therefore it was a draw. But Nodirbek did push as hard as he could.
Unstoppable force meets immovable object. It seems like Nodirbek's always ready for the fight. He gives it his all every time, but Wesley, one of the most precise players in chess history, he's not going to break that easily.
Yeah, I can't imagine a reality where Wesley actually breaks, but Nodirbek, he's been putting the pressure on when he gets the opportunity. It is a lot on the line for these players, and before we reveal the bids, we are going to Toronto, where Danny, James and Levy will be breaking down the action and the drama coming in from the playing arena. Punches are coming up in the Armageddon. Gloves are on.
I'm here with Nodirbek Abdusattorov, finally in Toronto after a crazy travel. How many days have you been traveling to get here?
So I traveled to Berlin on November 30. So it's like more than a week. Finally, I got the visa yesterday, and just I'm really, really happy.
What is in store for the fans watching this piece?
There will be a lot of exciting games, a lot of those moments where you will never forget. I think this is the most dream tournament for chess fans. There's a lot of action and a lot of excitement.
And imagine some days from now, you are standing there as the winner of the Champions Chess Tour 2023. What would that mean to you?
It's a long way to get there, but I would be just incredibly happy, and this would be my biggest individual achievement, I think.
Finally, for any new fans watching, can you please describe your playing style?
pretty much all the Super Grandmasters are universal. So I would say I'm a universal player, and I like to calculate a lot, and that's kind of my style.
Well, Nodirbek, we appreciate so much your efforts to get here to Toronto. I hope you get some rest before it starts, and we wish you best of luck.
Thank you.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
A new opening for your wall is here. Capture new major pieces on unique metal posters from Displate. Now with the official collection from Chess.com. Mount them in seconds with a tool-free magnet kit and swap them whenever you like. Make your move. Get an exclusive discount on all metal posters. Shop now with the code CHESS at Displate.com.
We are back here in the playing hall at the 2023 Champions Chess Tour Final. You know what's at stake. Danny Wrench alongside James Canny and Levy Rosman. We are getting set for what will be the final Armageddon of this epic semifinal day.
Called it.
You did call it.
You did.
I did.
You also called it. I think you guys all called it.
Yeah, kind of.
But all right, are you surprised about how we got here, right? The tensions seem high. Neither player is taking too many risks in those games, but your thoughts about the two games that actually got us to the Armageddon?
I think they just need to regain a little bit of energy. I mean, the truth is there's a lot of games to be played here, and we got a hotel contract. We can't be here for, 10 days. So
that's a good reminder.
We
got
gotta
to get out of here.
We have a certain amount of time. We're here, so the guys are a little bit tired. They regained some energy. Now it's Armageddon time.
Yep.
Yeah, they have some extra time, of course, right, as we're all waiting for the games. But I mean, as David said, 6 hours of play here, right? It's really that stamina. Who's going to have the right stamina, especially in this last game of the day?
I think that's a really good point, because I think we all talked about the big storyline of the week when Hikaru went home, because so many fans wanted him to be here. But one thing we didn't talk enough about is part of the reason he didn't have it against Nodirbek is I think he was just exhausted. That was a very long day of 8 hours of chess.
Right.
This day is going to be the second longest day that we've had, and I think that both of these players have got to be checking themselves before they have
I like that.
Or wrecking
themselves.
Checking themselves.
Chess puns.
And hopefully not checkmating themselves.
Wow, we have been here for a while, and we're going to be here a little bit longer because the players have Armageddon.
Yep.
And Kaya caught up with them when they gave their Armageddon bid, and let's find out the big reveal. Who's playing what color?
Everyone's just smiling when they're coming in here. I am so curious to see these Armageddon bids. You guys go ahead and turn your boards. Let's see them. What do you see? 919. 927 with the cat, but 919. Okay, with the black pieces. What is this about?
Yeah, I don't know. Just I think doesn't matter at this point. Just choosing black and hoping for best.
I saw you write something and then you wiped it out. Yeah. What was the first bid?
First bid was 9006. So I just, yeah.
All right. Well, Wesley, how do you feel about the result of the bid here?
We'll see. I mean, it's been a long day, so anything can happen. Hopefully, Nodirbek plays badly.
Must win now with the white pieces. Do you think the cat will bring you luck?
Yeah. Hopefully, it worked before.
Do you miss your cat at home?
No. I was just at home, so it's good. And after this tournament, I don't have anything for 2 months, so that's cool.
Okay. Well, you guys, awesome bids. Good luck in the final Armageddon here. Back to you guys.
I think, did Wesley draw his cat or did he draw Mittens?
That's exactly what he drew. It's Mittens, right? It looked exactly the same.
It kind of looks like Mittens with like Wesley's face, actually, though.
Wow,
I don't know if we can zoom in on that.
Yeah, Wesley's face.
It's a human face.
That's human. That's Mittens right there. That's an indication of what's to come.
Gentlemen, I don't mean to kill the mood, but this chess game is worth 50 grand.
It's worth $50,000.
$50,000
James,
American, not Canadian dollars.
That's a lot of money.
Are you surprised that Nodirbek is playing black in this one? I thought for sure Wesley would be getting low enough to get black, but he bid so low. 9 minutes and 19 seconds is a risky bid. Fabiano said he would never get lower than 9 minutes on a bid. Not worth it to risk.
Nodirbek, he's taking the risk. I mean, he's like, look, I've taken out Nakamura. I've made it this far. I'm playing strong chess. I am a world rapid champion, the youngest ever to do it, right? I'm just going to take it. This is the last shot, so I'm going in with everything I got, 919.
Listen, I did statistics in college. I'm mostly just that was just a quick flex. But I'm fascinated about the data.
Flex noted. Go ahead.
Yes, because we're now gathering all of this data and information of what's like a good bid.
Yeah.
Right. What's a good bid? So we don't know. 919. Yeah. Is that enough of a time deficit to still have that second result? I don't think we realize having 2 results in your back pocket in a chess game. That's huge. That's huge. Like White has to win.
I wonder how much of this psychology here was putting Wesley in a must-win situation, because I think Wesley is more comfortable with the draw odds, right, and playing low on the clock. Your thoughts on putting Wesley in that chair where he has to go all out?
Well, he did. He actually did that with Magnus. With that knight g5, he had to go all out, and he did it. So he can do it. Yeah. But it's about him defending and having that. I mean, I'm taking black every time. If I can get that second, if I can draw, or how Magnus found the knight d2 to b3, draw 6 stuff. If you could find that draw, you win the game. It's $50 extra $1,000 too.
$50 extra $1,000. 50 grand. How much did that suit cost?
50,000.
Was it 50?
A lot.
Okay.
Might have gotten the hookup as long as I, say Joe Banana shout out.
Banana. No, but okay. So Wesley has to go for the win. He did do it against Magnus, and maybe what has arguably been, not objectively, arguably maybe been the game of the tournament so far. Yeah. You think Wesley can bring the heat here against Nodirbek?
I have been saying this every time they put us on this beautiful panel. Wesley So was my pick to advance to the final. We have 1 game left. If I jump ship now, then I am a bozo. I'd say. So I got to stick with my pick. I think.
Your thoughts? Colors change your thoughts on this?
No, not at all. I'm still going with Flexley Serrano, but at the same time, I do like how Nodirbek is swinging. I mean, right? We called him the Magic Dragon, but now he's changed morphed into something else. Now he's a beast.
We've been debating his nickname. I will get back to everybody.
Snow leopard.
He's everything.
He's been everything today.
Yeah, he's been everything today, and he is everything, as Canty likes to say, half man, half everything else.
My goodness.
As we can see there on the graphic, Magnus Carlsen is still waiting for whoever is going to join him in the finals. Will it be Wesley So? Will it be Nodirbek Abdusattorov? That 1-to-1 score in the set format we have doesn't quite do justice to where we sit here at past 6 p.m. on the East Coast, because they've played a lot more than just 2 games, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just tuning in, where have you been? We're rocking. It's the 2023 Champions Chess Tour semifinals, and we're going to have an Armageddon game in just a second. So, all right, guys. Well, Wesley is going to have to win with White. He did do it against Magnus Carlsen in their Armageddon game. Yeah. I will say, like you guys, I'm still not going to jump ship now. I also picked Carlsen Wesley, but I don't feel like Wesley looked excited about what happened, because now we're talking about Nodirbek playing black. Look how low Wesley bid. He bid 927. That's also one of the lowest bids we've had. Levy, you talked about the stats we're going to have on Armageddon over the years.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see when we look back and talk about the meta that we've learned in terms of what the real right strategy is.
The players were discussing this earlier, maybe it was yesterday, and I wish, hopefully tomorrow we have a stat of all the Armageddons.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a good idea. Shout out to the team here. But I think White was doing very well in this event.
Yeah.
White, with the time advantage, was doing a good job. Now, Hikaru might have messed that stat up.
Yeah, Hikaru didn't have his best chess, and he lost a few with black.
But he had a few. But again, there will be outliers. But 9 minutes and 19 seconds is still plenty of time against a guy like Wesley to play a solid game at E4, E5 before, we're going to get a main line unless Wesley plays B3 again. So.
I would love B3.
I would love to see
I would love B3. All right. Well, we would love B3. We know we're going to get all the chess that we want, and I think Oslo would love if we threw it back across the sea. Tanya, Robert, David, the band, the team, take it away. Are you guys ready for Armageddon?
We're so ready, Danny. It all comes down to this one, and I think we, at least in the studio, were pretty sure that this will go down to the wire, especially seeing the first few moves of that game too.
I was just surprised how long that game 2 went, but rest assured it was always going to be Armageddon.
And it's such a big one with so much money on the line, so much glory on the line of playing for the championship of a season-long tour, David.
Yeah, this is one of the highest stakes games that these players will have ever played, especially Abdusattorov at such a young career. But he's already won a World Rapid Championship. I do actually think, I was just pondering in that last break, maybe he was trying to tire Wesley out. That was the only reason that last game went on so long. Maybe he was trying to ask a few questions saying, you're a bit older than me, mate. I'm going to try and break you down, wear you down eventually. But it all does come down to this one.
Yeah, and we see Nodirbek stamina has definitely not been a problem for that chess kid. Now, the Armageddon bids. Nodirbek starts with the black pieces. What do you make of that? Because Wesley, his bid, also, he was also wanting black. He went pretty low for the black pieces.
Well, they both won the black pieces because nothing separated them in that 2-game mini match. We saw 2 draws. The first game, Wesley did have his chances with the white pieces, but it was a forcing variation. So if Nodirbek, with that 20-minute break that he just had, if he looks at that line, he probably doesn't feel that afraid to get black with draw odds.
What do you think is going on in Nodirbek's mind, winning that very critical bid and getting black right now?
I think actually it's a bit of an adjustment. I think maybe he's gone back to his hotel room, called up his friends, called up his seconds, his coaches, saying, what should I do against 1b3? I think it's purely about the technical aspect right now, because if he emerges with from the opening in good stead, with enough time, he will be the favourite with those result odds. But there's no guarantees. I think it's very, very focused kind of thought process now for Nodirbek.
He left really quickly from that playing arena. As soon as he submitted his bids, we saw Nodirbek was the first one to leave. In this kind of a situation, do you think it's a better idea to just take rest the long day that you've had and be fresh? Or are the players really looking at the opening lines and their approach right now?
Considering what Wesley tried in that first game of set 3, I do think that Nodirbek would be well advised to actually prepare, because Wesley, he showed that I'm willing to go down that deep line. You better know what you're doing. He made a chessable course about it after all, so maybe you watch a little bit of his video.
That early knight g5, do you think he's going to try to get that, or will Nodirbek switch it up from the king's pawn opening?
It's really hard to say. Nodirbek, in general, likes to be a moving target. He likes to duck, dive, dip, dodge, all of that stuff. He loves to just avoid his openings, his opponent's preparation. He loves to be the one dictating the pace, the nature of the game. So I wouldn't be surprised if Nodirbek's actually the first to surprise the opponent, unless Wesley plays b3 again.
Oh, 1b3, but that can't be too much of a surprise for Nodirbek. He has to be ready for that. To me, the approach of 1b3, it feels more like a one-game opening rather than to re-employ it. And there we've got the players. They are ready to start the action. Stay hydrated. It's been a long day of chess. They're ready to go. Nodirbek with the black pieces. And let's remind everyone, a draw would mean that Nodirbek takes the match, goes into the final, eliminates Wesley. Wesley with the white pieces has to win to knock out Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
This is such a huge moment in the career of both of these players, but in particular, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He's younger. He has won a World Rapid Championship, but Wesley So was the dominant force a year ago in Toronto. Nodirbek wants to send him home.
Yeah, absolutely. And in just a few seconds, we will see their opening approach. So critical with no increment on the clock. Which player gets the kind of middle game that they enjoy playing? Will Wesley get his solid approach, or will Nodirbek be able to create initiative? And Wesley surprises first with the English opening.
The English opening, it's 1c4, and some quick moves here, some very quick moves from Nodirbek as he builds a strong pawn center with black. We see pawns disappearing already in the middle of the board, and a transposition to what we call the Tarrasch defense, where black often accepts an isolated pawn, but compensates with dynamism. Really fast start to this game by both players.
And for Wesley So, he doesn't mind having the white pieces. He beat Magnus Carlsen with white in an Armageddon, but it's a very different type of position than this. Here, it's going to be a struggle. Is that isolated queen pawn, the pawn on d5, is it a weakness, or is it something that black can play around? You have open files when you have an isolated pawn. The adjacent files are free for the black rooks to step on those lines and stare into the white position.
And when you're the one with the isolated queen's pawn, what you have in compensation is play, is the activity you're looking at. Not only taking control of the open files, as Robert pointed out, jumping forward with your pieces. The knight from f6 will land on e4 at some moment. For white, it's going to be all about doubling down on that d5 pawn. One thing's for sure, that these middle games are going to be dynamic with the asymmetrical pawn structure.
Yep, and dynamic is not the name of black's last move. Pawn to h6, I'm really surprised by that one. One thing I will mention is that Wesley So is one of the best players against an IQP that I've seen in a long time. When he faces this isolated queen's pawn, Wesley So, he has a great track record, often just controlling squares, outmaneuvering the opponent. Both of white's bishops now are on the longest diagonals, fianchettoed. Will their X-ray vision come into effect? Nodirbek, having to play quickly, tries to break down white's queenside structure.
I really like that move because you couldn't let Wesley have all the fun. You're trying to carve out some squares for your own pieces. If you take on a5, then that means the a3 pawn, that becomes a weakness long term. And if you don't take it until you push your pawn forward, that hands black some critical dark squares on the queen side, namely c5 and b6. So this is the right approach from Nodirbek. You don't give your opponent all the space without countering.
But he has burnt a minute. Both players have burnt around 1 minute right now. And Wesley, the first long pause of this game, he just needs to decide how to fix the structure, how to decide the structure, clarify it on the queen side. And the key moments are still to come, still ahead. But cagey start now, especially with Wesley So going into the tank. He needs to move. He needs to keep his time advantage because black's position is still healthy for now.
That last move, it feels as if things are brewing up in the position. cagey so far, but a5, that's the first question in the position that Wesley needs to answer. What does he do with the b pawn? It's attacked not only by the pawn, but the bishop on e7 as well. Do you defend it, keeping the tension? Do you push it, giving away some key squares in the position? I think pawn takes pawn would be the last option on my radar here. Giving a solid weakness on a3 is not what solid Wesley will ever do.
I would want to push the pawn to keep the game going, and exactly, not to force off a series of trades, but look at how quickly and confidently Nodirbek is responding to Wesley's moves. He understands the plans very well. He may have made a quiet h6 move, but he's just developing the rest of his pieces now. That knight can hop on out to a square like b6, and there it goes. It's defending the IQP. The light square bishop is free, and watch out for the light squares on white's queenside. That knight can hop into c4, and suddenly it could be trouble for Wesley.
Yeah. Potentially missed this last move by Wesley So because he's allowing black's knight to hop in and suddenly trouble. White's dark square bishop is a big, big target. I think he's actually arranged his pieces suboptimally here, Wesley So, and you can tell the usage of the clock right now. Nodirbek has spent 1 minute. Pretty much 1 minute since he started this game. Wesley has spent almost 3 minutes. So the clock times are starting to get closer together. Nothing wrong has happened here at all for Nodirbek, so I think he wins the opening battle. And he should be feeling the more confident of the two.
Already a kind of position where black is the one who's pushing for the initiative, and once again it's white who has to win on demand. Black needs only a draw, a knight trade offered. I don't expect Nodirbek to trade and ease off the pressure. I like the idea of the knight jumping forward to c4 to put pressure on that bishop on b2. Also, that a3 pawn on white's queen side is a weak target. He reaches out. It does arrive on the board. It looks like Wesley's pieces are lacking coordination right now.
It looks really not fun for Wesley. Look at that knight on a4. It's on the rim. It offered a trade. Trade was refused. The knight on c4 hits the bishop on b2. And if that bishop moves forward on that dark square diagonal, that a3 pawn is in the sights of black's pieces, namely that knight that just hopped into c4 and the bishop on e7. I'm not liking this at all for Wesley. It's a must-win game. He's the one who's burning clock. And Nodirbek, he's just making very natural, developing moves that have a clear purpose.
Yeah, Black still has the isolated queen's pawn, but we're forgetting about that factor because it's not relevant right now. Black's isolated pawn, if anything, just covers some key squares and helps the black pieces. And pawn sacrifice from Wesley, so he is saying, take me, take that white a3 pawn. He's trying to at least activate the white pieces. And I think a good decision in an Armageddon game. But objectively, can Black take the pawn? That is the big question. Nodirbek, for the first time in this game, is pausing, stopping. He is tempted. Is greed good here? And that's the question. Black could just ignore things, develop, bring out the black light square bishop to any square pretty much. But key moment, the first critical moment of this game.
Big questions to Nodirbek. And he has to decide on the board. He mentioned in his interview, calculation is what he likes to do, but he has to do it quick. And he does decide to not go into the complications with White's knight jumping onto b6. Potential capture on f6 if you think about going on the left side of the board. Nodirbek wants none of that. He wants to develop his pieces, keep the activity going rather than getting greedy.
I didn't love his move. He developed his light squared bishop, but it was attacking a pawn that was easy to defend. I would have preferred bringing that light squared bishop out a little further, maybe to a square like f5. But I think that pawn on a3, it was capturable, not by the knight, because that would have handed White the b6 square, and that looks very ugly as Black is super cramped, and White is definitely going to win back some material. But he could take it with the bishop, but that's neither here nor there. At this stage of the game, he probably didn't like how discombobulated his pieces look. Instead, he's playing with that isolated queen pawn. It protects both knights in the center. He's using it as a lever.
Yeah, and look at these two black knights. They are beautiful pieces. They are glorious pieces. But actually, what are they attacking? They're not creating any threats right now. Black will try to activate the rooks, but actually it's just hard to see what next. So Nodirbek, he's going for stability. Then again, he has moved this bishop twice. It's kind of done a shimmy step here to d7 and then to e6. I think Wesley should be feeling positive about this change in developments. Suddenly, rather than being down a pawn with White, he has a very playable position. Yes, he has given the opponent squares, especially the black knights, but White has squares too. These knights compensated for by this rock-solid bishop, this powerful bishop in the middle of the board, looking at both flanks. And I think this one still in the balance, and the clock could play a key factor. Nodirbek. Interesting, maybe a bit of indecision there. It was so tempting to grab a pawn. Wesley trying to shut things down, or at least trade off one of the sets of knights. Interesting move there, a retreat.
I like it because he's getting rid of his own knight on the edge for a knight that's extremely active, so definitely a trade that will favor White. Also, if it's done on Wesley's turn, a knight takes knight, the queen does fall back, recapturing, and then there'll be suddenly attacks along the diagonal with the queen and the bishop lining up. So wondering if Nodirbek will decide to just keep the tension on the board, keep that knight on c4, let Wesley trade it, sort out your problems of the isolated queen's pawn that way.
A lesson we learned when playing with the isolated queen pawn, we typically do not want endgames. The fewer pieces that remain, the harder it is for the side with the isolated queen pawn because we want to be active around that pawn. So I would not be taking on b2 if we're going to trade. Black should trade on his turns. Maybe rook c8, that way his rook can join the party on the c4 square. But Nodirbek, he's down under 6 minutes, so we're looking at the move 18, 42 moves before you get that 1 second bonus time. These are not easy decisions for him to make. I also wouldn't be surprised if he drops his knight back to d6 because the knight on b2, it's not the best piece in the world. And that knight on d6 can reroute to the f5 square and maybe keep posing some important questions in the center.
He does drop back as you recommend, Robert, but the move itself is secondary. That was a long think, 1.5 minutes on the clock in Armageddon as Black. That's a huge chunk, a huge proportion of your time. And yeah, that might come back to haunt him. It will get fast and furious sooner rather than later. So I'm wondering whether that time was better spent just choosing a move, trusting his instinct. It feels like he's not quite in the flow yet. Neither player actually kind of unleashing this quick flurry of moves, trusting their instincts. But okay, it was a good decision in the end, keeping pieces on the board. It's just same move faster would have been better, of course. But Wesley, so now up to him. He would love to just push the white a pawn 1 square forward, solidify the queen side, not kind of be too loose over that flank anymore. But maybe he thinks there are more urgent priorities in the position.
One of the priorities that I see for Black would be to try and get rid of that dark squared bishop. That bishop on d4 to me looks like such a strong piece, taking away so many key squares, and he does it. I was thinking about the bishop move to f6, but Nodirbek finds another way. He reroutes that knight from c4 to attack that bishop on f4. Knight jumps over to f5. None of the pieces have been traded off. There's so much tension along the d line as well. It's those positions where it's really brewing up to explode, and with 5.5 minutes on the clock, things are going to get very tricky for Nodirbek.
I do like Wesley's last move, though. He's giving up his dark square bishop, which looked like the pride and joy of his position, but a knight that was on the rim on a4, it's wheeled right back around to d3. That can jump to f4, putting pressure on the light square bishop and that isolated queen pawn. So look at Nodirbek. He's not taking that bishop. There's no real rush. Yes, the bishop can slide back, but that doesn't solve all of White's problems. So both players are handling this position extremely well.
Yeah, really classy game so far from both. They've navigated those critical moments, those tricky decisions really, really well. But now Black's rook occupies this powerful open line. The c-file right now is ripe. There's plenty of squares for the rook to jump into. So it does feel like Wesley should challenge, fight for the open lines. Maybe he's just afraid of these exchanges, knowing he needs to win at all costs with White. But it feels like the moment to be objective, just challenge. There we go. He activates his rook. And how will Black continue the momentum? Maybe it's time for the Black Queen to move. When do you trade off that bishop in the center? Big question still.
And Wesley, he made the move rook to c1, and with a shake of his head, every piece trade makes his task a little more difficult to try and create those chances that he needs with the white pieces in the Armageddon. A must-win game for Wesley. So rook c1 played, but I'm getting worried for Nodirbek. He's spending so much time on the clock. Now he's under 5 minutes, and there's still a long way to go before the position clarifies.
He's a speed demon, but he is getting quite low on the clock, especially that considering he has 39 moves to make to get that extra time. He goes queen d6. Talking about trades, queen a3. That's a pretty clever idea to get those queens off the board. And without queens, maybe, just maybe, Nodirbek's feeling comfortable and that he can play the next moves quite quickly.
Really, really nice move, but that one was a slow one. I think you're right, Robert. He at least has a clear-cut plan now, and that's the main thing in Armageddon. No matter how bad your position is, no matter how bad your plan is, as long as you're consistent and you have an idea in mind, it allows you to play quite quickly, allows you to get a flurry of moves in. And I know that these days a lot of younger players very rarely play without increment, but this is where the speed really is necessary. And I'm shocked. I thought the Black Queen was coming in, trade off the queens. But no, Nodirbek wants to peer down at the White King. The Black Queen is on the same diagonal as White's King, making Wesley feel slightly uncomfortable here. Actually, the more I look at it, the more I like this move. Really ambitious from Nodirbek.
Not only making him feel uncomfortable on the king side, but that queen on the queen side as well, because there is a threat of the d-pawn moving forward to d4 and x-raying that queen with that bishop on e6. And if that pawn was to move forward, suddenly from becoming a weakness, it starts becoming a strength in Black's position.
And that knight on f5 is actually such a heroic piece because not only did it kick that bishop out of the center, it protects the g7 pawn. So if White does slide the queen back to b2, and that's played right now, it doesn't carry a threat. So I think that trade is the name of the game. Bishop d6, let's trade off those dark square bishops. And Black does have a firm command over the queen side, and the king side does feel well defended as well.
Look at Wesley on the camera. He's getting ready. He's flexing. He's just trying to get in the optimal position for the imminent time scramble. It's 7 minutes against 4 minutes, essentially. Still a 3-minute time advantage, half what it was at the beginning of the game, but enough to cause some delight for Wesley. So I think he's going to start hustling on the clock. You can see on his body language, he's itching to make moves. And Nodirbek is still freezing. It's been 3 or 4 of these moments where he spent 30 seconds, 1 minute, 1.5 minutes. You don't have that luxury in Armageddon chess. Whatever your move, trade off the dark square bishops like Robert says, push pawns, trade off rooks, whatever. You've got to move quickly.
The more pieces on the board, the more calculation-based the position becomes. And with seconds on the clock, you have to rely on intuition. You have to play faster instinctively. But right now, if Nodirbek keeps continuing to keep these many minor pieces on the board, that's going to be a tough task. Bishop to d6, trade off that monstrous bishop on e5. He keeps thinking, and now he's touching the 3-minute mark.
He must be getting nervous right now because there's so many options. He does go for a bishop trade. The e-file bar actually slightly goes up in White's favor. I like the decision. I don't like the time it took to get there. So for Wesley, he now has just under 7 minutes. He's well ahead in the clock. Here's a moment where he has several different options. Just don't blunder your f2 pawn because the most tempting move in the position for White is going knight from d3 out to f4, but that will drop your f2 pawn. So just be careful if you're Wesley. No game-ending blunders.
Yeah, maybe trade off bishops first and then that move, Robert. It looks like Wesley has to part with his dark squared bishop, that beautiful bishop of whites in the center of the board, but he can do some dancing with his knights, and the nerves are definitely kicking in. Wesley occasionally is looking off at the clock already this early in the game. It's only move 23. He does trade off the bishops, and now the white knights. Do they start rolling? Do they start entering the center? Knight to f4 looks beautiful, putting pressure on that black isolated pawn, reminding Abdusattorov that he took on the isolated queen's pawn. No, he drops back. A bit of a counterintuitive move, retreating when it wasn't necessary. He wants to stop black's knight getting back into the center where it previously stood strong.
Yeah, and that kind of really throws the ball on Nodirbek's court, because knight e4 would have been an obvious move, but suddenly he has to slow down. Now he puts his own knight. There's a big threat on the board. He has to take care of this. Knight takes pawn, coming in with a fork. And you see how Nodirbek just leaned forward when he was making this move, knight to d4, so looking for that piece activity.
It's super complicated because white can bring his own knight to f4, which defends the e2 pawn, but then you need to calculate the moves like g5. So things are getting spicy. Wesley calculates things quickly, or he just wanted to play for Nodirbek's time trial. Nodirbek's about to go under 3 minutes. G5 is incredibly tempting, but it likely does not work.
Yeah, white can just counterattack, I think, here against the black knight. And yes, pieces will get traded, but the black king would become open. So this didn't happen. Bishop to g4 instead. There's pressure. There's threats on Wesley. So this pawn is attacked twice now. Nodirbek is trying to save time on the clock, force his opponent to waste time on the clock by going on the offensive. This is a good strategy in general. When the clocks are low, attack. It's much easier, quicker, instinctive to attack than defend. And look at this, contorting himself, Wesley So drops his knight back, clearing the second rank. The white queen now defending that row. But yeah, it looks a bit odd. Suddenly Wesley forced backwards.
When you need to win, you often want to avoid trades. But I think Wesley's going a little bit too far out of his way to avoid the trades. He's going backwards, but so is Nodirbek's clock. I mean, it's ticking down here. This is a problem for black. You're not even at move 30 yet, and you don't get that 1 second at a time per move until you get move 60. So, Tanya, I'm starting to like Wesley's chances.
100%. I mean, it's the clock and the position as well. There's this long-term weakness that you have with the isolated queen's pawn. Wesley's going to play this out till the very end, and you can fight against it. It'll always give white an edge unless black is able to create proper attack on that f2 square. Knight e4 is the move that you really want to make in this position, but white is just in time to block this diagonal with the move e3.
But Tanya, look at the clock. 30 seconds.
Make a move.
You've only got 2 minutes left. This is too slow.
And he's been so fast throughout the tour final, and then suddenly in this Armageddon with $50,000 on the line, a final spot on the line, Nodirbek, he needs to make a move.
Wow, he has spent nearly 50 seconds on this turn. He has less than 1 minute 45 remaining. Is he forgetting that there's no increment? Because he hasn't played Armageddon all day today. They played 6 games of rapid chess with 3 seconds bonus time per move, but he is just stalled. He's frozen.
This is the nerves.
Physically incapable of making a move right now. What is he doing?
Why is he fiddling with pieces? You've got 1 and a bit minutes. 28 moves only. We're still miles away from the increment stage. He plays rook to d8, a passive defensive move, holding together black's isolated queen's pawn, but he needed to be consistent. Attack. Go on the front foot when you're down on time. And now he's retreating. This is great news for Wesley So. Terrible news for Abdusattorov. 1 minute 20, the key moments are still ahead. There's still so many pieces on the board.
And Wesley just makes the most natural moves now. It's easier for him to play. There is no attack on the e2 pawn, on the f2 pawn, and Wesley is going for that isolated queen's pawn. Trade on offer. Wesley takes the pawn.
The thing is, for Nodirbek, the moves are going to get easier because a bunch of trades are happening, but you're now just down material. So unfortunately for Nodirbek, he froze. He might be panicking internally, and now Wesley clearly has the upper hand.
Simple pawn up for white. No deficiencies to the white position. Just convert that extra pawn. He'll also be left with a bishop versus a knight with pawns on both flanks. He's going to reach for his bishop. He captures. Watch out for the black king. Vulnerable to some checks on the light squares. Nodirbek's position and clock situation both collapsing simultaneously. He drops his knight back, attacking the bishop, holding on. Good move. But look at that. He's panicking now. He looked over at the clock, realizing only 1 minute.
Oh my God, Nodirbek down to a minute, no increment, down a pawn. He needs a miracle to save this one. He rushes with the rook trade, and it's going to be all about combining the efforts of a queen and a knight, which can be quite dangerous and tricky against a queen and a bishop.
And Wesley, this rook on d1 that was just captured, he moves his bishop back out to b3. He needs to pile pressure on some of Black's vulnerable pawns. So for Wesley right now, plenty of time on his clock. For Nodirbek, he's down under a minute.
He's down under a minute, and okay, ignore the board. He did capture that black rook at the bottom on d1. It's now queen and bishop versus queen and knight. White is just a pawn up, so let's ignore that small board for now. Let's focus on the players, and it's all about whether Nodirbek can hold on. It's not going to be easy long term, but he's got the move counter there. Look at the tablet, move 37. He needs to make 23 moves in just under 1 minute.
His chair is shaking. Like, you could see how nervous he is right now because he does not have time to calculate. He just put his g-pawn forward, so he's down a pawn. He's trying to make space for his king. Wesley doesn't immediately have threats. That's the one bit of good news for Nodirbek.
To be precise, he's got 48 seconds on the clock with no increment to be made. The good news for Nodirbek is that he's got the queen and knight. But how does the knight find itself? Find a good post into Wesley's camp right now? I don't see a clear path.
And what an angle we see, visibly nervous now, shaking. He's trying to get the adrenaline pumping. I think he's just trying to set up a fortress, erect that fortress on the dark squares. White only has a light squared bishop, so if you hold the opposite color complex, you might be able to fend off the attack. And, okay, we see a check, a quick repetition of the position. Wesley cannot draw. He cannot repeat a third time.
Of course he doesn't, but that gives extra moves to Nodirbek.
That was very helpful for Nodirbek, and the bad thing for Wesley is he doesn't have an eval bar at his disposal. He doesn't know that he is objectively winning. If the queens come off the board, can the knight establish a dark square blockade? That's the big question.
He's also dropped a second pawn. Can Wesley grab? He does take on b6, and now there's just one check. It was only one check. The white king's safe. If the queens come off now, it is dead. White is simply winning due to the two extra pawns, especially the protected pass pawn on b5. He can centralize now. I think this is going to kill the counterplay. Abdusattorov is on the brink of elimination.
And Wesley, he did the right thing. He gives a check to centralize his queen. He can bring his queen back to help shield his king, which is vulnerable in the second row, but he can even bring his queen back to its starting square. And he can trade pieces anytime, but this is even nicer, going in for the kill.
Going in for the kill. Look at the light squares. The queen, the bishop lined up. A battery on the diagonal. White is threatening queen to f7 check. Next to the black king, that would be lights out. Black's queen forced to defend.
For Nodirbek, he's got no time as well and lost on the board. These are the final few seconds of Nodirbek in the Champions Chess Tour Finals.
And the queen can take this knight. A new queen will appear, and I think that will cause resignation.
Nodirbek knows it. He resigns. Wesley So is into the finals.
What a game between these two, and you have to feel for the youngster. And look at Wesley. He finally can catch his breath. He's been exhausted. He's played for over 6 hours today, but he makes it through to tomorrow.
Wesley So rises to the occasion, takes it in the Armageddon in style with the white pieces, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. What a journey it's been, and it is heartbreak for the young Uzbek phenom.
Wow, such close action. Nodirbek, he just froze at the critical moments. It was the mammoth occasion. It was the money on the line. It was the thought of facing Magnus Carlsen tomorrow. It all got to him, and ultimately Wesley was just too composed, too calm.
And that's calm is the name of the game when it comes to Armageddon. And Wesley is the one who showed nerves of steel in that one, playing quickly, keeping his options open in that position, keeping the tension going. And I think this Armageddon, it just felt like Nodirbek tension got the better of him.
Wesley did the right thing. He was avoiding trades early on. No easy simplifications for Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And Nodirbek had $50,000 on the line in a single game where he needed to draw to move on. So much pressure for a 19-year-old, and credit to him. He's been an amazing event. He is done here at the Champions Chess Tour Finals, but everyone should give him a round of applause because he gave it his all. He is a phenom.
He really did so much to learn from Nodirbek about how you need to work and play with sheer determination to make dreams come true. But his dream comes to a stop in the semi-finals, and it is Wesley So who will be fighting against Magnus Carlsen. And what a day of chess it has been for Wesley, and it all came down to those critical moments in this Armageddon. Where did it turn around, David?
Yeah, what a day. It's full of roller coasters in this semi-final between Wesley So and Abdusattorov. It had already gone wrong by this point, but I wanted to highlight the fact that the clock played the biggest factor in this Armageddon. Here, Abdusattorov with the black pieces. It has gone a bit wrong. He's down a pawn. White here having the extra e-pawn. However, black does have queen and knight, a famously strong duo, and black has set up a bit of a fortress on the dark squares. With more time, Abdusattorov might have found an idea such as pawn to g4, locking things down, creating the threat of some counterplay, and it would have been really tough for white to break through and win this game later. Unfortunately, though, with only around 20-30 seconds left, he blundered a second pawn, queen to e5, let loose the b6 pawn. This was snapped up by Wesley So, and yes, it was a check, hitting the white king, but it was only one check. Wesley had much more time than his opponent and was able to calmly find this block and then this queen retreat, and the killer blow, queen to c4, coming in with the white queen. Wesley simply too fast.
And earlier on, Wesley, he could have initiated a series of trades, but the game review gives it a question mark. But maybe it was a great decision because it put the onus on Nodirbek to find clarity in the position. He wasn't able to do it, at least not in time. And for Wesley So, he did earn his championship bid. He moves on to the finals to face Magnus Carlsen. He played a great game.
That was a great end to that Armageddon. Wesley, at the start of the day, said that he's a fan of Napoleon, and he played like a true leader today and like a boss, winning that set 2 and then taking it in this final Armageddon where Nodirbek never really got a chance.
Yeah, it's as simple as that. Nodirbek, his only chance was to keep pace on the clock, but ultimately, yeah, too many freezes, too many freezing moments.
Yeah. And it was those moments that define a player, and Wesley was just a better one in that Armageddon. And we are headed towards a Wesley So Magnus Carlsen final. And for more on that action, we are going to head over to our gang in Toronto, who is with the man of the moment, Wesley. Take it away, guys.
Thanks, Tanya, David, and Robert. Great call on that action. Wesley,
thank you.
Great chess on that action. You did it.
Yeah, thank you guys.
To the final, baby.
Yeah.
There you go.
You guys all picked me, yeah?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I have a lot of friends who are rooting for me here and online, so really great stuff.
You have a lot of friends, you got a lot of fans, a lot of people look at Wesley So in Toronto and say, is that the best rapid player in the world? What's going on with Wesley So when he's in Toronto?
Yeah, well, first of all thanks to Jesus Christ for giving me the victory today. It's only through his will. I was really running out of steam. Like, in the end, I didn't even care, I just want to play, make use of my chances. But we were really running on fumes. It's been a brutal slugging match. It's been really long, really tough. At the end of the day, it was about who had more energy, who had stamina left. And I think I was kind of figuring Nodirbek. I mean, first of all, a big congratulations and shout out to him. He's an amazing player. He played really, really well in this match. But then I thought I was kind of figuring him out in the end, like getting positions that are better suited to my style than his. Yeah. So I think I lost almost 3 games with one e4. Is it 3 or 2? With white, yes. At the end of the day, I had to stop playing one e4 against him. It wasn't working. Yeah. So that's why I was trying new openings like b3,
b3, cowboy, b3, baby.
Yeah,
you got b3 too, didn't you?
The problem with b3 is that I think it works very well against one e5, like if black replies e5 because you get the target and stuff. But if black plays like d5 and the normal stuff, and then develop his live squared bishop, then he gets a good position. That's why I was hesitant to play b3 once again, because Nodirbek goes up to his room after pretty much every other game to prepare, I assume. So I didn't have the courage to play it again, although I would love to. Maybe against Magnus. Yeah.
Maybe against Magnus.
I played b3 against Magnus in the Speed Chess Championship. Didn't work out well, but maybe tomorrow it would. Okay. But it's nice. I mean, I didn't expect to still be. I mean, I'm very happy to reach the semis, but
I was going to say, what did you expect for today? Because you lost. You lost yesterday.
Yeah.
Right. And you came today. We kind of scripted our day, take you through behind the scenes. We do our pregame, run a show, rehearsal, and we're looking at the day. I'm like, well, if Wesley's playing in the finals, that means we're going to be here all day because we're going to go. It's going to take an all the way comeback in order for that to happen, and you did it.
Yeah, I think everything played well in this tournament right from the very first day. Right, since Hikaru didn't accept a draw against me, like everything had to go my way, because if I finish second even, then Magnus would pick Nodirbek for sure, and then I'd face a tough opponent with Fabiano. And I think Fabiano is a huge favorite against me based on style-wise. So everything had to go my way for me to reach the finals. Also, I realized today that I didn't tweet yesterday before my match, and then it ended really badly. So I was like,
Twitter.
You know what? Let me throw Anish again, see if it works. And it worked well.
Throwing Anish Giri under the bus on Twitter makes everyone play better chess. It's just science.
You know what I mean? Yeah, there was some good
Yeah, it
stuff.
was just having fun. My main idea really was to, you know, I had no intentions to start anything on social media. Like our family is very reserved, very quiet. Like we live in Minnesota, yeah. But my idea was just to troll Anish and watch the games online, and then one thing led to another. But I'm hoping, I'm hoping I qualify to Candace, and I'll be back in Toronto, my lucky city.
Okay.
Very, very long day of chess for you, of course.
Yes,
Where do you
very
get?
brutal.
Yeah, very brutal. Where do you get more of the stamina from, especially needing it in this last match here? Where? Because it seems like you're just high spirit, feeling good.
Not like you, yeah.
Feels like you. It looks like you haven't. You just woke up. Like you look fresh. So where does that come from?
Not really. No, I was really.
He doesn't
running
feel
on my
fresh.
It doesn't feel fresh.
Do I really look like? Well, I was like, I think at the end of the day, both Nodirbek and I were running on our last energy reserves. Like I think the reason why Magnus is so good is because he's very fit compared to many other chess players. But not me. But hopefully I can put up a good fight. Well, I could ask the same thing about you guys. You guys have been here since like 12.
What we're doing may not
11.
be quite as hard as what you're doing. Although I appreciate that.
Thank you.
But yeah, it is a long day, and you did it. You pulled through.
Yeah, for sure. And it's crazy. Like I was thinking in the Armageddon game, there was a huge amount at stake, like 51,000. So I mean, it's crazy that so much is at stake at a single Armageddon game.
That was
Yeah,
that's
another
crazy. He's
game.
playing a $50,000 chess game. Yeah.
$50,000.
Is it 51?
Because
51,000.
I thought if you win a match, you get bonus 1,000.
He's counting every dollar. Dan.
Yeah,
Don't ask me. I'm not in the details anymore. Don't put me on the spot on that.
You don't read the contract. Also,
of course I do, but I
hate to have to lose today because that means I probably have to change my ticket and all that, and I hate doing that. That's why.
you can stay through the closing anyway.
Right.
Is Fabiano joining us for tomorrow?
Yeah, he probably will.
He probably will.
Fabi's got no place else to go. Who are we kidding? He's gonna stay here.
Fabi's home is where chess is.
You like any video games?
Huh?
You like any video games? These guys have been playing Clash Royale like, all day against each other. So
I play like Counter-Strike, Dota 2,
CS.
before,
Wow.
all that.
CS,
Dota 2,
Yeah,
like Nepo.
Like during the pandemic, I was playing Counter-Strike. I thought I would never play over-the-board chess again during 2020. So I was like killing time, but
Makes sense.
Yeah, life goes on. But Lazavik won on Nintendo Switch, so it'll be very interesting.
That's right. White Elephant.
Yeah.
What games he used. But also, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank our sponsors. And, there's huge money at stake here. And I personally don't really play chess for money, but I really appreciate that fact.
wait, we have sponsors. I thought that was all just out of Danny's pocket. I thought Danny was just writing
Just
all the
most
checks.
of it. No, but you don't have to ask the players to thank the sponsors. Wesley just did it. Thank you very much. And of course, yeah.
I also thank you to all the people who are rooting for me, both here and on and online. I think that's one of the main reasons why I played so well in Toronto last year and also this year. And also shout out to Michael Brancato, because before tournament he said he wished that the dream finals would be Magnus and me. And I was like, what? I would reach the semifinals? So, I mean,
You say you're from a small little place in Minnesota, which I think is kind of how they. I always seen that meme, like 1 day in Minnesota, 5 days in Minnesota, and then you just turn more and more into a Minnesotan. Does the local community there like know who you are? Like around your neighbors, do they root for you? Do they talk to you? Do they know they've got a beast chess player around?
Well, I think I'm the only grandmaster in the entire state of Minnesota.
For now.
For now?
For now, until you make a chess academy, and then
And then
that's a good idea. Go
Until
home.
Alice Lee gets her grandmaster title.
Oh, she's from Minnesota.
Yeah, she lives in St. Paul. But yeah, I think we moved in this new place 4.5 years ago, and then there's annual neighbor meetings, and they figure out that I was a chess player. So they're like, last year they were asking during the party, they were like, oh, who's Hans Niemann? Who's Hans Niemann? That's all they ever talk about. But I mean, I think chess in Minnesota is growing slowly but surely, like it's being included in high school and also in what do you call that? After
After
academics.
school, yeah.
So it's like one time, sometimes people recognize me in a store. It's like, hey, aren't you the chess player? And they be googling me, looking at my photos. But it's not like the attention that you get in St. Louis, Missouri.
And then they ask you if you've ever played Hans Niemann. Is that what they ask you? They say, have you ever played Hans Niemann?
I crashed that guy.
All right, Wesley, I will.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was going to quick.
What was I?
Minnesota?
Gonna say.
You're tired.
I know. I'm confused. Yeah,
I'm gonna give you one last question, because I think setting up what Michael Brancato said his dream final would be was probably based on the fact that we've got the Champions Chess Tour defending champion in Magnus Carlsen. You have the Chess.com global champion. That's you.
That's what
right.
He said.
If you missed the memo, right? So you versus Magnus is a true kind of marriage of what was previously two separate online tours. Now with one ring to rule them all, right? One ring to bind them. So let me tell you this. Let me ask you, how does the best Wesley So show up tomorrow? The Wesley So that believes he can beat Magnus Carlsen in a match.
Well, you got to cheer me up, Dan. You got to pump me up.
I'm asking. You want to cash your date tonight? You want to cash your date coupon tonight?
Maybe Magnus I can switch to chess 960. I'll be cool with that. But overall, I had a horrible lifetime performance against Magnus. I'll give my best. Magnus, if you're listening, maybe take it easy on me tomorrow. Give us a match.
I'm sure you'll bring your best, and I'm sure that we're going to have a match.
I really hope so.
A lot of people believe in you. A lot of fans, a lot of people think this is going to be a thriller, and there's a reason why a lot of people wanted to see this. So
don't forget our date.
I'm not going to forget our date. You've got the coupon. I can never forget. All right, Wesley, we are going to let you go. Let you get some rest. Enjoy your night. You've got 2 more big days of chess ahead. Your job isn't done. We wish you the best of luck against Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just very happy to be in the finals. But I really hope it'll be a match tomorrow.
Yeah. All right, Wesley. Good luck.
Good luck, Wesley.
Thanks for being with us. Well, there we have it. That was our guy. That is our guy, Wesley So, who punched his ticket, and now we know who's going to play the other. Carlsen and Wesley So will throw down in the title match. It starts tomorrow. It's Friday, and it's Friday. We're going to play chess on Friday. All right, but before we sing or do whatever else we're going to do to get out of here, I'm going to let everyone catch up with Kaya, who caught up with Nodirbek after that tough match.
It's up to them. Giving us an incredible fight, but it ends here. So how are you right now, Nodirbek?
Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed with my play today. I played very badly, but also Wesley, shout out to him. He played very, very well after yesterday's tough loss. But it sometimes happens. I had every chance to win this match. But that's what it is.
And you went all the way onto that final Armageddon. It was crazy to watch. You were shaking. We could see your feet shaking. Can you take us through the emotions in the end there?
Yeah, no, I got decent position out of opening. I like these towerish structures. I've played many games there. I've got very, very good position. But then, I somehow, started to think and, played passively. That's why I was, I was punished by Wesley. Generally today was not my day, so I have to come back stronger.
And we definitely think you will. But what has been the highlight for you? The fact that you've been here, one of the youngest players, fighting it out and making it all the way to the semifinals.
No, it's been a great event. First of all, big thanks to chess.com for hosting this great event, giving opportunity for me. It's been a wonderful event for me. My highlight was, of course, yesterday. When I won the match very convincingly. Even when I lose the first game, I wasn't disappointed because I was outplaying him. there, yeah. But today, you know, something went wrong, and he was clearly better than me.
Well, Nodirbek, we know you went through a lot to get here, staying in Berlin for 8 days. You've given us incredible entertainment. Thank you also for sharing your thoughts here in the Mix Zone, and we wish you best of luck in the nearest future.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's Nodirbek Abdusattorov, a great guy who is knocked out of the CCT Finals. But what a performance he's given us. Back to you guys.
Wow. After being excited here in the studio with Wesley, it's hard not to now just go quickly to the other side and feel heartbroken for Nodirbek. Levy, your thoughts on just the emotion, how much he clearly wanted this?
Yeah, listen, losing one chess game is tough. Losing a chess match, is especially one that you felt like you could have won, is even tougher. And when you add on top of that it was potentially $50,000 to $150,000, not to mention a match with Magnus, I can't imagine. Like I truly can't imagine. It's really heartwarming and special that the players here are giving these solemn and open interviews to all of us, because historically chess players do not give interviews when they lose. They run off somewhere and they are not seen until the next day of action. So really nothing but respect to these guys for being a part of this, and you have nothing, you just look forward to their next event, which for Nodirbek just so happens to be in his home country, the World Rapid and Blitz Championship. So love the guy. Looking forward to his next set of tournaments.
Same here. I'm looking forward to the next set of tournaments. I mean, you got to feel for him. It's a $50K match. That's a lot of money there. But he also made $50K. He also played against some of the strongest players in the world. So it's nice practice for him as he goes into the next Rapid tournament. This is do his thing. I mean, we saw Denis lose one title Tuesday, right? You know, so we see Nodirbek lose here. Maybe he'll win World Rapid Championship. We don't know. But at the same time, it's good confidence for him at the end of the day. So. Got to feel for him.
It is $50K, I think, for Nodirbek. Like many others, it's not even necessarily about the money. You know that he's now at the place where he doesn't want to hear things coming out of commentators' mouths anymore like, well, next time, or practice, or he's young, he'll get there. He's tired of that. You can see that he wants it. You can see how much he cared about this. And I think for the fans and everyone watching, it really helps you appreciate that this has been a year-long ordeal to get here, right? This tour has had a lot going on for these guys with so much at stake. So great to see the emotion. We do appreciate him giving the interview, and we know it's obviously not ending the way that he storylined it for himself. But best of luck to Nodirbek in his next event, and best of luck to all of you fans. Whatever you're going to do tonight, be safe and maybe get some rest, because we still have a couple of days of chess ahead. So for everyone here, the crew, Canty, Levy in Toronto, of course, everyone across the pond as well, doing everything that they're doing to bring this to us. Remember, we have 2 more days of chess. It's the Championship Chess Tour Finals, the title match between Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So. It's here tomorrow. Don't be anywhere else, and we will see you then.
He just crushed Nodirbek, never gave him a chance.
Fabi, he makes the wrong knight jump, but he's slowed down. Another queen comes to g5. Wesley strikes again with the black pieces, and that is a 2-2-0 win for Wesley So.
Wesley keeping things alive with a nasty move.
What a sick move.
What a fantastic game. I've never seen anything like that. Fabiano Caruana is eliminated. Magnus Carlsen stamps his ticket to the finals.
We are getting set for what will be the final Armageddon of this epic semifinal day.
Nodirbek knows it. He resigns. Wesley So is into the finals.
Hikaru.